Chapter 360. In the end, Mao Shantai decided not to save them. This was a form of torture. The Alliance experts who were killing each other. They thought that the Alliance could suppress the natives, but as the battle progressed, they realized that they were wrong. Everything was wrong. This was a battle to the death and there was no way out. Looking at the people around them die one by one, they slowly went mad and gave up on the possibility of survival. Zhao Su was a Yin-Yang realm expert from the Alliance. He sensed danger above him and raised his head. He realized that there were dense sword intents heading towards him. He was terrified and wanted to flee. But suddenly, he felt like he couldn't move. He lowered his head and saw a pair of arms hugging him tightly. A cold voice spread into his ears, "Don't think about running, let's die together." "You are crazy, let go of me." Zhao Su hollered and struggled. "Ha ha ha, remember, all of you are just asking to die by coming here. Today, I have killed 7 of your Alliance experts, that is enough." The U-City expert laughed out loud. He raised his head and looked at the sword intents that were about to land. He didn't fear them at all. Zhao Su hollered in rage. Slowly, he knew that resistance was useless. He raised his head and looked at the sword intents in the sky. Some people said that when one died, everything that happened would be replayed like a slideshow. He slowly grew up and started to cultivate from a young age. He fought with his parents to serve the Alliance, entered the college, and learned from his teacher. When he was 30, he became a 4-star teacher. At the same time, he married his teacher's daughter and had a son. The kid didn't have martial arts talent and became a researcher. He got married and had a cute granddaughter. He loved it when his granddaughter called him grandfather. He loved to bring her out to eat all sorts of delicacies. 61 years old, a 7-star Alliance expert. He didn't dare to say that his position was high, but it wasn't low either. A smile appeared on Zhao Su's face like he was looking at his own life once more. He then hollered. "The Alliance will win. U-City will win." Zhao Su self-destructed. The U-City expert also self-destructed. Hong Long. The shockwave spread out and swept everything around. "No. I don't want to die." Some Alliance experts cried out in panic. With a xiao, the sword intent landed and pierced his body, pinning him to the ground. Screams rang out. Some Alliance experts realized that the sword intent didn't harm the U-City natives. They thought of a way. As long as they stayed with the natives, wouldn't they be fine? Very soon. They were entangled with the natives. But what they didn't expect was that the native in their eyes didn't give them any chance at all. As long as there was an opportunity, he would grab them. "Young Master Lin, don't hesitate. Kill." Too many people died and they didn't expect to survive. This battle was U-City's proof to the world. At the same time, it was to let the Alliance know their determination. Xiao. The sword intent spun in the air and pierced the Alliance expert's head. "Don't doubt my control over the way of the sword." Lin Fan was in a bad situation. Mao Shantai looked at him like he wanted to eat him up. Since things were already like this, what was there to be afraid of? "Mao Shantai, have you ever felt like your intelligence is being played by others? Now this is how you feel. Look at the way he's looking at you, it seems like he's saying that as long as you're alive, we'll meet in the military court. It's obvious that he wants to skin you alive." Lin Fan laughed. Gradually, his soft voice turned into an unrestrained laugh. This laughter made Mao Shantai go crazy. "Rumble. I will tear you to pieces." Mao Shantai struck Lin Fan and his aura swept everything. The people around were affected and they could only move further away. Lin Fan twisted his neck and it cracked. He cultivated 63 cultivation techniques and they turned into 63 Dao patterns. At the same time, he cultivated 10 heart cultivation techniques and they all turned into Dao patterns. A total of 73 Dao patterns. One should say that he was the person with the most Dao patterns in the world. Oh right, these 73 Dao patterns were all returning to true, complete Dao patterns. There was a limit to one's strength. Normal Dao realm experts would be lucky to have 10 complete Dao patterns. As for 73, there was no need to talk about it. If not for Lin Fan, maybe such a thing wouldn't have happened. After merging with 9 Demon and activating the incomplete second stage, his strength would soar. He would be able to casually kill stage 2 Dao realm experts, so he didn't need to worry too much. Maybe it was the same for stage 3 Dao realm experts. But at this moment, he was facing Mao Shintai, who was at stage 5. Mao Shintai's strength was at the top of stage 5 Dao realm experts. It was already not bad that Lin Fan wasn't instantly killed. Hong Long. Kid, go down there and repent. The ferocious attacks were earth-shattering. The unwillingness in Lin Fan's heart wasn't because he had met a strong opponent. It was because his strength was slightly lacking. But he had already done his best. The Alliance's casualties were even more terrifying than Eucites. This was what made him happy. Pang! Lin Fan was smacked to the ground by Mao Shintai and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Recover. Damn, even if you are stronger than me, you can't bully me like that. Lin Fan made sure to remember the other party. Damn it. Remember, I won't forgive you. Slowly. Mao Shintai realized that the situation wasn't right. Why wasn't the kid dead? To him, that was impossible. He had suffered such heavy injuries, so no matter who it was, they would definitely die. Who knew that in just a short while, the kid would be full of energy once more? Mao Shintai, what is going on with you? Why are you so slow? Zhu Daoshan hollered. He thought that Mao Shintai would be able to kill the kid and then help the other 9-star generals. Who knew that he would still be playing with the kid till now? Are you a traitor or not? Are you a member of the peace faction? Zhu Daoshan couldn't help but suspect that a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert like him actually hadn't killed him after such a long time. Even if he was going easy on him, he shouldn't have done that. You can't malign me. Mao Shintai hollered. The feeling of being maligned was really annoying. To say that he was from the peace faction was just nonsense. He really wanted to kill the kid. But for some reason, the kid was always so lively and it really gave him a headache. Forget it. Since that was the case, then he would just watch. He would definitely beat the kid to death. After a long while. Suddenly. There was a scream. Lin Wani seized the opportunity, and a terrifying torrent of power fiercely pressed down on Wang Yu, instantly crushing him into flesh and blood, but Lin Wani himself was also punched in the back by Wu Zhiga, opening a bloody hole. Puchi! Lin Wani spat out blood. He grabbed it with his fingers and slapped forwards. The blood turned into a blood rain that swept towards them. It instantly turned into a blood ocean that wrapped up Wu Zhiga and the others. Lin Wani's mouth was covered in blood. His eyes shone viciously as he struck towards Lin Fan. When Mao Shintai saw Lin Wani attack him, he was shocked and terrified. He knew that Lin Wani's eyes were bloodshot. I will leave now. Mao Shintai was a coward. But suddenly, Lin Fan, who was lying on the ground, grabbed Mao Shintai's ankle. Don't think about leaving. Kid, you are asking to die. Mao Shintai wanted to raise his leg and smash Lin Fan's head. But when he thought about Lin Wani, he was terrified. Lin Wani, I didn't do anything to your son, so don't, Puchi. The halberd slashed across and Mao Shintai was sliced in half. Lin Wani grabbed Lin Fan and struck towards Old Wu. At the same time, the halberd in his hand turned into a streak of light and shot towards the 9-star generals who were fighting Old Wu and the others. Lin Wani is here, run. Those 9-star generals panicked, but how could they run? The halberd pierced through them. Old Master. Old Wu looked at Old Master's injuries and panicked. He didn't know what to do. Cough cough. Lin Wani coughed out blood. If it was a normal injury, he would have recovered long ago. But those few people were at the same realm as him, so it would be tough for them to recover. Brother Wu, bring him and leave. Lin Wani said. Old Wu said, Old Master, I can still fight. Lin Wani shook his head, no need, we have already lost. Bring my son and leave. I will cover you. At that moment, he felt that his injuries were getting worse and worse. If this continued, no one would be able to save him. Pang! Wu Zhiga and the other two broke out of the blood ocean and looked at Wang Yu, who had turned into minced meat. They were furious. Who knew that one of the strongest 9-star generals would really die? Lin Wani, don't think about running. The Alliance has sacrificed so much to kill you. Now that one of the strongest 9-star generals has died along with you, you should be satisfied. Wu Zhiga's eyes turned red and blood was about to drip out. Zhu Daoshan's hands trembled. He sensed death descending on him many times. If not for them having so many people and working together, he would have been the one to die. Father, I will accompany you. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani grabbed Lin Fan's collar and pulled him in front of him. He said solemnly, listen up, you are my son and you can't die here for nothing. You will help me complete what I haven't finished. Remember, don't be greedy and don't offend others. I can't protect you anymore. Lin Fan looked at his father and clenched his fists. He was really unwilling. Don't be unwilling. This is the general trend. It is already not bad that we are able to do this. Don't forget that we are going up against the entire alliance. Lin Wani patted Lin Fan's shoulder and his eyes stopped on Lin Fan's face like he wanted to take a few more looks at him. He waved his hands. With his back facing them, he looked towards Wu Zhiga and the others. Pang! Lin Wani placed the halberd in front of him and smashed it into the ground. He held it with both hands and stared at Wu Zhiga and the other two, the three of you are the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance. If I can bring all of you away, that might be a good choice. Kacha! The halberd split apart and a silver pillar of light was grabbed by Lin Wani. This is... Wu Zhiga frowned. He felt that it was a little familiar and he had a bad feeling. Lin Wani smiled, time source, I obtained it by chance. Follow me to the other world to fight. Not good. Wu Zhiga was shocked like he had seen a ghost. Hong Long. A bright silver light exploded from Lin Wani's body. At the same time, a stable dimension tunnel appeared behind them. Let's go. Lin Wani said. Old Wu and Zhang Sheng looked at one another and nodded their heads unwillingly. They pulled Lin Fan towards the dimension tunnel. Old Master, I am useless. You have tried your best. Remember, protect the Lin family. Lin Wani smiled and looked at the three of them who were slowly walking towards the dimension tunnel. Fan, you are really amazing. I am happy. Lin Fan's throat moved. Father, will you die? Lin Wani smiled and looked at Lin Fan. He kept silent for a moment. I won't. Lin Fan smiled. When Old Wu and the others entered the dimension tunnel, he slapped and caused it to collapse, cutting off their path. Father, since you won't die, then once this ends, I will carry you away. Chapter 361. The battlefield was silent. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. This was the unfilial son that he wanted to talk about and the son that he was most proud of. But things had already reached such a stage. Why didn't you leave? Father understood your thoughts and I am really happy. Based on Lin Wani's past experience, when this happened, he would leave his unfilial son. From then on, the unfilial son would roam the world alone. This was a form of growth for the unfilial son. But what was happening now? He had no idea what was going on. Father, don't worry. I will be with you. Lin Fan saw that his father's gaze towards him was a little weird. He was a little confused and didn't know if he was too outstanding, which touched his father. Maybe that was the only explanation. Just like what his father said, you city lost. They didn't lose in terms of aura but because they had several times the number of alliance members. At the same time, they lost in terms of top combat strength. To be able to drag the alliance down and make them suffer heavy losses was a good thing. Everyone only had one thought in their mind. It was to let the alliance know that if they wanted to invade, they had to pay a huge price. No matter what others thought, as long as they guarded here, they wouldn't let anyone in. Lin Fan cut off all paths of retreat. He was prepared to advance and retreat together with his father. If he were to die, then so be it. As the saying goes, life has always been forgotten. Anyway, he had nothing to fear. With just one sentence, he would just do it. Silver light covered the entire battlefield. Zhu Daoshan, Wu Zhige, and Shun Jingtian, the three strongest 9-star generals, were all stunned. He was going to use his ultimate move. Lin Wani was going to die together with them. If an expert wanted to die together with you, one wouldn't be able to survive. Especially someone like Lin Wani. The area around was locked down by the silver light. They sensed that this wasn't a normal power but a foreign one. Wu Zhige hollered, "We can't all die here, otherwise, it will be an unbearable disaster for the Alliance headquarters. Shun Jingtian, self-destruct and break this lockdown." Shun Jingtian looked at Wu Zhige with his mouth agape. He couldn't help but holler. "Wu Zhige, are you fucking sick? In the past, when people said that you were sick, I didn't believe them. Now, I can see that you really are sick. If someone wants to self-destruct, it should be you." He didn't expect Wu Zhige to say something so shameless. Could he at least have some self-awareness? Zhu Daoshan didn't expect Wu Zhige to say such words. But he agreed with what Wu Zhige said. Letting Shun Jingtian self-destruct to open up a path for them was a good choice. But he didn't say anything. The current situation was not suitable. It was better to let Wu Zhige communicate with Shun Jingtian. The situation is not good. Maybe we will be taken away by Lin Wani. Zhu Daoshan said. He sensed that the space-time power around was getting thicker and thicker. This was something that terrified him. He didn't expect Lin Wani to be so strong. 4 of the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance came to kill him and one of them was actually killed. The 3 of them were injured before they managed to injure Lin Wani. They really didn't know what to say. Lin Fan didn't know what would happen next. However, he knew that his father would not let him off easily. Suddenly, the silver light dissipated and the sky became clear once more. "Father, you..." Lin Fan was confused and didn't understand what his father meant. Why did the silver light suddenly disappear? Was it because he used up too much energy and couldn't support it anymore? Lin Wani sucked in a deep breath and said slowly, "You unfilial kid, I told you to leave, so why didn't you?" He was so infuriated. What should he do later? Dying with the 3 of them was the worst thing he could do. With just the few of them, they want to exchange their lives with mine? Dream on. But the unfilial kid staying here messed up Lin Wani's tempo. It even made things a little tough for him. "Father, you just said that I was a good person. Why did you change just like that?" Lin Fan said helplessly. He could see a different feeling in his father's eyes. How should he put it? It was like he was prepared to do something but because of Lin Fan's existence, he was unable to do anything. As expected. Just like what he said, his father was someone who had a backup plan. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could such an outstanding person like his father allow himself to be captured? In Lin Fan's words, if he died with these few fools, it would be embarrassing. "Lin Wani, what are you doing?" Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage and acted like he was calm. They were really frightened just now. The main reason was that the power fluctuations were just too weird. It actually made them feel like they had cut off contact with the outside world. Zhu Daoshan looked around and felt really helpless. Yu City had lost but so had their alliance. They had no one left. They really fought till the end and there was no one left at all. Corpses lay all around and blood energy surged into the sky. He was thinking, was all this worth it? No. How could he have such thoughts? Everything was worth it. Father, what is going on? Lin Fan didn't understand what his father was doing. Was it because of his existence, so he wanted to bring him away and not fight with them? Although it was a waste. He didn't want anything to happen to his father at all. It was enough that he had done so much. Even if he left, no one would say anything. Wu Zhiga said, Lin Wani, I think you should surrender and stop resisting. As long as you listen, I can ensure that you and your son won't die. Ha ha ha. Lin Wani laughed out loud like he was amused by his father's words. He then looked towards Lin Fan. Fan, remember, no matter what you see, you are not allowed to laugh. Lin Fan was a little confused. He didn't really understand what his father was talking about. Laugh? Why did he have to laugh? With such a situation, what was there to laugh about? Father, I won't laugh. He didn't know why his father would say something like that. Could it be that something was about to happen? Very quickly. He knew why his father said that. Space-time interception. At that moment, Lin Wani hollered. The silver light that formed the halberd spread out like it was locking down a small area. Again. Zhu Daoshan felt that things weren't right. Lin Wani's methods were a little weird and even they couldn't sense it clearly. Lin Wani sighed. He didn't want anyone to see it and just wanted to leave him to fight the 3 9-star generals. But now that his son was here, what else could he do? Lin Fan felt like something was off. There was a weird energy flowing around his body. Lin Fan's eyes opened wide and he looked on in disbelief. His arms seemed to turn into sand and when the wind blew, it started to scatter. Lin Wani, what did you do to us? Zhu Daoshan hollered and his face was filled with panic. They were the same. Their bodies started to turn into sand and they tried their best to flee. But the surrounding space wasn't the same as before. Damn! What was the spacetime source? Lin Wani's cultivation base had already reached the level where he could comprehend the power of essence. If he was really that strong, they would have been killed by him long ago. I will let you experience a different battle. Oh right, don't let me beat you up. Lin Wani laughed. There was a loud explosion. The silver light destroyed everything. Lin Fan couldn't see anything in front of him. His eyes were filled with silver. Oh my God, what was father doing? Why did he feel like something bad was about to happen? Very quickly. The silver light dissipated. Lin Fan felt like something wasn't right. He took a look and exclaimed. Damn! He stretched out his arms. Who did those short arms belong to? Also those legs and his clothes. Why was there only a piece of white cloth covering his crotch? Father! When he shouted, he realized that his voice was really immature. How did he turn into a kid? Just what in the world was going on? This was impossible. This was simply impossible. Fan, here. In the distance, a tender voice spread out. Although it sounded like it was really solemn, no matter what, it couldn't be faked. Lin Fan looked out and when he saw the person in the distance, he was stunned. That was his father. Zhang Ye's father had also turned into a child. He looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. His hair was tied up in a ponytail, and there was only a piece of white cloth wrapped around his crotch. His body was slightly thin and not very strong. Father, you... Lin Fan was speechless and didn't know what to say. What was going on? If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Fan, this is the use of the time source. I can't control it now, so I can only take a small portion. Lin Wani said. But to Lin Fan, he looked really weird. Also, was his father like this when he was young? Lin Wani, what are you doing? What is going on? Why did this happen? When the 3 strongest 9-star generals saw him, they were all stunned. How did this happen? Very quickly. They saw Lin Wani. Although they couldn't recognize him, apart from him, who else could it be? Lin Fan looked at the 3 9-star generals. These people were really evil. They actually ate so much that they were fat and their bodies were much stronger than theirs. Beat them up. If you hurt them here, it will affect their main bodies. This space can't last for long and will be destroyed soon. Take this chance. Lin Wani said. Just as Lin Fan was about to say something, he saw Lin Fan's father striding forward with his short legs, raising his fists and shouting ferociously as he ran towards the three of them. Although it was a little weird, what in the world was going on? He had no strength at all. It was like he had become a normal person. Damn. Chapter 362. Lin Wani knew that this would happen. He even treated this as his last resort. Zhu Daoshan was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. When he saw the kid running over, he laughed out loud. Lin Wani, you actually looked like this when you were young. What a joke. One couldn't blame him for laughing. When Lin Wani ran, the skyrocket cannon on his head shook and that added to the hilarity of the scene. But Lin Wani's goal was clear, which was to kill the three of them. He wasn't joking at all. Zhu Daoshan came back to his senses and retracted his smile. He saw killing intent in Lin Wani's eyes. Damn, although I don't know what you did, looking at the situation, it seems like no one has any strength. Do you think we will be afraid of you? Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. He raised his fist and punched Lin Wani. Lin Wani was really agile. He tilted his head and released his fist. He raised two fingers, stab his eyes. Ah! Zhu Daoshan cried out and covered his eyes as he rolled on the ground. Lin Wani, you bastard, you actually used such a despicable move. Lin Wani stabbed Zhu Daoshan's eyes and his two fingers hurt a little. He was just a normal kid with no cultivation at all. He couldn't even beat adults. Zhu Daoshan's eyes turned red and tears flowed out. Lin Wani hollered and stepped on Zhu Daoshan's body. He raised his fist and punched Zhu Daoshan's face. Unfortunately, strength came from both sides. His fist landed on Zhu Daoshan's face and it did hurt a lot. But Lin Wani's hand hurt too. What are the two of you looking at? Aren't you going to hurry up? Zhu Daoshan hollered. Wu Zhige and Shun Jingtian reacted. Out of them, Shun Jingtian should have had the best family background. He was actually so fat at such a young age. He dashed forwards with his slightly fat legs and knocked Lin Wani to the side. He sat on Lin Wani's body and didn't care about anything else. He raised his fist and punched Lin Wani. Lin Wani opened his mouth and spat at Shun Jingtian. His saliva splattered and it was like a mountain of gold. You're too disgusting. Shun Jingtian cried out in shock as he wiped his face. He had always been a clean freak since he was young. To think that someone would spit on his face right now, he had to wipe his face immediately. Lin Wani seized this opportunity and inserted two fingers into Shun Jingtian's nostrils. Ah! Shun Jingtian cried out tragically. It was simply too painful that his nose was bleeding. You fellows want to fight me? Lin Wani immediately climbed up and tightened the white cloth around his crotch. He had always been a fighting tyrant since he was young. Even if it was 1 against 3, he wouldn't be afraid. To be able to become a 9-star general in the Alliance meant that their family backgrounds weren't ordinary. Naturally, they were pampered from a young age and they weren't as good at fighting as Lin Wani. Suddenly, Wu Zhige removed the white cloth from Shun Jingtian's crotch and used it to strangle Lin Wani's neck. I'll strangle you to death. Wu Zhige's chubby little hands gripped tightly onto the white cloth, and a fierce look appeared on his tender face. But how much strength could a 4-year-old child have? Even if he wanted to exert force, his strength was limited to that level. Lin Wani grabbed Wu Zhige's hair. Ah! Wu Zhige was about to die from the pain. He felt like his head was about to split open. Let go! Let go of me! Damn! He didn't expect Lin Wani to be so shameless. Even if everyone had changed, he shouldn't have used such a despicable method to beat someone. Shun Jingtian was so angry that his guts were about to explode. Shun Jingtian was so angry that he was about to explode. He was a 9-star general, and even if he turned back to when he was young, he would still be a 9-star general. Wu Zhiga, you are just too much. In the distance, Lin Fan was stunned, and when he heard the shouts, he came back to his senses. Damn! He actually hit my father. The first thing Lin Fan thought about was the small support system, but it disappeared. Thinking about it, it made sense. He didn't care anymore and just charged up to fight. Suddenly, he realized that there was a stone on the ground that looked like amber. There was something small inside. 9 Demon also came along. But it turned into this. He tested it in his hands and it was a little hard. Okay, he would use it as a weapon and charge up to fight. Lin Fan wasn't used to his current body, but he still ran towards his father. Without saying a word, he raised the fist-sized stone and smashed it towards Wu Zhiga's head. Fuck your grandma. Pang! This strike didn't have much force behind it, but it still landed on Wu Zhiga's head. In an instant, Wu Zhiga's head swelled up, and a huge bump appeared on it. Ah! Wu Zhiga hugged his head and screamed. It was so painful that tears flowed down. You two bastards actually have weapons. If you have balls, then put it down and fight. Wu Zhiga hollered. Tears flowed and he stared at Lin Fan in rage. Fan, where did you get the stone from? Lin Wani asked. Father, this is 9 Demon. I didn't expect the time source to make 9 Demon like this. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani panted. The fight was too intense and he used up too much stamina. He was a little tired and wanted to sit on the ground to rest. I got the time source by chance. Till now, I still haven't figured it out. But it is good that we have weapons. It is a huge advantage for us. Lin Wani's cultivation was high, but it wasn't high enough to comprehend the source. He was thinking about whether or not the time source would allow everyone to travel back to when they were young or bring their memories back. It was hard to say as it was too complicated. But all of that wasn't important anymore. The 3 fellows in front of him had been beaten to a pulp by his own play. Shun Jingtian had a huge problem with Wu Zhiga. He snatched the white cloth from his hands and clumsily used it to cover his crotch. Damn! He was just an animal. He actually took away his white cloth. If he wanted to take something, he should have taken it from himself. Why did he take someone else's? Despicable, dirty, shameless, scum. To Lin Fan, the time source might have really caused time to flow back, bringing his memories back to when he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain where his small support system went. Zhu Daoshan's eyes were still red and a little swollen. Don't split up. We are much stronger than the 2 of them. 3 against 2 isn't a loss. At least if we have a chance, we will fight them to the death. Wu Zhiga said, damn, we are too weak. We don't have the strength to do many things. Fight! Instantly, the 5 children yelled and started to fight. Lin Fan raised the amber stone in his hand and smashed it towards Wu Zhiga. Wu Zhiga raised his hand and grabbed Lin Fan's wrist. Kid, you are weaker than your father, Peng. Lin Fan raised his leg and kicked Wu Zhiga's crotch. Oh, Wu Zhiga clenched his leg and his mouth turned into an O shape. His body twitched as he retreated. It was so painful that his eyes started to roll back. Pain, it was really painful. He didn't expect this kid to be even more despicable and shameless than his father. A 4 or 5-year-old kid definitely wouldn't be able to use that thing in the crotch. However, being kicked was still very painful. Luckily, Lin Fan was also a kid and didn't have much strength. Otherwise, that kick just now would have been a total loss. To Lin Fan, he was just thinking about whether or not he should enter the kindergarten to rape them. But now, it seemed like they were on the same level. It was just a matter of who was dirtier. He looked out. He realized that father was biting Zhu Daoshan's ear and one of his fingers was in Shun Jingtian's nose. His nose was bleeding. Dirty. What a dirty move. How could father be so overbearing? Lin Wani, let go of us. As an expert, you actually used such a despicable move. Don't you feel ashamed? Fuck, are you a fucking dog? Lin Fan was at ease. Father was fighting 1 against 2 and wasn't at a disadvantage. Wu Zhiga was his target, so how could he be arrogant? Without saying a word, Lin Fan charged forwards with his short legs. He raised the amber stone and smashed it towards Wu Zhiga's head. Wu Zhiga's face was ashen white and he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and wanted to flee. Lin Fan growled and lifted his leg to kick. Ouch! Wu Zhiga fell to the ground, and Lin Fan also slipped and fell. His body quality was just too weak. It was such a simple combo, yet there was a problem. How embarrassing. But all of that wasn't a problem anymore. Lin Fan climbed up and chased. He was shorter than Wu Zhiga, so he jumped up and smacked his head. Ah! Wu Zhiga's head swelled up once more. He cried out. It was so painful that it tore at his heart. Go to hell! Lin Fan hollered. The amber stone smashed down on Wu Zhiga's head. Although it wasn't enough to make his head bleed, it was enough to make Wu Zhiga's head swell. Then, Lin Fan looked towards father and realized that he was fighting with the 2 of them. Father was fighting 1 against 2 and wasn't at a disadvantage. Even the white cloth covering the 3 of them was removed. Chickens clashed with chickens and rubbed against each other. Damn! Damn! The 3 of them cursed in rage. Lin Fan got up right away and charged towards father. When he saw Zhu Daoshan laying on father's body and sticking out his butt, Lin Fan was furious. He kicked Zhu Daoshan's butt. Aya! Lin Fan hugged his leg and gritted his teeth. It was so painful. Zhu Daoshan's butt was in unbearable pain from that kick. Lin Fan picked up the amber stone and smashed it towards the back of Shun Jingtian's head. Pata! Shun Jingtian screamed and laid on the ground, not moving at all. You learned so quickly. Lin Wani picked up the white cloth and covered his crotch. Fan, kill one first. Father, we are too weak, so how can we kill them? Lin Fan asked. That was indeed the case. They were just too weak. There was already an amber stone on his head, but he still didn't bleed. They were just too weak. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan didn't climb up and just cried out in pain. Lin Wani turned Shun Jingtian around and wrapped his arms around his neck. Fan, smash his face. Shun Jingtian, who was acting like he was unconscious, came to his senses. When he saw Lin Fan walking over, he panicked. Don't be rash, we are just kids. Son, your head. Lin Fan didn't show mercy and smashed the amber stone towards Shun Jingtian's face. Chapter 363. For some reason, Lin Wani felt fortunate that he had brought Fan over. If not, with him alone, who knew what the outcome would be like? But he would definitely win. That was confidence. Shun Jingtian's face was covered in blood. He was crying out in pain, but very quickly, his cries became weaker and weaker. Lin Fan smashed him viciously and his eyes were bloodshot. It seemed like 5 kids fighting was really funny, but they were really risking their lives. The U City experts fought to the end to make the alliance pay a heavy price. Father went all out to create such a situation so that he could use the time source to kill these 3 surviving alliance experts. Let him go. Zhu Daoshan covered his butt and looked at Shun Jingtian's tragic state. He was shocked and terrified. If this continued, he would really die. Lin Fan and Lin Wani turned around and looked at Zhu Daoshan coldly. Their gazes made Zhu Daoshan panic. He turned around and didn't bother about him. He continued to do what he wanted. One of them strangled his neck while the other used the stone to smash Shun Jingtian's face. Fresh blood scattered all over the ground. Lin Wani felt that his arm was a little sore, but he gritted his teeth. He stepped on the ground and wanted to kill Shun Jingtian. Zhu Daoshan saw that Lin Wani didn't bother about him and was so furious that he wanted to charge up. But when he thought about how he might die, he became afraid. Lin Wani, let's talk nicely. Some things can be solved. The Alliance headquarters doesn't want all of you to die, but all of you are blocking the way. We can talk about it. Zhu Daoshan said. Lin Wani laughed coldly, it is too late to talk now. Wu Zhiga, where are you? Why aren't you coming over? Zhu Daoshan shouted, but his tender voice made one want to laugh. He looked into the distance and saw Wu Zhiga squatting there and rubbing his head like he was in pain. Kacha! A crisp sound spread out. Zhu Daoshan's expression was really interesting. He opened his mouth and looked at him in shock. That was the sound of his neck snapping. Didn't that mean that Shun Jingtian was really dead? Lin Wani panted. His right arm was about to lose feeling and he had no strength left at all. Zhu Daoshan, Wu Zhiga, the two of you are next. Lin Wani looked at the two of them viciously. He then removed the white cloth from Shun Jingtian's crotch and was prepared to strangle them with it. Son, are you tired? Lin Wani was really tired. The existence of space-time source might be the symbol of the highest realm of Tao realm. He hadn't reached that realm, but it didn't mean that it didn't exist. Otherwise, there was really no other explanation. I'm not tired. Lin Fan wasn't tired at all. His body was filled with energy. He had fought for so long, and without the small support system, he should have been exhausted, but he wasn't. This made Lin Fan a little suspicious. Could it be that my little support system still exists, but I haven't found it yet? If that wasn't the case, then why wasn't he tired at all? Why was he so energetic? Lin Wani panted and struggled to stand up. Son, let's kill him together. Alright. Lin Fan was filled with fighting intent. He was just a 9-star general. If he couldn't beat him outside, he could definitely beat him here. Zhu Daoshan retreated. He was a little afraid and a little nervous. Damn. There were 3 of them and they actually couldn't beat the 2 of them. Moreover, they were slightly fatter, so one of them was killed just like that. That was just too much. Kill! Lin Wani hollered in rage and pounced towards Zhu Daoshan. Zhu Daoshan ran with a crying tone, don't chase me, Wu Zhiga panted. When he saw Lin Wani and Lin Fan chase Zhu Daoshan, he heaved a sigh of relief. Good, continue to chase. Let me rest. Space-time source, how could there be such a source? It was just illogical. Wu Zhiga, save me, Wu Zhiga. Zhu Daoshan didn't dare to stop. The 2 people behind were just too terrifying. He also hated himself for growing fatter. His speed was obviously a little slow. There were many times when he was nearly caught up. Lin Wani was really tired and his speed had decreased. But Lin Fan wasn't tired at all. He was really quick, but the white cloth at his crotch was a little unfriendly. It felt really weird. Father, flank them. I will chase from behind. Lin Fan said. Who knew that an intense battle would actually end up like this? No matter what, Zhu Daoshan was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance. Now that he was being chased by him, it felt really good. As for tossing the stone in his hand, that was impossible. He wasn't that strong and that was a huge problem. Lin Wani flanked him from the side. To Zhu Daoshan, he was just like a demon. His tender voice sounded like he was crying. He was beaten up badly and if he was caught, he would probably die. Wu Zhiga, come and help me, otherwise, we will all die. Zhu Daoshan hollered. Wu Zhiga looked at Zhu Daoshan who was fleeing and didn't think much about it. He just looked on and remembered what Lin Wani said. The time source wouldn't last for too long and he just needed to wait for that time to come. As for Zhu Daoshan's cries for help, forget it. They just had to protect themselves and he couldn't care about anything else. While they weren't harassing him, it was best if he had a good rest. His small body was so weak and he was so tired from just fighting. If Zhu Daoshan was killed, he would have to flee. No matter what, he had to last until the spacetime source ended. Ah! Zhu Daoshan cried out in pain. Lin Fan chased and pinned him to the ground. Lin Wani pounced on Zhu Daoshan's body and grabbed his hair. He used all his strength to smash Zhu Daoshan's head into the ground. Pang! Pang! Zhu Daoshan's heart turned cold and he felt like he was finished. He was going to die like Shun Jingtian. Kacha! Just at that moment, the special space formed by the spacetime source shattered. Son, it is about to shatter. Quick! Lin Wani said. Lin Fan was anxious. He wouldn't be able to kill Zhu Daoshan in such a short amount of time. But no matter what, he had to leave a deep memory for Zhu Daoshan. Lin Fan retreated and then ran up. He kicked towards Zhu Daoshan's crotch. Pang! Kacha! The space shattered. The surrounding environment changed and he returned. Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at himself. Nothing had changed. Nine Demon was still merged into his body and his father was standing in front of him. The only thing was that the silver pillar was gone. Father, are we back? Lin Fan asked. Lin Wani stood there and didn't move at all. We never disappeared. Then, Lin Fan looked into the distance. He didn't know what was going on with the 3 9-star generals. Especially Shun Jingtian who had been killed by them. Who knew whether or not he was still alive? In the distance, Zhu Daoshan and the others were terrified. When they realized that they were back, they heaved a sigh of relief like a stone had been lifted from their shoulders. Ha ha ha. Shun Jingtian burst out laughing. Lin Wani, you're really strong. You really scared me to death just now. But it's a pity that this thing of yours is useless. Look at me standing here, perfectly fine. Tell me, what did you do to me just now? Was it because you were unwilling to accept it, so you imagined it? Naturally, Shun Jingtian was the most afraid. The arrival of death terrified him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Now that he woke up and realized that nothing had happened, he heaved a sigh of relief. But suddenly, Shun Jingtian's expression changed and he felt that something wasn't right. He hollered. His eyeballs popped out. What happened to you? Zhu Daoshan looked at Shun Jingtian and was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Damn it! How did this happen for no reason? Shun Jingtian's neck caved in like it was being squeezed. At the same time, fresh blood seeped out from his face. More and more blood flowed out and instantly, he was covered in blood. Save, before he could say anything. Shun Jingtian died right away. How is that possible? Zhu Daoshan's mouth was agape and he didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. How could such a small injury kill Shun Jingtian? He had cultivated the undying body, so he should have been able to recover from such injuries. Shortly after, another scream spread out. Wu Zhiga did not take this matter to heart. But when he saw the state that Shun Jingtian was in, he was stunned. Immediately after, he felt a splitting headache. There were continuous banging sounds as though someone was attacking his head. Instantly, many holes appeared in his head and fresh blood flowed out. His aura was much weaker than before. That can't be. Zhu Daoshan looked at the two of them and thought back to what happened inside. Although he was beaten up badly, Lin Wani's son seemed to have kicked him. Pang! Something exploded. Zhu Daoshan lowered his head and realized that his pants were dyed red. Shortly after, many bloody holes appeared on his body and his ears were ripped open too. Ah! Screams rang out. Not bad. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan smiled. Father, it is okay. At that moment, he realized that injuries appeared on his father's body. At the same time, a blood mist appeared. These were all injuries from the fight in the time source and in the end, they landed on his main body. Lin Fan frowned and his injuries started to show up too. Recover. He directly used the blood demon reversal technique to recover his injuries. Lin Fan supported Lin Wani. "Father, are you okay?" Lin Wani took in a deep breath and raised his hand. "I am okay. I didn't expect the time source to be so magical. Unfortunately, I only managed to kill Shun Jingtian. If I had more time, I would have been able to kill the two of them." At this moment, their injuries were really heavy for Lin Wani and Zhu Daoshan. "Lin Wani, you are really vicious. Two of the strongest 9-star generals died in your hands. One day, you will pay the price for your actions." Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. At the same time, he looked at Lin Fan in rage. Lin Fan looked at him calmly and nodded his head like he was saying something. The pain of his balls breaking was okay. Anyway, he was old and didn't need it anymore. The battle ended just like that. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga left right away. Or rather, they fled. But to the alliance, they had won. Chapter 364. Lin Fan looked on as Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga left. He didn't stop them as he knew that he wouldn't be able to. Although his father seemed fine, he knew that he wasn't in a good situation. He was like Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga, both of them were badly injured. "Father, what a waste, we were nearly able to kill them." Lin Fan said. "It was really a waste. Just a little bit more. If the time source could last a little longer, they would have definitely been able to kill the two of them." "Ah!" Lin Wani gave out a low grunt. Lin Fan turned his head and saw that his father was bleeding. It was obvious that his injuries in the time source were quite serious. "Father, are you okay?" Lin Fan asked worriedly. Lin Wani raised his hand. "I am fine, it is just a small injury." "Oh right, what did you see in the time source?" That question was a little serious. Father asked that because he wanted to ask about that short leg and what the sky cannon looked like. He understood. Father didn't want him to be here. So, that style was too overbearing. "No, I was blinded and didn't see anything." Lin Fan replied. He had to act like he didn't see anything. Lin Wani looked at the battlefield that was riddled with holes and his expression became much darker. "You all chose this path when you knew the outcome. I am sorry that I wasn't able to bring all of you to the end." He closed his eyes and the familiar person appeared in his mind before slowly disappearing. Lin Fan looked around. Such an intense battle had ended. To him, there was no winner or loser. Both sides had paid a huge price. Father said that Yu City lost because he alone couldn't defend this place. In the end, the defense here was broken by the alliance. Kachi. Suddenly, a soft sound spread into his ears. "I am still alive." Zhang Tianshan pushed aside the stone on his body and climbed out of the hole in a daze. When he saw Lin Fan and Lin Wani, joy appeared on his face. But very quickly, he was shocked by the situation around. "They are all dead." He laid out the formation and went all out. In the end, he was hit by the shockwaves of the battle and fainted. He thought that he had died, but looking at the situation, he wasn't. However, everything around him was hard for him to accept. "Zhang Tianshan, it's over." Lin Fan noticed that Zhang Tianshan's gaze was a little off, like he couldn't accept everything that had happened. Gradually, Zhang Tianshan opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something, but he hesitated, as if he was stuck. Then, he knelt on the ground and buried his head. He kept muttering to himself that too many people had died. Lin Wani was a bit worried, but he quickly calmed down. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded and didn't care, but rather that after guarding this place for so long, he had long gotten used to it. Death wasn't scary to the people guarding this place. If they could bring more alliance experts with them, it would be a win-win situation. Lin Fan quickly adjusted his state of mind. "Father, what should we do now?" Lin Fan asked. It was obvious that they couldn't stay here anymore. Many Alliance 9-star generals had died, but so what? The Alliance headquarters was their pillar. If experts died, then they would send more. No matter how many experts died, they had to break through the defense. Although his father was strong, it was impossible for him to block the entire alliance alone. Unless he was the strongest in the world and no one could compare to him, it would be reasonable for him to use absolute strength to crush them. But it was far from enough. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan and kept silent for a long while. His palm landed on his shoulder. Fan, you have grown up and you have the ability to protect yourself. From now on, I won't take care of you. I am going to find some old friends, so you have to take good care of yourself. Understood, father. Lin Fan replied. Naturally, father had his own reasons for not bringing him along. But with father's strength, naturally, he wouldn't face any danger. Moreover, he wanted to roam the world by himself. If he followed beside father, there would be some things that he wouldn't be able to do, so why not just do it alone? Now that father called him Fan, he wasn't used to it. He still liked it when father called him an unfilial son. That was a great feeling. Tian Shan, this place has ended. The other defense lines will retreat. Hide well and don't show your head. Lin Wani said. Zhang Tianshan's strength wasn't strong, but his attainments and formations were outstanding. In this battle, he had helped out a lot. Haze. Zhang Tianshan wanted to say something but in the end, he just sighed and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, another voice spread out. I am not dead. The tone of the voice was filled with shock and even surprise, like he didn't expect this to happen. Many pieces of stone were pushed aside. A pink little pig came out of the ground. This little pig was about the size of a small dog, and its body was covered in dust. When it came out of the ground, it shook its body to shake off the dust on its body. Master Lin. The pink pig opened its mouth. Lin Fan looked at the pig in shock and said in disbelief, Gods, didn't you already? He saw Zhu Shen being swallowed by a black and vicious wild boar and then self-destructing, killing many 9-star generals. But what was going on? Why was he still alive? That was just too shocking. Young Master Lin, that's right, I did die, but I didn't expect that I would still be alive. But my perspective and body feel a little different. Gods felt that his body was really weird and he had an indescribable feeling. When he looked down, he could only see his calves. Damn! Could it be that he had been beaten short by someone? Zhu Shen, you really turned into a pig. Lin Fan didn't want to be so direct, but since things had happened, he could only accept it. This was why he told Zhu Shen the truth, so that he could accept reality and face the future. Zhu Shen was shocked. He lowered his head and looked at his legs. He was so shocked that his soul nearly left his body. Oh my God, weren't these pig feet? In the past, when he hid his identity in Yu City, he was a pig killer. How did I end up like this? My life was full of heroes, so how did I end up like a pig? Zhu Shen cried out. Even if he was strong and calm, when he realized such a situation, his heart exploded like he had seen a ghost. Zhang Tianshan consoled, Zhu Shen, don't be too sad. Maybe this is because you killed too many pigs and the heavens gave you special treatment. But no matter what, at least you are alive. The others don't even have a chance to live. When Zhu Shen heard Zhang Tianshan's words, he wanted to kill him. But when he heard the latter half, he really kept silent. His pig nose smelled blood. Are they all dead? Zhu Shen was a little depressed. He hollered towards the sky to vent the rage in his heart, but his voice turned into grunts. As expected, it was not bad that he could speak. The pig sounds were still there. Zhu Shen, you will follow Fan, or in the future. Lin Wani was going to an important place and the outcome was unknown. He couldn't bring Zhu Shen and the others, so Zhu Shen followed Fan, was the best choice. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Wani was worried that if Zhu Shen went out like that, the refugees would notice him and he would be turned into pig bone soup. Zhu Shen looked at Lin Wani with a weird expression, Master Lin, I know what you are worried about. But I have to say that after turning into a pig, I realized that my cultivation is still there. It is just a little restricted. Maybe this has something to do with the wild boar sealed in the blade. Zhu Shen wasn't a fool. He felt like the reason why he was still alive was probably because of the wild boar in the blade. But it is not bad to follow young Master Lin. Yu City has ended and we have given it our all. What happens next isn't something we can stop. Zhu Shen still couldn't accept that Yu City had been taken down by the Alliance. But the reality was right in front of his eyes and he couldn't help but believe it. It was too intense and many good friends had died. He remembered this hatred and one day he would definitely take revenge. Father, let's go in case the Alliance sends experts over. With our current situation, we might not be able to block them. Lin Fan said. Yu City was finished. But one couldn't underestimate the situation at the Alliance headquarters. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga had left for a long time and they would definitely report the situation back. As long as the Alliance headquarters weren't too stupid, they would definitely send experts over to clear the area. Let's go. Lin Wani looked at Yu City and was a little reluctant. But he had no choice. So what if he was reluctant? The Alliance won. What happened next became really complicated. They weren't just facing the Alliance anymore. The internal situation was going to be chaotic. The imperial dynasty was about to fall and the top sects would all attack. Of course, they wouldn't attack now and would at least wait until the Alliance entered this place. Very quickly, Lin Fan and the others left Yu City. When they left, Lin Wani flipped his palm and the ground flipped. It was as if there was an earth dragon rumbling in the ground, covering all the corpses with dirt. He couldn't bring them away. He could only bury them here. Laoshan City, Alliance main camp. Zhao Lishan brought people to break into the Alliance main camp and dealt a heavy blow to the Alliance. Brother Lin. Zhao Lishan exclaimed. They broke into the Alliance main camp because Lin Wani sent people to inform them. As expected, Xian Long wasn't here. Without an expert, the Alliance main camp collapsed. Although there was an intense battle, Laoshan City paid a small price to wipe out the Alliance main camp. It was a huge victory. Should we continue? The Laoshan City expert asked. They had a great time killing and they didn't expect that it would feel so good. Zhao Lishan shook his head. Let's leave Laoshan City. When the Laoshan City experts heard this, they were shocked like they didn't expect that. Leave. Chapter 365. Master Zhao, why do we have to leave? We have already broken through the Alliance's main camp, so we should use this chance to head in. Even if we don't, we should occupy this place and stop the Alliance in their own territory. The Laoshan City experts were confused and at the same time, they were a little unwilling. They had already succeeded, so why did they have to retreat? Old Shen looked at Zhao Lishan and frowned. He thought about how Xian Long wasn't here and thought about a possibility. Did something happen at Yu City? Maigu City was broken through and the remaining ones were mainly around Yu City. As long as Yu City wasn't broken, they could continue to defend here. Now that Zhao Lishan said that they were retreating, there was only one possibility. Something happened at Yu City. Zhao Lishan didn't hide anything and told them about the situation. After they heard the truth, they were stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Wani knew that the Alliance headquarters would send experts to attack. He also knew that Yu City wouldn't be able to defend, so he informed the other cities for them to seize the chance to attack. It wasn't to occupy Alliance territory. It was to use this chance to kill more Alliance experts. Old Shen kept silent for a long while and then said, "Do you think all of this is worth it?" "Yes." Zhao Lishan said firmly, "Everything Brother Lin did was to fight against the Alliance. It is the same for us here. At least it is worth it to fight against the Alliance. Inform everyone to retreat from Laoshan City." Not only were the people from Laoshan City retreating, but even the other defense lines were retreating. Of course, naturally, they could stay here to block the Alliance's path. However, this was a meaningless obstruction that would only lead to the deaths of everyone present. Lin Wani was a confident person. If he said that he could block them, then no matter how many people they sent, they would be able to block them. But if he said that he couldn't, then he really couldn't. This was why those who were familiar with Lin Wani chose to believe him. This was why they took the chance to attack when the Alliance attacked U City. Of course. When they received the news, naturally, they could choose to head to U City to fight the Alliance with Lin Wani. But the Alliance wouldn't be so stupid as to attack without an advantage. In the end, U City might not be broken and the other defense lines might be broken. Far away from U City. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan. Unfilial kid, listen up. Don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. During this period of time, don't clash with the Alliance and also don't clash with the top sections. Do you understand? Lin Fan did not really want to hear what his father had to say. What did he mean by no conflict? If there was no conflict, then what was the point of life? Dad, don't worry. I will definitely listen to you. Lin Fan's expression was solemn and he spoke very seriously as if he was really obedient. Zhu Shen, look out. Lin Wani said. As for Zhang Tianshan, he was basically useless. If he was really useful, this unfilial kid wouldn't have appeared in U City. Zhu Shen raised his head and looked at Master Lin. Did he say something wrong? Now that he had turned into a pig, what else could he do? But forget it, he could only nod his head silently. Understood. Following this, Lin Wani left. He left decisively and didn't stop at all. To him, there were more important things to do. Who could be blamed for the destruction of U City? No one could be blamed. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough and for not being united enough. If they were united enough, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. If all the top sects worked together, they would be able to block all enemies and even counterattack wouldn't be a problem. What a waste. Their thoughts were beautiful but the reality was really cruel. One couldn't just do whatever they wanted. Young Master Lin, what are your plans now? Zhu Shen asked. He was half a piece of trash now, so what could he do if he turned into a pig? He had a huge headache but luckily, he had a way to fight back. This feeling of not being used to it was just temporary. After a period of time, he would get used to it. Lin Fan said, let's look at the situation and see what the Alliance does next. This place is still safe, so let's rest here for a short while. Zhang Tianshan sat there and didn't say anything. Maybe he was still thinking about U City. Too many people died. To Zhang Tianshan, when he closed his eyes, the scenes from 20 years ago would appear in his mind. It was still really tragic but it wasn't as bad as today. Bug transformation was removed. Right now, Lin Fan was still fused together with 9 Demon. However, the fusion this time around gave Lin Fan a different feeling. Instantly, a black liquid flowed down from Lin Fan's body. It didn't stain anything and didn't dirty his clothes. At the same time, a black mist seeped out from his body. Not long later, 9 Demon appeared. There was nothing wrong with it but it felt much weaker. Maybe because it was too tired. After all, 9 Demon didn't have unlimited stamina like Lin Fan. The bug controlling technique's special true essence seeped out to replenish 9 Demon's stamina. After a long while, 9 Demon slowly recovered. Young Master Lin, this is Insect Valley's bug controlling technique. This is also 9 Demon, a really strong species but it is different from the mother. Zhu Shen said. He had seen the mother before and its aura was amazing. Only the Insect Valley head could have it. Lin Fan smiled and was really calm. As for Zhu Shen saying that 9 Demon was different from the mother, he didn't care much about it. He had never seen what the mother looked like, so he wasn't too curious. Zhu Shen, can you change back to how you are now? He was really curious about how Zhu Shen became like that. A person turned into a pig for no reason. This change was just too huge. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. It was just too shocking. Zhu Shen shook his head regretfully and felt a little depressed. Impossible. I won't hide it from young Master Lin, but it doesn't matter. As long as I have my cultivation, I can kill the Alliance. Now that Master Lin told us to hide, we are waiting for a chance. The chance that Zhu Shen mentioned was the top sect's resistance. The Alliance headquarters definitely wouldn't let the top sects have such an easy time and would definitely target them. Actually, it wasn't that the top sects didn't think about that, but that each of them had their own fantasies. At the same time, they were confident enough that they felt that the sects were strong and the Alliance wouldn't ask for trouble. Or that there were so many top sects, so even if there was trouble, it wouldn't fall on their heads. Lin Fan didn't know what Zhu Shen was thinking. He had already become like that, but he was still able to act like he didn't care. Respect. He really respected him. He then realized that Zhang Tianshan was in a daze. Oi, why are you still in a daze? Things have already happened, so there is no point in thinking about it. Zhang Tianshan smiled bitterly. Haze, I know that there is no point in thinking about it. I am just a little unwilling. We fought to the death to defend against the Alliance, but they just watched from the back. They knew how dangerous the Alliance headquarters was, but they were willing to gamble for their own benefits. This is their choice. In the future, these top sects will be enemies and we will fight them whenever we see them. There will be no room for negotiation. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen said, fight? Young Master Lin, didn't you say that it was their choice? How did they become enemies? Lin Fan said, it was my choice to become enemies. I don't care whether or not they have animosity with me. If I think that they do, then they do. After this battle, I have comprehended some things and I will cultivate them. Pay attention to the situation around. 9 Demon, lay there and don't make too much noise. 9 Demon laid there in a well-behaved manner. When his cultivation rose to Dao Realm, the small support system changed. It was just that he didn't have time to study it at that time. Now that everything was in the past, it was time to study it. Looking closely, the introduction of the small support system had changed. Dao Body, Dao Realm Stage 1, Dao Pattern Realm, 6 Outer Daos, Dao Essence, Dao Realm Stage 1, Dao Pattern Realm, 4 Inner Daos, Heart Cultivation, Cultivation Technique, Secret Technique, Blood Demon Reversal Technique. Dao Pattern, 73 Merge, None Rage Points, 20355 overall. There weren't many changes, but there were some changes. At the same time, the merge function appeared. It should have been the merging of cultivation techniques. Interesting, I have to study it. Lin Fan thought about it. God Body and True Essence changed and the numbers disappeared too. The Dao Body cultivation technique produced 6 Dao patterns and Dao Cloud produced 4. Along with the 63 from the cultivation technique, he had a total of 73. He had just stepped into Dao Realm Stage 1 and his combat strength had become so strong. It was obvious that it had something to do with the Dao patterns. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan fled from Yu City. Although they broke through Yu City, the Alliance suffered heavy losses. They returned to the main camp and reported the situation. When the Alliance headquarters learned of the situation, they were in chaos. Of the 38 marshals, only 2 returned in the end. Fuck, why don't you go and die? Although 6 of them were experts from Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island, 30 Alliance 9-star generals died there. 2 of them were the strongest 9-star generals. This was a loss that the Alliance headquarters couldn't bear. The only thing worth being happy about was that Yu City was finally broken through. But the price was just too huge. It was so huge that the Alliance couldn't take it. They thought that many people would be sacrificed, but they didn't expect that so many 9-star generals would be sacrificed. Especially the 2 strongest 9-star generals. Jerk. Zhu Daoshan's face flushed red and he really wanted to head back to kill him. But he knew that he had reached his limit. As for informing the Alliance experts to head over to Yu City to take a look, it wasn't necessary. After all, no one would wait there. But he still had to do what he had to do. Wu Zhiga, if you weren't united enough, this wouldn't have happened. Zhu Daoshan vented his rage on Wu Zhiga. Wu Zhiga was infuriated by Zhu Daoshan's words. Damn, could he be any more shameless? Things had already happened and he actually started to push the blame. How despicable and shameless. Naturally, the two of them started to argue. When they learned that the various defense lines were broken through by the natives, their hearts were dripping blood. The price was just too huge. His chest felt like it was blocked by something, and he couldn't even breathe properly. Chapter 366. Alliance Headquarters Meeting Room. A bunch of elders sat up straight and all of them gathered here for a meeting. Among them, one of the big shots was furious. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan have to take responsibility. They pushed the alliance into the abyss. Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island have questioned them and suspect whether or not we conned them. Everyone looked at one another. Those words were a little too much. What do you mean con them? Our alliance headquarters lost 39 star generals and 2 of them were the strongest. Just to con the 6 of them? Right, Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island didn't even use their brains before speaking. Anyway, this is all Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan's fault. The meeting room was a hodgepodge. Everyone was discussing this matter. A white-bearded old man sitting in the middle said, "Okay, there is no need to argue. Although we suffered huge losses, it is worth it to be able to break into Yu City." Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan fought for the alliance headquarters and went through life and death battles. If you are blaming them, then why didn't all of you go? The moment he said this, everyone was speechless and felt a little awkward. Go and get a hammer. Shun Jingtian and Wang Yu were both killed, which was enough to show how intense the battle was. If they had gone over, they would most likely have been the ones to die. In a battle between pinnacle experts, one couldn't rely on numbers to instantly kill the other party. No matter how many people there was a chance that they would be killed. This was why everyone knew that if they went, they might die. This was why it was better to let those who were willing to go. The white-bearded old man continued, "Now that the outcome has been decided, there is no need to say anything more. Based on intelligence, the remaining 7 defense lines are empty. It is time for the alliance to attack. Gather the troops and occupy the cities at the border with the 9-star generals. Support King Wudong and make him a puppet of the alliance to stabilize the imperial dynasty natives and those families. Don't bother about the top sects and just let them be." Everyone listened to the white-bearded old man's arrangements and understood that this was the best way. If they were too intense, they would definitely retaliate. The alliance headquarters people felt that victory was waving at them. At the same time, the alliance headquarters hid many things about the border battle and spread the news of their victory. They definitely didn't dare to spread the news of the 39-star generals dying. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. But just as the alliance headquarters announced this matter, another piece of news appeared on the alliance platform. 39-star generals and numerous alliance members died. When this content appeared, it shocked everyone. It was as if they had seen a ghost and it had a huge impact on the alliance. The alliance headquarters locked down this content right away. Despicable peace seekers. The first thing the alliance warmongers thought of was the actions of the peace faction. Who else could it be other than them? The appearance of a peace faction within the alliance was a dangerous signal for many people. Zhu Shen looked at young Master Lin cultivating and was thinking about how amazing young Master Lin was. How did he cultivate? In such a short time, he actually reached such a realm. That was just too terrifying. He didn't disturb young Master Lin's cultivation. He looked towards Zhang Tianshan and noticed that this fellow was still a little depressed. Zhang Tianshan, what are you feeling down about? How can there be no deaths in war? Take it easy. Zhu Shen's attitude towards Zhang Tianshan became much better. In the past, he called him a coward, but now his impression of him had changed. Zhang Tianshan shook his head. "I understand the logic, but I just find it hard to accept. Can your body change back?" "I can't." Zhu Shen didn't have much of a reaction. He didn't care much about whether or not he could change back. He laid on the ground and his eyes gave off a human-like glow as he thought about the problems he had to face in the future. Chaos was about to occur. This was something that no one could stop. Lin Fan was studying the merger problem. The first thing he looked at was the cultivation technique column. It was shining, and that meant that he could merge them. Dragon Elephant Sword Dao and Heaven Shocking Sword Dao fused together. He didn't need to consume rage points, and the two sword techniques merged to form a new cultivation technique. Merged into God Shocking Sword with two Dao patterns. Lin Fan found it weird and didn't expect such a shocking change to occur. The merged technique turned into a brand new one. At the same time, it had two Dao patterns and was even stronger. Not bad. Only those who stepped into this realm could sense the mysteriousness of the Dao realm. He was the gatekeeper of the Dao realm. He had just entered the Dao realm, so no matter whether or not he was happy, he was definitely going to reach this realm. Out of the 63 techniques, apart from bug controlling technique, he could merge all of them. The 31 cultivation techniques that were fused in the end all contained two Dao patterns. I have more choices to become stronger. That was indeed the case. There was a huge improvement and change. He was thinking about whether or not he could continue to merge, but he realized that apart from bug controlling technique, the 31 techniques couldn't be merged and were in a gray state. Suddenly, when Lin Fan looked at his own situation, he realized that there were some changes in the Darkness God domain. In the empty domain, there was actually a statue that wasn't really clear and wasn't even complete. Only half of its body was there, and the body above the chest was gray. As expected, it is starting to change. What will it be like in the end? A few days later. Congratulations, Your Majesty, the border has been broken through. Our chance is here. When Lu Xian found out about the news, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He was really pumped up. King Wudong's fingers shook and his heart was really unsettled. Oh my God! How did this happen? He didn't dare to believe that this was true. The border was broken through, so what he was worried about was finally going to happen. There was no turning back on the path of rebellion. He finally understood what his brother meant. From now on, he would decide for himself. Did brother know the outcome long ago, which was why he told him that? Your Majesty, what happened to you? Lu Xian saw that King Wudong was stunned and thought that the news was too shocking, so he couldn't react. King Wudong felt bitter deep down, but he couldn't show it. He said calmly, "Nothing, I was just too happy. I didn't expect the chance to come just like that. Gee, you are too beautiful." Damn, if he knew that this would happen, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have teamed up with his brother to act. Now, he was placed on a stake with no room to turn back. He didn't even know what to do. He could only grit his teeth and walk down step by step. Lu Xian smiled, "Your Majesty, I can understand your joy. Although the border was broken and the alliance entered, as long as you think of a good strategy, you can naturally become the hunter." His words sounded like he was bragging. He really didn't know how to become a hunter. But looking at the current situation, the alliance was willing to work with King Wudong. That was enough to show that the alliance had no choice in certain areas and needed to push King Wudong up. So, even if it was the alliance's goal, as long as King Wudong became the emperor, Lu Xian would be able to rise up and charge into the sky. King Wudong looked at Lu Xian and really wanted to slice him into pieces. But now wasn't the time. The alliance envoy would definitely return, and that was something that he didn't need to think about. Everyone present had a rebellious heart. They all had the heart to rebel. If they knew that King Wudong rebelled to bring all of them to die, they would probably kill him on the spot. "Brother, save me. I just want to have a leisurely life." King Wudong was slowly filled with despair, and there was no turning back. What was done was done. Even if he didn't want to rebel, the bunch of people behind him were adding fuel to the fire, so he could only walk forwards helplessly. During this period of time, many top sects knew about the failure of the 8 defense lines. They felt that their chance was here, so naturally, they wouldn't worry about the imperial dynasty anymore. The imperial dynasty didn't have the energy to care about all of this. The Alliance headquarters alone was enough to give them a headache. Marshall Path Mountain. Why do we have to leave? Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan and felt that things were a little complicated. Lin Fan's acting was quite convincing. Was he trying to chase them away? He felt that it was possible. The Alliance broke through the defense line and it is too dangerous here. We can only leave. Lin Fan said. Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan and didn't believe his words. He had never heard of the Alliance and didn't know how to find a reason. Okay, then I will return to Yu City. Staying here is just a waste of time. Yuan Tianchu said and then looked at Liang Yongqi, are you going back? Liang Yongqi thought about it, I won't go back, I am not welcomed at home. Yu City is gone, so there is no need to go back. Lin Fan said. At that moment, Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu were stunned. Liang Yongqi looked at Zhang Tianshan. When he saw him nod his head to express that it was true, Liang Yongqi's body shook like he didn't expect that. Lin Fan said, in the past, I thought that your father was annoyed with you and wanted to chase you out. Now it seems like he loves you the most, which is why he chased you away. Liang Yongqi's body shook and he retreated. His tone was a little shaky, that is impossible, how can my father love me the most? He loves my big brother the most, so how can it be me? As he said that, Liang Yongqi looked at Lin Fan and his head trembled. Yuan Tianchu didn't believe it either. Was there a need to say such a reason to chase them away? He was clear about what kind of person his father was. He wouldn't be so foolish to selflessly defend against the so-called alliance. Zhang Tianshan said, Yongqi, what he said is true. Apart from the few of us and a few others, everyone else in Yu City is dead. Liang Yongqi respected Zhang Tianshan a lot but he still hollered. Impossible, I don't believe it. That old fellow chased me out because he didn't want to see me. Don't try to lie to me. How can I not know what kind of person my father is? He isn't so dumb. My big brother wants to become the family head and my third sister is annoyed with me. Now that he said that he chased me out to let me live, I won't believe such a reason. The moment he said this, Liang Yongqi walked down the mountain. Zhang Tianshan shouted, where are you going? I am going back to Yu City. Liang Yongqi replied. Zhang Tianshan walked forwards and grabbed Liang Yongqi's collar, kid, are you sick in the head? You won't believe anything I say. Yu City is gone, so you are just asking to die if you go back. Liang Yongqi grabbed Zhang Tianshan's hand, if it is true, then I will collect my father, big brother and sister's corpses. If it is fake, then I will stay in Yu City and continue to fight with my big brother. Don't worry about me, I will take responsibility for what I have decided. I won't believe that my father wants me to live. Yuan Tianchu looked at the scenes in front of him and slowly believed what he said. Did my father say anything? Yuan Tianchu was the second son in the family and his big brother had returned from the sect. He also felt that his father had given up on him, but now he chose to believe. I don't know, but it is similar. He probably wants you to live. Lin Fan said. Yuan Tianchu kept silent. Zhang Tianshan said, we are just letting that kid leave. Lin Fan looked at Liang Yongqi leave, everyone has their own decision. This is what he decided, so we have no reason to change it. Let him go back. Chapter 367. Liang Yongqi left. Lin Fan didn't stop him. He hated it when people stopped him, so he changed his mindset. Liang Yongqi definitely didn't want others to stop him. Yuan Tianchu couldn't accept this matter. He felt that it was a huge blow. His body couldn't take it, and so was his heart. He was smart, and if there were any schemes, he would definitely be able to see through them. But now, he couldn't see any problems at all. Lin Fan's expression and the others' expressions were too real, they weren't faked at all. He kept silent and didn't say a word. He just wanted to be alone. When Go Zi saw young master return, he cried and laughed like he had lost his mind. Then, he returned to normal. He was just unhappy with Nine Demon. That damn Nine Demon actually tossed him down. To think that every time he cooked in the past, he would let Nine Demon eat its fill, and it actually treated him like that. Of course, Nine Demon didn't care about Go Z's grievances at all. I am already by Master's side, and in the future, I won't eat those pig fodder anymore. I will eat the bug controlling technique Tao essence. My standard of living has increased, and I won't eat those things anymore. This was reality. After Feng Poliu learned about the border situation, he sighed. Chaos, it was going to be a total mess. The little brat that he taught sensed that Master's mood was a little heavy. She didn't ask and just stood quietly by his side. Jiang City. Huang Boren knew that Lin Fan was back, so he put down everything he was doing and dashed over to Martial Path Mountain. When Go Zi returned, he informed the people in Jiang City that danger had arrived, and that they should all run. But no one cared about Go Zi. Everyone's thoughts were really simple. Where did this idiot come from? Actually, this was a normal situation. Go Zi wasn't an amazing person, he didn't have strength or status. The people of Jiang City didn't even know who Go Zi was. He was living a good life here, and it was impossible for him to leave Jiang City just because of one sentence from him. Huang Boren stood at the foot of Martial Path Mountain and stepped on the steps. He panicked. He felt like his investment was going to go to waste. Oh my God. He had invested no less than 10,000 silver on Martial Path Mountain. Normal people wouldn't be able to earn that much in their entire lives. Moreover, Huang Boren had high hopes for Martial Path Mountain and hoped for huge returns. But looking at the situation, it seemed like it was finished. On the mountain. When Lin Fan saw that Huang Boren had arrived, he felt a little helpless. He knew that Huang Boren would definitely come. If he didn't, then he would really have seen a ghost. Young Master Huang, didn't Go Zi explain the situation to you? Jiang City isn't safe anymore. I have to go. Lin Fan said. Although his current strength was quite shocking, bullying Huang Boren was like bullying a child to him. However, he was a person who won people over with virtue. How could he use force to conquer others? That would be immoral. Sect leader Lin, what are you doing now? No matter what, at least give me an explanation. Huang Boren said. His belief was that it didn't matter if he earned or not, but at least he should see some action, right? If the operation still failed, then he would admit defeat. But now, how could there be any action at all? He was just idling away his days. Lin Fan calmed Huang Boren's restless heart. Young Master Huang, this is a long story. During this period of time, I have been defending against the alliance in Yu City. Now that the alliance has broken through Yu City, there are many casualties. I came back to inform you to clear up your assets and flee north. Huang Boren was stunned. He didn't understand what sect leader Lin was talking about, but he felt like the alliance wasn't a good thing. My home is Yu City and everyone close to me is dead. My father is a target that the alliance has to kill. I am also a target that they have to kill. It isn't safe for me to stay here. All of you aren't safe either. Lin Fan said. Huang Boren's face was filled with sympathy and he consoled, Sect leader Lin, I am sorry for your loss. The dead can't be revived, Haze. Lin Fan was slightly sad. To the people of Yu City, even if they die fighting against the alliance, they won't regret it at all. This is the path they chose. Haze, that's true. Huang Boren nodded his head and then asked, then, Martial Path Mountain is gone just like that? Huang Boren was still a little unwilling. He had high hopes for this investment and now that it was gone just like that, it was a huge blow. Lin Fan didn't expect that at such a time, Huang Boren would still think about Martial Path Mountain. He really only cared about money. It isn't gone, but we need to delay it for a period of time. He had no choice but to calm him down. Huang Boren looked at Lin Fan and hoped that he could see a hint of deception in his eyes. But no matter how he looked, he felt that it was true and there was nothing wrong with it. Lin Fan said, "Young Master Huang, we have known each other for a period of time and you are a good person. Let me tell you the truth, the Alliance is from another world and their goal is to occupy this place. Now that the border has been destroyed, their army is about to enter. Jiang City is not far from Yu City and they are on the same path. It is a place that the Alliance will definitely pass. If we don't leave, the outcome will be catastrophic." Huang Boran didn't say anything. He looked at Lin Fan and was in deep thought. He wasn't a fool and naturally knew what sect leader Lin was talking about. "Are you sure?" Huang Boran asked. "Yes, I am 100% sure. At the same time, I have something that I need your help with. Martial Path Mountain's foundations in Jiang City are too shallow and the people definitely won't believe what Martial Path Mountain says, so I need you to lead the way. If not, when the Alliance passes by, the entire city will be slaughtered." Lin Fan said. He wasn't joking. If it was a city far away from Yu City, he would believe that the Alliance wouldn't treat the people too badly. But this place was so close to Yu City. The Alliance would definitely set up a strategic camp, so for the sake of trouble, it was possible that they would slaughter everyone in the city. Thinking about it, he realized that sometimes, he was really smart. Huang Boran was terrified by Lin Fan's words. "Sect leader Lin, this isn't a joke. If something goes wrong, I will be beaten to death. It is up to you whether you want to believe it or not. Tomorrow, Martial Path Mountain will move." Lin Fan said. He didn't say too much. If he said too much, it would make the truth seem fake. He had said what he needed to say, so it was up to him whether or not he believed it. Huang Boran hesitated and it was obvious that he wouldn't believe him so easily. Lin Fan grabbed Huang Boran's shoulder and said, "Young Master Huang, I hope that you can believe me. If you don't, then there is nothing I can do. But I can tell you that the Huang family's hard work will be wiped out." Those words were a little terrifying. "I understand. Let me go back and think about it," Huang Boran said and walked down the mountain. When he was prepared to leave, he asked, "Sect leader Lin, give me an answer. If Martial Path Mountain develops in the future, will I have a part in it?" Damn! Lin Fan didn't know what to say. Were all merchants like that? They were talking about a serious matter, so couldn't they be more serious? "Yes, definitely," Lin Fan said firmly. Huang Boran heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. Investment needs time. I believe that sect leader Lin will make Martial Path Mountain shine." Lin Fan sighed. What else could he say? He could only say that young Master Huang was really amazing. "Oh right, don't go to the Imperial Dynasty." Very quickly, Huang Boran left. "Sect leader Lin, where are we going next?" Zhang Tianshan asked. Lin Fan squinted. "Now you know how to call me sect leader." "Sect leader, haven't I always called you that?" Zhang Tianshan said. His expression was one of confusion. Lin Fan was too lazy to say anything. "Let's leave this place and find a place with few people," Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan continue to develop Martial Path Mountain. I feel like one person's strength is too small. To deal with the Alliance, one can't do it alone. There will definitely be people with the same goal. When they work together, we will definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Alliance. Lin Fan wanted to tell Zhang Tianshan that one person was strong. If he felt like one wasn't strong enough, then there was only one reason, which was that one was too weak. When Huang Boran returned to the manor, he locked himself up and didn't allow anyone to disturb him. He was thinking about what sect leader Lin said to him. In the end, he decided to move away from this place. Sect leader Lin didn't need to lie to him. Moreover, he didn't want to gamble. After all, even if he won, he wouldn't get anything. But if he lost, then like what sect leader Lin said, he would lose everything. That day, Huang Boran gave the orders to pack up his things and prepare to head out. The servants didn't understand, but when Huang Boran told them about it, they were all shocked. Very quickly, this matter spread out in Jiang City. The commoners all knew that the Huang family was moving out of Jiang City to flee. They said that Jiang City was about to face a calamity. At the start, the commoners didn't believe it. When they came to the Huang family and saw that they were moving, they totally believed it. When Chen Xingyao learned about this, he was shocked. He didn't know what the Huang family was doing. But very quickly, he ordered the servants to pack up and leave Jiang City. It wasn't that he knew what was going on, but since the Huang family started to move, it was enough to show that something was going on. Most of the commoners were influenced by the Huang and Chen family and totally believed it. But there were many who didn't. Some merchants felt that it was just scaremongering or that it was a plot by the Huang family. They scoffed and didn't believe it at all. Why would they move? Only a fool would move. The imperial dynasty was still fine. Did they really think that someone was so amazing? They were even thinking that it was good for the Huang and Chen family to move. Then, the entire Jiang City would belong to them. Once they found out that it was fake news, even if they returned to Jiang City, they would realize that their territory was gone. Just thinking about it made them excited. They felt like their chance had arrived. Chapter 368. U City East Forest. Kacha. A bunch of ants. An alliance expert crushed the body of a Yin demon. They were annoyed by the Yin demons and at the same time, the Yin demons blocked them for a period of time. It wasn't that the Yin demons were strong, but that they couldn't be killed. This wasted a lot of time. To experts who could fly, they could just fly over. But to the alliance, they wouldn't leave any problems. This was why there were always experts fighting the Yin demons. In the end, they noticed their weakness. This made things much simpler for the alliance experts. Your race is interesting. Submit to the alliance and we won't kill you. The alliance experts were interested in the Yin demons. Although they weren't strong, they were indeed special. The Yin demon king was locked on by the alliance experts and could be killed with just a thought. But at this moment, she said in disdain. The Yin demon race won't break contracts like humans. Facing the alliance experts, the Yin demon race didn't fear anything. So what if they were strong? Would they be so shameless? A bunch of ignorant things. The alliance experts shook their heads and were disappointed in the Yin demons. They were just trash with no knowledge at all. At that moment, a white light covered the land. The Yin demons were covered and cried out. They slowly dissipated. The east forest calmed down and everything changed. Sunlight shone in and caused the forest to brighten up. The Yin demons didn't exist anymore. There was only a stone throne sitting there quietly. Is it solved? Someone walked over and asked. It is solved. What an amazing species. It is just that they aren't smart enough. It is time for the army to advance. Rich land has many resources and it is enough for the alliance to use for a few thousand years. The destruction of the defense line allowed the alliance to do whatever they wanted. Of course. The alliance didn't attack aggressively. They took it slow and there was no need to rush. The alliance was wary of the top sections. White Lotus St. Purity Mountain that was sealed up appeared once more. Guiyuan was a monk from White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. He followed Guixian Island sect leader Su Yuanming to Yu City to see whether or not Lin Wani was dead or whether or not he was fighting with the alliance. It was obvious that the outcome was satisfactory. Now that the 8 defense lines have been destroyed and the alliance has entered, the imperial dynasty doesn't have the energy to restrict us. Our chance has arrived. Guiyuan said these words to everyone in White Lotus St. Purity Mountain to tell them that it was time to move. To put it nicely, it was spreading love. To put it bluntly, he was asking them to work hard to occupy territory and open up a prosperous era for the White Lotus Sacred Purity Mountain. The White Lotus Sacred Purity Mountain wasn't the only one in such a situation. All of the top sects had already taken action. The time had come. Of course, there were some top sects who were waiting for the final moment. They knew about King Wudong's rebellion. Sometimes it seemed real, but it was fake. Sometimes it seemed real, but sometimes it was real. Was King Wudong's rebellion real or fake? It all depended on whether or not King Wudong would become the emperor. With the support of the alliance, if they still failed, then they had to be careful. It was hard to say whether or not there was something wrong with them. Martial Path Mountain. Time to go. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan looked at Martial Path Mountain reluctantly. This was where he was going to retire, but he didn't expect to leave just like that. He felt really bad. Stop looking. Just treat this place as a memory. Once the alliance is forced back, we can come back. Zhu Shen consoled Zhang Tianshan. Looking at his eyes and how reluctant he was, it really made one feel helpless. Hong Long. Instantly, the entire Martial Path Mountain was uprooted and floated in the air. Zhang Tianshan's mouth was agape. Sect leader, there is no need to do that, right? Lin Fan said, why is there no need? I spent so much money to build this place. I haven't even enjoyed it, so how can I let them enjoy it? Dream on. Overbearing. Society. Zhang Tianshan had nothing to say and actually didn't know what to say. If he had to say a few words, he could only say that he did well. With strength, he could do whatever he wanted. He thought that Lin Fan would destroy Martial Path Mountain, but now it seemed like he was too immature. Everything that needed to be kept was kept into the dimension. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hands and brought Zhang Tianshan and the others to fly. As for Zhu Shen, he still had his cultivation. He might have looked like a normal pig, but when he was really fierce, he was really strong. Lin Fan remembered the Alliance headquarters in his heart. What a beast! They came early. If they had balls, come a few months or half a year later. Let's see who invades who. Huang Boran brought all his belongings and headed out. He looked at the expectant gazes around. Those were all the rich merchants in the city who wanted him to leave. For some reason, he actually hesitated a little. But when the explosion spread out from Martial Path Mountain, he was shocked. He didn't hesitate at all and quickened his footsteps. He passed by Martial Path Mountain and saw that it was extremely empty. When the original Martial Path Mountain disappeared, he was stunned. This mountain belonged to his family, so why did they move it away? That was a little too much. Huang Boran confirmed the truth of the matter. This wasn't a joke and it was for real. Didn't he see that they even moved the mountain away? Lin Fan flew towards the north. At the same time, he was thinking about where he should go. He had to avoid the places where the 8 defense cities passed by. It wasn't time to fight the alliance yet. Although it was a little embarrassing, it was because he was still a little weak. If he was strong enough, he would place the sect next to the alliance headquarters or in the sky above. He would beat up anyone who was unhappy. That was how overbearing he was. As for now, forget it, it was better to be a coward. Wandering Dragon Sect. As the sect leader, Wang Yushu felt much less pressure. All of this was because Martial Path Mountain's sect leader Lin gave them silver to support them. He didn't need to worry about silver. The kids ate and wore what they needed to wear. But they still couldn't bear to spend money on themselves, so they were still the same. Sect leader Wang. Lin Fan landed at the entrance of Wandering Dragon Sect and shouted towards it. Who is it? A voice spread out from within. Wang Yushu held a kitchen knife and walked out with an apron around his waist. When he saw Lin Fan, he was delighted. Sect leader Lin, honored guest. Second brother, third brother, come out and see who it is. Wang Linfeng and Wang Xiaosa ran out. One of them was washing clothes while the other was doing carpentry with a knife. Sect leader Lin. Sect leader Lin. To Lin Fan, Wandering Dragon Sect was the sect that didn't look like a sect, but it was also the sect that looked like a sect the most. When he passed by Wandering Dragon Sect, Lin Fan thought about them and felt like he had to inform them. After greeting them, Lin Fan said, Sect leader Wang, I have something to tell you this time. It's best for you to live in seclusion in the forest. This location is too obvious and you'll become an easy target. Wang Yushu was curious. Sect leader Lin, did something happen? Lin Fan said, the border was broken by the Alliance. Maybe in just a short while, the Alliance army will pass by this place. For safety reasons, I came to inform you. Wang Yushu believed Lin Fan's words and didn't suspect anything. That was because sect leader Lin had helped them a lot and they weren't easy to cheat. If there was something, it would be these kids. Thank you sect leader Lin for telling me. I will pack up and bring the kids away to hide in the mountains. Wang Yushu said. Wang Linfeng and Wang Xiaosa immediately went back and took care of the group of children who were like chicks. Lin Fan found out from Wang Linfeng that there was a forest not far away. There were very few people there and it was really huge. There was also a paradise there. He helped them to the end, so he helped Wandering Dragon sect move. Hong! 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 When he settled the small house in Wandering Dragon sect, he realized that it was a good place. The key was that it was hard for people to notice it. Sect leader Lin, since it is so dangerous, then why don't you stay here too? Wang Yushu tried to persuade him. Lin Fan waved his hands. Thank you sect leader Wang for your good intentions, but I have something important to do. Wang Yushu didn't say much and expressed that he understood. Goodbye. Lin Fan didn't stay and left right away. Zhu Shen said, Young Master Lin, this Wandering Dragon sect is so weak. Also, this sect leader, deputy sect leader, and elder really can't be judged by their looks. If I didn't see them personally, I would have thought that they were bandits. That is indeed the case. When I first met them, I thought the same. Lin Fan smiled. This was all he could do. As for the others, he didn't do those thankless things. Even if he went to some cities to tell them that there was danger and they ran, people might think that they were crazy. There were still people in Jiang City who didn't believe him, much less others. Old Priest 3 crazy, this is goodbye. I have to return to Sword Palace. Sword Head was fighting the Alliance experts in Fengyue City. He had totally released the massacring sword path and his cultivation had improved. The existence of the Alliance and the top sects would cause chaos in the world, so he had to make preparations. Old Priest 3 crazy said, Sword Head, we can only hide and wait for Lin Wani to return. The Alliance is strong and the top sects are tempted. We are too weak now and we can only choose to hide. Are you sure that Lin Wani is still alive? Sword Head asked. Old Priest 3 crazy smiled and didn't say anything. Sword Head didn't ask much and it was like he understood something, right? I heard that you were fated to see a corner of the future. Maybe you know something. Not really. The future is really indiscernible and changes quickly. Often, one action can change the future. Old Priest 3 crazy smiled and didn't want to say much more. Okay, then I will take my leave. Thank you for helping me comprehend the massacring sword path. Sword Head cupped his fists in gratitude and rose up into the air. He turned into a streak of light and shot through the sky, disappearing without a trace. Half a month later. Lin Fan floated in the air. What do you think about this place? We have avoided the 8 defense lines and there are so many mountains around. Even if the Alliance passes, they won't be able to notice us. Good place. This place is filled with heroes. The mountains are like a giant dragon resting here. This is the place. Zhang Tianshan used his godly aura and concluded that this was a good place. Chapter 369. Zhang Tianshan, in my opinion, you aren't suitable to fight against the Alliance. I suggest you become a fortune teller. Maybe if you are lucky, you might even become a master. Lin Fan said. He was quite impressed by Zhang Tianshan. Moreover, this person was really cunning. When he was in Yu City, he directly called him nephew because he felt like he had someone protecting him and didn't care about him, the sect leader. After Yu City was wiped out, he returned to Marshall Path Mountain and changed his tone. He called him sect leader like he was really used to it. Zhang Tianshan asked, "Sect leader, do I still need to become one?" "Actually, I really am a master, but my ambition isn't here, so not many people know about it. Just one look and I know that this place isn't simple. It is a good place. As long as we place Marshall Path Mountain here, it will definitely prosper." Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with Zhang Tianshan. This fellow was really mischievous. In half a month, he found this place. Moreover, he was really far away from Yu City. What he was most worried about wasn't his father but where his cousin had gone. With cousin's cultivation, he was actually quite decent. But if he faced the Alliance, he really wasn't enough. He should be fine. Cousin didn't seem like a short-lived person. He definitely had his own fortuitous encounter. When the time came, they would definitely meet. Lin Fan took out Marshall Path Mountain and placed it on an empty piece of land. He connected it to the surrounding mountains and one couldn't see any problems. Although this mountain belonged to the Huang family. But with the Huang family's ability, they definitely wouldn't be able to keep it. This was why he didn't directly take it away and just let them keep it. As long as they could meet in the future, he would definitely return it to them. "We will temporarily stay here. Zhu Shen, look around in case we have entered their territory," Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen was small in size but he wasn't weak. As a Dao realm expert, he had no problem scanning the area. Don't worry, I will pay attention to the surrounding situation." He came to a foreign place, so naturally, he had to understand the situation around. Especially in such a place where no one knew what was hidden in the mountain range. When he landed on Marshall Path Mountain, everything was the same as before and there wasn't much difference. Yuan Tianchu was silent and wasn't as lively as before. He felt that he could see through other people's schemes and liked to fill in the gaps in his brain. But now, he couldn't fill in the gaps at all. He was visibly disappointed. Feng Polius said, "Are we going to hide here and wait for the Alliance matter to end?" Lin Fan shook his head, "No, this is our new main camp. The Alliance is bullying us, so I can't let them have a good time. I have to have a good chat with them." Even his father was on the move. How could he fall behind? Outside Yu City. So it's all true. Liang Yongji didn't enter the city but he could hear the rumbling from afar. Looking closely, there were large machines working in Yu City. Although he didn't know what they were doing, he could tell that Yu City had really fallen. Father, big brother, and third sister are really dead? He really wanted to see it. But for some reason, he was afraid. Liang Yongji gripped the ground, unwilling to give up. He wanted to charge in and see his father and the others, but his body couldn't help but tremble. When there was movement in the surroundings, Liang Yongji was so frightened that he shrunk his body and hid behind the slope, not daring to move at all. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He had overestimated himself. He thought that he wouldn't be afraid, but when he returned to Yu City, he understood that he would be afraid. In the distance, a bunch of Alliance members were walking in a line. It looked like they were patrolling or doing something. But to Liang Yongji, all of that wasn't important. A long while later, Liang Yongji noticed a deep hole ahead. He didn't know what it was, but when he stood in front of it and saw what was inside, he was stunned. With a thud, he sat on the ground. The deep hole was filled with corpses. There were so many that he couldn't count them all. Some of the corpses weren't complete. He even saw familiar people and was sure that they were people who lived in Yu City. The first thing the Alliance headquarters did after entering Yu City was to find the corpses of the Alliance experts. They were all heroes of the Alliance. The Alliance civilians were all waiting for the corpses to return, so they definitely couldn't be buried elsewhere. As for the corpses of the natives, naturally, they wouldn't receive the treatment they deserved. The Alliance members simply piled them up in the hole and were prepared to bury them or burn them. Liang Yongji was stunned and didn't come back to his senses. He didn't know whether or not his father and the others were inside. He wanted to search but he didn't know how. I am afraid. Liang Yongji's tears flowed. He believed Lin Fan's words. Father really wanted him to live and didn't chase him away because he hated him. Imperial Dynasty. The commoners inside and outside the Imperial Dynasty were all gone. This was the Imperial Dynasty and all the news would cause a storm here. Moreover, there were many sect disciples living in the Imperial Dynasty and they had spread the news out. The Alliance and the top sects were about to overthrow the Imperial Dynasty. If they continued to stay here, they would just die. Pack your things and run. So, the commoners all ran. Some strong families didn't dare to stay in the Imperial Dynasty to protect their family power. They sent everything out and left the Imperial Dynasty. After all, to some strong families, everyone had their own secrets. Outside the Imperial Dynasty, King Wudong's army was already at the city gates. He wanted to slow down but he couldn't. The Alliance envoy had arrived long ago and there were a few mysterious experts. Old Wei, who was beside King Wudong, loved to brag, but facing these 5 mysterious people, he felt small. He shivered and didn't dare to say anything. He was really honest. Your Majesty, the Imperial Dynasty is right in front of us. Lu Xian was really excited. He had waited for this day and victory was right in front of him. Zhu Xiang led the army and raised his head to look at the Imperial Dynasty. His expression changed. He was finally back. He said that he would definitely return to the Imperial Dynasty and take back everything that he had lost. Now, it was right in front of him. As long as King Wudong gave the order, he would charge and lead the army to break the Imperial Dynasty. We surrender. King Wudong, it is me. I surrender. The general guarding the gates shouted. He ordered the soldiers to open the gates to welcome King Wudong. King Wudong's expression was really calm. The moment the gates opened, he waved his hands, kill, don't leave a single one alive. His voice was like that of the god of death. These people who betrayed the Imperial Dynasty didn't deserve to live. Only by killing them could he appease the rage in his heart. The general guarding the gates didn't expect things to turn out like this. Why did King Wudong want to kill him? He was the one who begged for mercy and welcomed him. How could this happen? Not long later, screams spread out. Your Majesty, you don't have to kill these people if they join your side. Wouldn't taking them and strengthen you? Lu Xian said. But the moment he said this, Lu Xian's body shook. King Wudong's gaze was really terrifying. Lu Xian knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Within the Imperial Dynasty. Teacher Zhao, why aren't you leaving? The emperor sat on the throne. When the army surrounded the Imperial Dynasty, the emperor had already bathed and changed. He prayed to his ancestors and then came to the main hall. He sat on the throne and waited quietly. The Zhao family old ancestor wore a rough robe and his head was covered in white hair. Emperor, Zhao family ancestor followed the former emperor to battle and was loyal to the Imperial Dynasty. Everything that Zhao family has today is given to us by the former emperor. Even if some people in Zhao family have changed their hearts, my feelings towards the Imperial Dynasty will never change. Actually, there is no need. Teacher Zhao can leave this place and I am the emperor. Today, the Imperial Dynasty is going to be wiped out. Anyone can leave but I can't. The emperor said. His expression was a little dejected. The main hall was really empty and all the officials were gone. Don't worry, the Imperial Dynasty won't be wiped out. The princes and princesses will rise up once more. Old ancestor Zhao said. Very quickly. There was a commotion outside. Although it was a little far. But it spread into the main hall. At that moment, an old eunuch standing beside the emperor had a sword hanging from his waist. He slowly walked to the bottom of the hall and knelt down, saying, Your Majesty, this servant will lead the way for Your Majesty. I will not let these petty people dirty Your Majesty's eyes. Chao En. The emperor opened his mouth and looked at Chao En who had served him his entire life. He nodded his head, Go, I will be right behind you. There was a clang. Chao En pulled out his sword. He, who had no guts, was more courageous than anyone else. He hollered with a sharp voice, "Kids, follow me to fight them to the death." Very quickly, a bunch of eunuchs followed behind Chao En. They stepped out of the main hall and headed outside. Zhao family old ancestor looked at the emperor. With the foundations of the imperial dynasty, although they might not be able to fight against the army outside, they could at least cause them huge problems. But the emperor sent all of them away. No one knew where they went. No one knew where the emperor had secretly sent the princes and princesses to. Outside, Chao En hollered in rage and waved his sword. Sword energy swept forwards and the people at the front were sliced into half. "Chao En, surrender to me and I will let you live," King Wudong said. The 5 mysterious people frowned. Chao En hollered, "That dog is rebelling. He deserves to die. Kill him." King Wudong's expression was calm but he couldn't bear to. He knew that if his brother understood him, then there was someone else who understood him too. It was Chao En, the eunuch who had served his brother since he was young. What was going on? "Imperial brother, what are you trying to do?" He didn't have any plans with them and just cut off all contact with them. Even when the army was outside the imperial dynasty, he didn't contact him in secret to plan how to kill them. Instead, he sent the imperial dynasty experts away and allowed them to attack this place without any obstruction. What secret is there that you can't tell me? Chapter 370. King Wudong walked towards the main hall. The blades around him weren't able to affect him at all. The 5 mysterious people behind him were like a mountain that blocked all the dangers from all directions. Pucci. A head was tossed high into the air. It rolled down from King Wudong's feet. This was Chao En's head. Even in death, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. King Wudong didn't stop and continued to walk forwards. One of the mysterious people kicked the head away. "Brother, you are here." When King Wudong was about to step into the main hall, a voice spread into his ears. Shortly after, a terrifying aura spread over. The Zhao family old ancestor attacked and was prepared to kill King Wudong in one strike. However, the 5 mysterious people behind him moved. They blocked the Zhao family old ancestor's attack and then the 6 of them left the spot. They couldn't fight openly here and any ripples could kill many people. "Brother." King Wudong had many things he wanted to ask his brother, but the situation didn't allow him to. He really wanted to cry. This wasn't the case. Lu Xian didn't dare to say anything. He felt that King Wudong's aura was really strong. It was a little fierce and really terrifying. If King Wudong was unhappy, he might lose his life. "All of you, leave." King Wudong waved his hands and wanted everyone to leave. Lu Xian was shocked. "Your Majesty, you can't. If anything happens, then, leave." Lu Xian was helpless and could only listen to King Wudong. He retreated outside. "Your Majesty, we will wait outside." Very quickly, only King Wudong and the Emperor were left in the main hall. "Brother, this matter." King Wudong wanted to ask what was going on and how did things end up like this. The Emperor didn't let King Wudong continue. There was no need. He was the one who paved this path and hoped that King Wudong could continue on it. Outside, the Zhao family old ancestor fought 1 against 5 and wasn't at a disadvantage. But it was hard to say what would happen next. Are you from the alliance or are you from those sects? He started to suspect the identities of the 5 of them. As they clashed, he realized that they weren't weak and they weren't ordinary people. The alliance paid a huge price to take down Yu City, so it was impossible for them to send 5 9-star generals over right away. This meant that these 5 people were most likely the leaders of top sections. The 5 of them had never thought of exposing their identities. Every move they made was ruthless. It was obvious that they wanted to kill the Zhao family's old ancestor. The space was extremely unstable, already completely collapsing. When Dao realm experts exchanged blows, not only would they cause problems for themselves, but even the innocent space would be destroyed. After a long time, the 5 mysterious people instantly blocked Zhao family's old ancestors' path. It's time to end this. The 5 mysterious people opened their palms, causing space to ripple and an extremely terrifying aura to spread out. The Zhao family's ancestor had a solemn expression. He had long understood why the emperor had dismissed everyone. It was likely that he had long known the result and did not want to make meaningless sacrifices. Emperor, in the end, I still underestimated you. The old ancestor of the Zhao family sighed. The situation right now was a little complicated. The possibility of killing these 5 people was extremely slim. Or rather, it was basically impossible. However, the possibility of him being killed by these 5 people was very high. Suddenly, in the distance, an extreme aura spread over. The space was squeezed and with a crack, the space shattered and the dimension appeared. A person appeared beside the Zhao family ancestor. Let's go. At that moment, the Zhao family ancestor disappeared from the spot and was nowhere to be seen. What a waste, he actually ran. Forget it, fighting to the death isn't our style. It isn't easy to kill the Zhao family ancestor, so there is no need for anyone to die. Lu Xian and the others waited outside. They all pricked up their ears and listened to the movement within. If there was any movement, they would break the door right away. They couldn't let anything happen to King Wudong. Quang Dang! Suddenly, there was a sound from within the hall. Lu Xian broke the door right away, but when he saw the scenes within, he was stunned. King Wudong stabbed the emperor with a sword and fresh blood flowed down the sword. King Wudong's back faced the door and he wanted to let go, but the emperor grabbed onto his sword tightly. Brother, walk slowly. There is no rush. The emperor patted King Wudong's back and spat out large amounts of fresh blood. He pushed King Wudong aside and held his stomach with one hand. He raised his hand. Traitor, you can't, Pucci. The emperor spat out blood and the world spun around. He fell to the ground with a thud and was no longer breathing. King Wudong's hand that was holding the sword trembled. Tears flowed out and his eyes turned red. He wanted to scream but it felt like his throat was being grabbed and he couldn't make a sound at all. His brother was dead and he died in his hands. The 5 mysterious people appeared at the door and when they saw those scenes, they were stunned. They didn't expect that King Wudong would actually kill the emperor. This is your blood brother. Why was he so vicious? But thinking about the temptation of the throne, they could understand. Maybe in the past, King Wudong really wanted to rebel but failed. But now, with the help of the alliance, he really succeeded. At the same time, he personally killed his brother. What a tragic thing. What nonsense brotherhood. In front of temptation, it was worthless. Ah! King Wudong hollered to vent the sadness in his heart. Slowly, the shouts stopped and it turned into laughter. Ha ha ha! King Wudong tossed the sword in his hand and laughed out loud. Tears flowed down his face. I finally succeeded, I succeeded. When everyone saw King Wudong, they thought that he was too excited, which was why he acted so crazily. But they didn't know how sad King Wudong was. He understood. His brother didn't contact him because he predicted that such a thing would happen. Everything he did was to let everyone believe that he really wanted to rebel. He didn't want to collude with the emperor. He just wanted to be a peaceful king and not the emperor. Pa pa pa. Clapping spread out. The alliance envoy appeared and clapped, as expected from King Wudong. To achieve great things, one has to be vicious and kill those who block one's path. The emperor is dead and King Wudong is the new emperor. Shortly after, the alliance envoy cupped his fists and bowed, "Greetings, emperor." Lu Xian knelt on the ground, "Greetings, emperor." Walala. Everyone knelt on the ground and called King Wudong the emperor. King Wudong looked out. It was such a sad thing, but to some people, it was something worth celebrating. He knew that the alliance was treating him as a puppet emperor and their goal was to stabilize the imperial dynasty civilians and those rich merchants. The alliance didn't invade the rich land for chaos but for resources and control. He was a member of the royal family, so it was natural for him to inherit the throne. If the alliance took over the imperial dynasty, there would definitely be riots. All the top sects found out that King Wudong personally killed the emperor. To those top sects, their chance had finally arrived. To them, the imperial dynasty was already wiped out and they didn't need to fear anything. Each of the top sects was very powerful. What they needed to do was to support a puppet and form a dynasty controlled by the sect. Their territory might not be big but they would be free from the imperial dynasty's control. Each of the top sects controlled at least 5 cities. Great Wei Dynasty, Great Gan Dynasty, etc. All sorts of dynasties popped up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Their territory wasn't big but their names were really famous. From now on, the civilians in the cities weren't from the imperial dynasty but from the sections. When the alliance headquarters found out about this, they weren't anxious as they had expected it. At the same time, some top sects worked with them and agreed to their requests, so there was no need for them to go back on their word. First, the most important thing for the alliance was to stabilize King Wudong's throne. Martial Path Mountain. Zhu Shen returned from outside. Young Master Lin, something huge has happened. The imperial dynasty has been wiped out by King Wudong. At the same time, many top sects have occupied land and formed new dynasties to split up the land. Lin Fan stayed in Martial Path Mountain and didn't head out. It wasn't that he was afraid but that he wanted to slow down. Since things had reached such a stage, then he would see what would happen. Looking at the situation right now, everyone seemed to be having a great time. They had decided to establish themselves as the masters. One had to admit that this era was pretty good for the top sections. I didn't expect this to happen. Feng Polio sighed. Lin Fan said, "What is there to think about? We are all enemies. Let's just go all out and fight. There is no need to think so much about other things." To Lin Fan, this was how simple his thoughts were right now. King Wudong was really vicious. He could even stab his own brother to death. How overbearing was that? Zhu Shen said, "Young Master Lin, what should we do next? Should we wait for your father to come out before we act?" Lin Fan waved his hands. "There is no need to wait. It has been so boring recently and I have to head out to play with the alliance and those top sections. All of you can just stay here." "No, I promised Master Lin, so I have to look after you," Zhu Shen said. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that it was possible. Zhu Shen wasn't weak and if he followed beside him, at least he would have someone to help him if he faced some problems. Moreover, with Zhu Shen's current appearance, it was easy for him to fool others. As long as he did it well, he might be able to bring about a different effect. Nine Demon seemed like it really wanted to go. "Your body is a little big, it is too flashy, eh?" Before he finished, he realized that Nine Demon had actually shrunk to the size of a puppy. "Not bad." Lin Fan nodded. "Since that is the case, then I will bring you along." Zhang Tianshan was worried. "Sect leader, is it too dangerous to head out now?" "Dangerous?" Lin Fan smiled. "No." Chapter 371. The period of time he spent in Martial Path Mountain was to wait for the power distribution to be clear. They could do whatever they wanted and he would step out of Martial Path Mountain to play with them. Go, Z didn't want Young Master to leave but he knew that Young Master would definitely do some things and he couldn't stop him. "Actually, I can go too." Zhang Tianshan muttered, "At least I can lay out some formations." Lin Fan didn't bring Zhang Tianshan mainly because he was too weak. Their strengths weren't on the same level, so it was tough for them to play together. "Zhang Tianshan, just lay out the formations around Martial Path Mountain. Don't think so much and be low profile." Lin Fan waved his hands and left right away. He didn't hesitate at all and his body was about to rot. One man, one pig, and one bug. This special combination started to rebel against the top sects and the alliance. Actually, it wasn't much of a rebellion, it was just that they wanted to beat people up. Young Master Lin, where should we go now? Zhu Shen asked. They had no goal now, so they had to at least have a goal. Lin Fan thought about it and said, I don't know where to go, but there is no rush. Let's fly for a while and find a place to rest. Then, we can think about the current situation. Zhu Shen was helpless. It was easy for things to go wrong if they didn't have a goal. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't find trouble with the alliance. Instead, he would gather all the ambitious people together to find a way to solve the problem. Or they would search for the alliance's weak points and cause some problems for them before running away. This was why they would change places after shooting. Nine Demon didn't care. He stood on Master's shoulder and didn't have anything to worry about. Apart from fighting seriously, the rest of the time was for him to relax. Night fell. Lin Fan found a place to rest. Within a broken house, the four walls had holes in them. He lit up a fire and the flames chased away the darkness, lighting up the surroundings. He sat in front of the fire and looked at it. In the silent night, only the crackling sounds of wood burning could be heard. Young Master Lin, we have to have a goal when we come out. Zhu Shen said. He accepted the current situation. Lin Fan played with the match and smiled, what goal do we need? Don't all goals appear as things develop? When Yu City was there, we wanted to defend against the alliance. Now that Yu City is wiped out, naturally, the goal is gone. There is no rush, we have just come out for a day. Zhu Shen felt like young Master Lin's words made sense. Actually, there are 3 targets. King Wutong, the alliance, and the top sections. We can choose any of these 3. Moreover, with the current situation, there is a high chance that we will bump into them, so we don't need to find them. Most of the time, they will find us. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen looked at Lin Fan and didn't know what to say. The 3 targets that young Master Lin mentioned seemed very normal, but he knew that they were things that could take his life. If he was not careful, he might even lose his life. Young Master Lin's current strength was indeed strong, but it wasn't strong enough to ignore everything. If they met a true Dao realm expert, it would be useless even if he joined them. At this moment, a sound came from outside. Zhu Shen immediately shut up and acted like a normal pig laying on the ground. He looked towards the door. Who else would come at such a time? Creak. The door was pushed open, followed by a voice. There's someone in the house. Are we still going in? The voice was cautious and alert, as if it didn't expect that there would be people in the house. Go in, why not? This is an ownerless place. Quick, I am about to die from exhaustion. The owner of the voice didn't fear anything and was also a little tired. Shortly after, he thought that there were only 2 people, but who knew that there would be 3? Among them were 2 young men, one tall and one short, one thin and one fat. When the 2 of them stepped through the door, they glanced at the situation inside. Then, the tall and thin man knocked on the head of the short and fat man beside him. Why are you still blocking the door? Hurry up and let the master go in first. Before the short and fat guy said anything, the tall and thin guy served, Master, I have taken a look inside and it is safe. Please enter quickly. The short and fat guy touched his head and was a little angry, Senior brother, if you hit my head again, I am going to flip out. Paw! Flip out? Aren't you going to make room for Master? Stop being so dumb. The tall and thin guy said. When the old man entered, he looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. But after just one look, he retracted his gaze. He didn't see anything wrong with Lin Fan. Zhu Shen didn't say anything. Naturally, it was unbelievable that a pig could speak. Moreover, he didn't know where Lin Fan came from, so there was no need to expose himself. The 3 of them made a fire and the 2 of them surrounded the old man. The tall and thin guy was a little hungry. They hadn't eaten for a day and it was really difficult to get something in such a desolate place. Suddenly, he saw the pink pig beside Lin Fan. Although it was a little small, it was not bad. If he roasted it, it would definitely taste good. He touched the silver he had on him. Luckily, he still had some left. Then, he informed the master and walked towards Lin Fan with a smile. "Little brother, let's discuss something. I'll give you 10 silver taels to buy the pig beside you. How about it? I have money." Lin Fan smiled. The tall and thin guy said, "It is okay." Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at Zhu Shen. "Zhu Shen, someone wants to buy you. Say a few words." The tall and thin guy felt that this little brother was a little interesting. He was actually talking to a pig. Of course, 10 silver to buy a little pig was just too overbearing. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to resist it. Zhu Shen was a little helpless. What was young Master Lin thinking? Why did he ask him that? If other people found out, they would definitely be suspicious. He had no choice and could only reply, "I am not a pig." Zhu Shen opened his mouth. The moment he spoke, the guy nearly jumped up in fear. This pig can actually speak. "Come back." The old man scolded in rage and then stood up. The short and fat guy didn't know what his master was going to do and could only follow behind. The old man walked in front of Lin Fan and looked at Lin Fan and Zhu Shen. He then looked at Nine Demon and then retracted his gaze. "I am Qianji Mountain's Cha Fu, who are you?" Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan. Cha Fu thought about it. He was really unfamiliar and he had never heard of such a person before. "My disciple was too rash just now. Please don't take it to heart." Before Lin Fan said anything, Zhu Shen couldn't help but say, "Qianji Mountain, it is a little familiar." Cha Fu felt a little delighted. He didn't expect Qianji Mountain to be so famous that people outside would actually know about it. But what he said next shocked Cha Fu. "I remember, 20 years ago, Qianji Mountain sect leader fought with Master Lin in Yu City and unfortunately died. Who are you to him?" Zhu Shen asked. But after asking that, he felt that it wasn't a good idea. He had actually revealed his own secrets. Cha Fu's eyes opened wide and he didn't reply for a long time. He then said, "That is my senior brother. Who are you?" "So, it is senior brother. Didn't I tell you who I am? I am Yu City's Zhu Shen." Zhu Shen said. Cha Fu thought about it for a long while and had never heard of Zhu Shen before. He felt a little awkward and didn't know how to reply. Zhu Shen said, "Not many people know about Zhu Shen, but there was a famous name in the past. You should have heard of the top blade of the Imperial Dynasty, right?" Uproar. Cha Fu was shocked. He didn't expect the pig in front of him to be the top blade of the Imperial Dynasty. This name was really famous in the past and he had heard of it. It was really amazing. "Since we are familiar, then let's sit down and talk," Lin Fan said. His senior brother died fighting against the Alliance, so there was nothing to say. He was one of them. Cha Fu sat down. Although he didn't know how the top blade of the Imperial Dynasty turned into a pig, he still believed his words. At the same time, he was thinking about who the young man beside him was. To be able to be together with Zhu Shen, it was obvious that he wasn't a normal person. But looking at his age, he shouldn't be too strong. Cha Fu's two disciples wanted to sit down but Cha Fu stared at them and they stood up right away. "Aren't the two of you going to find something to eat?" "Master, it is so late, so where are we going to find something?" The tall and thin male was in a tough spot. But when he saw Master's gaze, he knew that even if they couldn't find anything, they had to. That was just too unreasonable. Very quickly, his two disciples went out. Zhu Shen was confused. "I remember that Qianji Mountain is a little far from here, so why did they come here?" When he said this, Cha Fu's face was filled with helplessness. "Haze, it is a long story." Cha Fu started to recall and spoke of everything that had happened. He had a rough understanding of the situation. So, he had to start from the border being broken through by the Alliance. As expected, it was a mess. Qianji Mountain was taken away by the sects that claimed the land. Some people chose to submit, but Cha Fu wasn't willing to see that, so he brought his 2 disciples and left the sect. Along the way, he faced many things. Zhu Shen asked, "Your cultivation hasn't reached Dao realm?" Cha Fu said, "No, I am only at domain realm." "Domain realm, that is a little weak," Lin Fan said. The moment he said this, Cha Fu looked at Lin Fan like he had seen a ghost. Domain realm was weak? What a joke. That realm wasn't weak at all. Friend, you are still young and you might not understand the problem of realms. Domain realm. Cha Fu wanted to teach Lin Fan a lesson, but before he finished, Zhu Shen interrupted him. Young Master Lin understands. You might look young, but you are already at Dao realm, Zhu Shen said. Cha Fu blinked like he was saying, "Brother, what are you saying? You are telling me that you are a Dao realm expert at such an age? That was impossible, right?" Lin Fan sighed, "The world is really complicated, and if one doesn't enter Dao realm, they are all ants. They won't be able to fight against the alliance." His bragging was really obvious. Cha Fu didn't expect that someone at domain realm would actually say that they were ants. That was a little too much. Chapter 372. Cha Fu felt a little awkward. For some reason, he felt like they weren't on the same page. At first, he thought that the other party was just bragging, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually the real deal. The thing that he wanted to fight for was indeed not worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party. If one didn't enter Dao realm, they were just ants. If someone else said this, Cha Fu would definitely slap them to make them change their words. It was okay to brag, but how could one brag like that? But the situation was different now. Lin Fan was at Dao entry realm and it was okay for him to say such words. It was like how he could say that everyone below domain realm was weak. Lin Fan looked at Cha Fu. "I feel that your foundations are really deep and you have a lot of potential. Although you are a little old, as long as you work hard, it shouldn't be hard for you to reach Dao entry realm." Kiki. Cha Fu smiled awkwardly, trying to hide the helplessness in his heart. He felt a bit uncomfortable sitting there. It was as if he was a little kid and the 2 in front of him were experts, the kind that were much stronger than him. In the past, at his age, he would act like a senior in front of any young person. But now, he felt like it was the other way around. "Thank you for your words, I hope that I can enter Dao realm soon," Cha Fu replied. Lin Fan nodded and continued, "In this world, it is hard to protect oneself without strength. You are not bad. If you can't stand it, you can just leave with your disciple. If you stay with them, disaster will come sooner or later." "That's right." Cha Fu nodded. Based on what he thought, the situation shouldn't have been like this. By right, he should be the one giving pointers to the younger generation, and the younger generation should be grateful and shout out, "Thank you, senior, for your pointers." But now, the situation had actually changed. Very quickly. Cha Fu's 2 disciples returned. The tall and thin one was called Su Furong and the short and fat one was called Jin Xiaobao. At night, they really found some food, a small wild boar. But looking at their dirty faces, it was obvious that they paid a high price. Jin Xiaobao squatted behind his master and would occasionally look at Lin Fan. He was really envious. This kid was so amazing, he could actually talk so much with master. Usually, if he spoke too much to his master would reprimand him. Why did he have so much to say? Hurry up and get to work. Su Furong placed the wild boar on top of the fire to roast it. This kind of technical work could only be done by him. How could he let his brainless junior brother do it? Otherwise, the boar would be roasted to a crisp. He looked at Lin Fan from time to time. Just like Jin Xiaobao, he was extremely envious. Just who was this brat? He was actually able to talk and laugh with his master, and his master even nodded frequently as if he approved of him. Oh my god. This was too domineering. Very soon, the aroma of the wild boar wafted over. Cha Fu asked Su Furong to bring the roasted boar over. Lin Fan smiled. Zhu Shen, why are you in such a rush to kill each other? Zhu Shen rolled his eyes. Young Master Lin, he isn't the same as me. There was no other way. He was used to his current form, but he would never admit that pigs were his kind. Su Furong wanted to sneak a bite, but Cha Fu stared at him such that he didn't dare to say anything. He could only squat behind like Jin Xiaobao and look on enviously. His saliva was about to flow out. These two disciples of yours aren't talented and their cultivation is weak. They need to be developed. Lin Fan tore off the boar leg and ate it. His mouth was covered in oil and he felt really good. Rage points plus 11. Rage points plus 11. To Su Furong and Jin Xiaobao, Lin Fan's words were really arrogant. He actually said that they weren't talented and that their cultivation was weak. What kind of cultivation was he? As the saying goes, the big brother doesn't talk about the second brother. Junior brother, this fellow is really arrogant. Su Furong muttered softly. Jin Xiaobao's eyes were small, and when he squinted, he nearly couldn't see anything. We were the ones who caught the wild boar. We spent so much effort to catch it, but we didn't get a share. That is just too much. Cha Fu turned around and looked at his two useless disciples. When they realized that Master was looking at them, they were so frightened that they lowered their heads and didn't dare to say a word. Their talents aren't good, but they are obedient and have a good personality. In the future, there will be people to take care of me when I die. I am satisfied. Jin Xiaobao was so touched that he wanted to cry. He didn't expect that Master didn't think that he was stupid at all. Master, don't worry, I will take care of you when you die. Pa-ta! Cha Fu smacked Jin Xiaobao's head in rage. The two of you don't cultivate, so I will be the one taking care of the two of you. Master, calm down. In the future, I will teach junior brother to cultivate. Junior brother is just a little stupid, but with my guidance, he will improve. Su Rongfu said. As the senior brother, he was filled with despair towards this junior brother. He didn't eat much, but he was so fat. Moreover, he was a little stupid. What a headache. Cha Fu shook his head. He didn't want to say another word to his two disciples. It was as if he would be angered to death. Hayes, young Master Lin saw a joke. If they had 10% of young Master Lin's ability, I would be happy. Cha Fu sighed. Not to mention 10%, even 1% was enough. Lin Fan could understand Cha Fu's feelings. After all, his father had high hopes for him. Calm down. Some things can't be forced. There are too few people like me in the world. How would it be so easy to meet one? When Cha Fu was consoled by Lin Fan, he didn't think much about it. However, what he said next was a little off. His old face was filled with expressions. Even if he wanted to praise him, he couldn't be so direct, right? Lin Fan didn't like to act cool. He didn't even know what acting cool was. He just liked to speak the truth. Rage points plus 33. Rage points plus 33. Such a weak value was as small as an ant's. It seemed that only these two people could provide such a small value. Anyways, to Lin Fan, he hadn't seen so few rage points in a long time. Su Furong and Jin Xiaobao only had one thought, which was that this fellow was just a bragging king. Lin Fan saw that Cha Fu and the others didn't say anything. He thought that there was something wrong with what he said. But thinking about it, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. If there was, then he was too direct and caused unnecessary misunderstandings. It seemed like it was better to explain, otherwise, it would give them an unfriendly feeling. I didn't mean anything else. I was just speaking the truth. I wasn't praising myself. Lin Fan explained. Zhu Shen looked at young Master Lin and wanted to beg him to stop acting. Although what he said was the truth. Sometimes, one had to consider other people's feelings. Cha Fu felt a little awkward and acted like he didn't care. Actually, he did care. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen. It really made him feel helpless. Not long later. There was only a pig head left. Give it to your 2 disciples. They seem really hungry. Lin Fan was already full. Seeing that there was only a pig head left, naturally, he had to give it to the 2 fellows who caught it to taste. Su Furong looked at Lin Fan helplessly like he had given up. It was already cold and he actually thought about them. Jin Xiaobao eagerly took the pig head over. He was really hungry and was drooling just looking at it. Zhu Shen said, "Cha Fu, why do I feel like you are really tired? Did you face trouble?" Cha Fu shook his head, "It isn't a problem. It is just that many top sects are out in the world and there are some conflicts. But it isn't a big deal. With my current strength, I can deal with them easily. As long as I don't meet any Dao realm experts." Actually, it wasn't so easy to meet Dao realm experts. They weren't cabbages. "Where are you going next?" Lin Fan asked. Cha Fu said, "I am not sure, I don't know where to go. I suddenly feel like the world is huge and there is actually nowhere to go. If I really can't, I am prepared to bring my 2 disciples to live in seclusion in the forest and not care about the world. No matter what happens outside, it has nothing to do with me." Lin Fan had a thought, what is the point of living in seclusion? Why don't you do something big with me? Cha Fu raised his head and looked at Lin Fan like he didn't expect Lin Fan to recruit him. Su Furong said softly, "Master, you have to be careful. I feel like he is really dangerous." Lin Fan got up and said with his arms behind his back, "Now that the imperial dynasty has been wiped out and the alliance has entered, chaos has broken out. Although you are only at domain realm, it is a waste to hide. Why don't you join us and play with the alliance? What do you think?" He was just asking. If Cha Fu wasn't interested, then it didn't matter. The chance is right in front of you and if you miss it, then so be it. Zhu Shen, 9 Demon, and numerous other experts have to fight against the alliance. Although you are old, you are too weak and living in seclusion is basically useless. As for your 2 disciples, they will return in 100 years and turn into dust and disappear from the world. Why don't you play with me and give it a try? Who knows, maybe there will be another chance. Lin Fan would definitely fight the alliance to the death. There were also those top sections. During the U City battle, the 2 old fellows from those sects came to watch the show and their words made him really annoyed. If they didn't die, then who else could? Zhu Shen was a little helpless. Young Master Lin's words sounded a little unreliable. Dealing with the alliance wasn't just a game. He really had to be careful. To Lin Fan, he needed rage points and also Dao realm cultivation techniques. The world was already like that. He had to take the initiative to attack. If some sects were arrogant, then he would suppress them and then wipe out their insides. Of course, there was no need to think so far ahead. He was still waiting for Cha Fu's decision. Actually, he had a small goal. Whether or not Cha Fu helped didn't matter. Facing a strong enemy, he alone was enough. The others were just there to do nothing. The main reason was Martial Path Mountain. He wanted to pull in some people for Martial Path Mountain and slowly strengthen it. He couldn't just have the same few people, right? Chapter 373. The next day. Lin Fan's team grew. Cha Fu was roped in by Lin Fan and from now on, he would follow Lin Fan. Although the age combination wasn't suitable, it was okay. It was actually a good thing that he had an old man by his side. If others met him, they would definitely treat Cha Fu as the main force and toss him to the back of their heads. There were still many benefits to having a character that attracted firepower. "Master, I feel like we have fallen into some sort of swamp. Is it just my imagination?" Su Furong muttered. He didn't dare to let Lin Fan hear him. They were of similar ages and Lin Fan was even younger than him, but he actually had to call him senior. Just thinking about it made him feel helpless. Cha Fu gently rubbed Su Furong's head. Su Furong felt a little embarrassed to be touched by his master like that. How old was he? He wasn't a kid anymore. But shortly after, he felt his head hurt. His master had angrily hit him. Stop talking nonsense. Su Furong felt very wronged. When he saw his junior brother Jin Xiaobao laughing at his misfortune, he was so angry that he went up to bully him. I made you laugh, I made you laugh. Young Master Lin, we are already in the territory of Ocean Tide Temple. They are just a mid-tier sect, but due to the terrain, they aren't divided up by the top sections. This is why they decided to occupy 3 cities. Cha Fu said. The last time he passed by this place, he had a conflict with people from Ocean Tide Temple. They were just a mid-tier sect, so naturally, it wasn't a big deal. After dealing with a few waves of people, who knew that experts from Ocean Tide Temple would come? Naturally, both sides started to fight. But Cha Fu wasn't a pushover. Naturally, the Ocean Tide Temple expert told him to stop and leave. That would be the end of the matter. Lin Fan smiled. I didn't expect a small mid-tier sect to be independent. They really have balls. As expected, it was a mess. They grabbed the chance to occupy the ownerless cities. Imperial Dynasty wasn't here anymore and they could be so arrogant. Ocean Tide Temple could tell everyone that they were right and they could be so arrogant. These damn things. Zhu Shen was furious. They fought to the death with the alliance and many people died. These people just wanted to reap the benefits and the alliance wouldn't give them a chance. They could just wait and see. Once the alliance was set up, they would take a breather and see how they would deal with them. Calm down, don't be so agitated. Lin Fan calmed Zhu Shen down. Thinking about it, it made sense. Looking at Zhu Shen, he turned into a pig because he fought the alliance. Not only did these people not do anything, but they were also thinking of ways to take advantage of him. Was that something a human would do? If this happened to him, he wouldn't be able to bear it either. Haze. Zhu Shen sighed. He felt really helpless, like he expected better from Lin Fan. Very soon, a city appeared in the distance. Ming City. He had never heard of such a city. But the Imperial Dynasty ruled over a huge area and there were numerous cities. Even if the Imperial Dynasty was wiped out and numerous top sects took over, there were still many cities that were occupied by mid-tier sections. But as long as they were discovered, these mid-level sects were basically done for. Without strength, how would they be able to occupy them? If both sides were top sects, they might have feared one another and fought with one another for a long time. But when a top sect faced a mid-tier sect, it was basically a one-sided battle. There was nothing much to talk about. There were no guards at the city gate, but there were Ocean Tide Temple disciples. When the commoners saw them, they were a little afraid. But they acted like nothing happened. Only when they passed the city gate would they run really quickly. Lin Fan and the others entered the city and weren't stopped. It doesn't feel like much has changed. As long as it is stable, the commoners can take it. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen said softly, I don't know how the commoners in the cities occupied by the Alliance are like. But I don't think they are any better. Cha Fu was really careful. After all, he had clashed with Ocean Tide Temple before. Although it wasn't a huge conflict, at least he had fought them before. If he was recognized, it would be problematic. Suddenly, loud noises spread out from the distance. You can't do that. That is too much. There is no justice in this world. Lin Fan was really curious and walked towards the sound. There were many people around and he could hear the commoners whispering to each other. I heard that the Imperial Dynasty has been wiped out. In the future, Ocean Tide Temple will be in charge of us. The Imperial Dynasty officials in charge of our city have been killed by Ocean Tide Temple. The world is going to be in chaos. Haze, our lives are gone just like that. Who knows when we will be able to settle down? What is the difference between them and bandits? They are just robbing rich people. Shush, softer. If you hear that, you will suffer. Lin Fan acted as a passerby to watch the situation. Dozens of Ocean Tide Temple disciples snatched the riches from the rich families and took them away. They were furious but didn't dare to say anything. If they dared to resist, they would kill them right away. I thought that I was vicious, but who knew that someone was even more vicious than me? Lin Fan exclaimed when he saw those scenes. He only dared to use the bug-controlling technique to steal and had never thought about snatching. That was just too overbearing. It was just too terrifying. Zhu Shen, these scenes reminded me of something. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen's furious expression was a little weird and he didn't understand what young Master Lin was saying. Young Master Lin, what did you think about? Lin Fan said calmly, let's go, let's head to Ocean Tide Temple. He needed rage points now. As for riches, it didn't matter. They weren't that rare. Of course, he was also interested in techniques. If he could get some related to Dao Realm, that would be a good idea. Zhen Xiaobao pulled his master's sleeves and said softly, Master, these people are actually doing such a thing in broad daylight. That is just too much. This is the way of the world. Cha Fu said. Shortly after, he noticed that Lin Fan was walking forwards. He chased right away, young Master Lin, what are your plans? Only Zhen Xiaobao was in deep thought. The way of the world? What was the way of the world? Lin Fan said, I am a little hungry. Let's have a good meal and then get to work. What work? Cha Fu asked. After we eat, we will head to Ocean Tide Temple to do something. Lin Fan smiled. As for Cha Fu, he felt that something wasn't right about the situation. Do something? It was really mysterious and magical. It even made Cha Fu panic like something was about to happen. Ming City's restaurant was not bad. In the restaurant, many diners were talking about the changes that had taken place during this period of time. The news of the imperial dynasty being wiped out wasn't a secret anymore. The appearance of the alliance was the same. But to normal people, this was just a casual conversation after meals. It was tough to imagine whether or not this would affect them. Lin Fan ate and thought about where his father would go. Anyway, the place he would go to would definitely be different. There was no need to think so much. Father's strength was at the top and nothing would happen to him. Lin Fan had a rough idea. He would use this chaotic period to raise his strength at the fastest speed. When his strength reached a certain level, everything would be easy to solve. There was no need for any schemes. He would beat up whoever he was unhappy with and then tell them to scram. If they didn't, then he would kill them. He was looking forward to seeing whether his fist or their heads were harder. Did the few of you come from outside? Just as Lin Fan was thinking about all this, the manager of the restaurant walked over with dishes. Due to the imperial dynasty being wiped out, the commoners were much more interested in talking. They all liked to head to the restaurant, causing the waiters to be extremely busy. Even the manager had to personally come over. We came from outside and passed by Ming City. Lin Fan replied. Ming City was quite prosperous and was similar to Jiang City. But it couldn't compare to some real cities. The manager placed the dishes down politely. When he saw that no one was paying attention, he said softly, after you eat, please leave. Recently, Ming City hasn't been peaceful. The manager looked around and confirmed that there was no one around. The imperial dynasty has been wiped out and Ocean Tide Temple has taken over Ming City. Although it is a little better now, they are still causing trouble. If the Ocean Tide Temple disciples notice them, they might really be in trouble. Suddenly. Shopkeeper, hurry up and bring me some good wine and dishes. At that moment, several Ocean Tide Temple disciples walked in with arrogant attitudes. When the surrounding customers saw them, they were so frightened that they kept quiet. Some of them were even prepared to leave. The manager wanted to cry but he had no choice. He could only greet them shamelessly. Lin Fan felt that this sect was just so dumb. Eat quickly, we will be busy later. Lin Fan rushed. Su Furong and Jin Xiaobao ate. They didn't care so much. Master was here, and if anything happened, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Not long later, Lin Fan placed the silver on the table and stood up to leave. When he passed by the Ocean Tide Temple disciples, he smiled and said, "Guys, let me read your fortune." The Ocean Tide Temple disciples looked at Lin Fan with disdain. They were normal disciples in the sect and didn't have much status. But in Ming City, it was different. They were masters and could do whatever they wanted. Before they said anything, Lin Fan smiled. "Something huge is going to happen today. I think you should head back to take a look." The moment he said this, Lin Fan brought the others and left. The few Ocean Tide Temple disciples were stunned. When they came back to their senses and chased, they couldn't see Lin Fan anymore. Where did this lunatic come from? If I find you, I will kill you. What bad luck. Then, they returned to the shop. They ate and drank. Anyway, they didn't need to pay for it. In the wilderness. "Young Master Lin, why are we heading to Ocean Tide Temple?" Cha Fu didn't expect that young Master Lin would really head there. Lin Fan said, "To solve something and also to take some things." Chapter 374. Su Furong poked Jin Xiaobao with a perverted expression. "Junior brother, why did he bring us here? Where is this place?" Jin Xiaobao blinked and asked in confusion. "This is Ocean Tide Temple's territory and we are heading to Ocean Tide Temple. It is really dangerous. Did you forget that if Master hadn't saved you, that blade would have sliced your butt in half?" Su Furong was helpless. Why was junior brother so stupid? He didn't even know where to go and only knew how to eat. He thought back to what happened before. Jin Xiaobao sucked in a deep cold breath. How terrifying, but it is okay. As long as Master is by my side, I will be safe. Damn! Su Furong didn't want to say a single word. He had been defeated by junior brother. Cha Fu looked at Lin Fan. He was old and couldn't keep up with this young man's thoughts. What was he thinking? Not only did Cha Fu not understand, but even Zhu Shen was stunned. At the same time, Zhu Shen thought about a terrifying possibility. Young Master Lin said that he wanted to take something, but the word take sounded a little inappropriate. "We are here. This is Ocean Tide Temple." Lin Fan raised his head and looked out. Ocean Tide Temple wasn't built on the ocean like he thought. It was built on a mountain like Marshall Path Mountain. Ocean Tide Temple was a mid-tier sect and the sect leader wasn't a Dao realm expert. Only the Grand Elder was. Zhu Shen wanted to ask why he came to Ocean Tide Temple, but before he said that, what happened next made him speechless. Not only was Zhu Shen stunned, but even Cha Fu was stunned. Lin Fan raised his leg and stepped down. The ground cracked open and a crack roared out like an earth dragon. It spread and tore the ground apart. "Let's go up the mountain." Lin Fan didn't bother to look at their expressions. He didn't sneak attack them, but he wanted to let them know that someone was here. He wanted to give them time to prepare. Don't say that he came too quickly and didn't give them enough time to prepare. Oh my God! Cha Fu was stunned. He had been around for his entire life and had never seen such an arrogant person. He suddenly understood why young Master Lin came to Ocean Tide Temple. He was here to find trouble with them. There was a loud explosion. Ocean Tide Temple shook violently. All the disciples ran out. At the same time, the elders and the sect leader also came out to check on the situation. Why would it suddenly shake? Sect leader, someone is coming up from the foot of the mountain. A disciple hurriedly ran over. The sect leader of Ocean Tide Temple was only at the domain realm. When he heard this, he frowned. Who dared to cause trouble at Ocean Tide Temple? Very soon. As Lin Fan ascended the mountain, the surrounding disciples held onto their weapons and surrounded Lin Fan. As Lin Fan advanced, they retreated. Every disciple had a serious look on their faces. They had no idea where these people came from. Not a bad sect. Lin Fan took a rough look and was satisfied. It was much better than Marshall Path Mountain. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Cha Fu, I have already let you off. How dare you come back to find trouble with Ocean Tide Temple? Do you really think that I can't kill you? When Ocean Tide Temple's sect leader saw Cha Fu, he knew who he was. Cha Fu followed Lin Fan here and didn't take responsibility for this matter. But Lin Fan's words stunned Cha Fu. What? What did it have to do with me? The one who came to find trouble with Ocean Tide Temple wasn't me but this young Master Lin beside me. Please take a good look. Don't think that I am easy to bully just because I am old. Lin Fan said, You are the Ocean Tide Temple sect leader? You are Cha Fu's disciple? The sect leader asked. He then looked at Cha Fu. Cha Fu, you brought your disciple here to die, right? Cha Fu smacked his lips. He wanted to say something but he didn't know what to say. Lin Fan was helpless. As expected, he was too young. Because of that, people looked down on him. Couldn't they open their eyes and take a good look at who was the one who came to find trouble with Ocean Tide Temple? I think you have misunderstood. I am not Cha Fu's disciple. He didn't ask me to come but I wanted to. I know that you don't believe me, so I don't want to prove anything to you. But looking at your expressions, it is obvious that you don't believe me, so I have no choice. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread from Lin Fan's body. It was majestic and shocking. To the Ocean Tide Temple disciples, their hearts sank like they were under huge pressure. The Ocean Tide Temple sect leader's expression changed. He was astonished like he didn't expect that Lin Fan's aura was much more terrifying than Cha Fu's. Why did such a person come to Ocean Tide Temple? Lin Fan was lazy to say more. My goal is simple, I just want to take something. If you don't want to die, then kneel down. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 99. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 999. The numbers weren't equal, some were high and some were low. It was normal for one person to crush a sect. Especially a mid-tier sect like Ocean Tide Temple, it wasn't difficult at all. Cha Fu was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. He had to admit defeat. He had never thought that someone could be like this. He was just too arrogant and lawless. In Jin Xiaobao's words, to actually threaten someone in broad daylight, was there still any law? The Ocean Tide Temple's sect leader looked at Lin Fan warily and didn't dare to underestimate him. Who are you? Ocean Tide Temple has never offended you before. Lin Fan said, Indeed, we haven't. You can think that I am the one who offended you. Finding a reason was the hardest. So, he just had to randomly think of one. The sect leader was speechless. His face flushed red and he was obviously furious. Do you think that Ocean Tide Temple is easy to bully? Lin Fan said, you can think of it that way. I do think that you are easy to bully. At that moment, the Ocean Tide Temple sect leader was furious. Damn! He had never faced such an arrogant person. Looking at his reply, was that something a human would say? He wasn't human at all. Zhu Shen blinked and really wanted to tell Master Lin that he really couldn't handle it. Based on young Master's style, he basically made people angry and it was easy for him to be beaten to death. Lin Fan activated his domain and instantly covered Ocean Tide Temple. At the same time, his aura pressed forwards. Pang! Pang! The enraged disciples in the surroundings could not withstand this pressure at all and were directly crushed to the ground. Scum, only lying on the ground is your only home. Lin Fan didn't give them any face at all. Shwa shwa. Rage points started to increase. He didn't crush these disciples. If he crushed them, who else could provide rage points? The Ocean Tide Temple sect leader looked at the surrounding disciples who couldn't handle the pressure and were all lying on the ground. He was furious and hollered. A terrifying aura exploded out to fight against him. Lin Fan raised his head and a wave-like illusion appeared behind him. At the same time, the sound of waves swept forwards. No matter who you are, since you dare to cause trouble in Ocean Tide Temple, you will die. The Ocean Tide Temple sect leader raged. Lin Fan squinted and then opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to explode with a bright light and the space around seemed to have become sticky. Hong Long. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth, pressing down on the other party's body. He fell to the ground like the gravity here was really high. The ground cracked and his entire body caved in. The Ocean Tide Temple sect leader didn't attack and was suppressed to the ground like the other disciples. He was unable to fight back at all. Cha Fu's eyes opened wide and he muttered to himself, "Now, I understand that everyone below Dao Realm is an ant." At the start, he really didn't believe it. But now, he totally believed it. Young Master Lin wasn't bragging and everything he said was true. He was really amazing. It ended just like that. Su Furong opened his eyes wide. They were surrounded and he was a little nervous. He was thinking about what would happen if they fought. Although Master was strong, it was tough for him to fight so many people. Something would definitely happen. But he really didn't expect it to end just like that. He didn't even charge over. He looked at Lin Fan in fear. So strong. No wonder he could converse so well with Master. So, they weren't on the same level. Too weak, all of you are too weak. Lin Fan said. The Ocean Tide Temple sect leader hollered and struggled but it was useless. He hollered in his heart. Impossible. How was that possible? He really couldn't accept it. It even made him panic. How could Lin Fan be so terrifying? He actually couldn't fight back at all. He was so young, so how was his strength so terrifying? The sound of footsteps spread out. Lin Fan stood in front of the Ocean Tide Temple sect leader and laughed. He stepped on the sect leader's back and walked past. The humiliation instantly exploded. Rage points plus 999. When the surrounding disciples saw that the sect leader lost, apart from terror, they were also filled with rage. That was because Lin Fan was humiliating them too. Little friend, you are a little too much. A white illusionary shadow exploded from a building in the distance. At the same time, a voice spread out. It was obvious that the Ocean Tide Temple Grand Elder was the Dao Realm expert that Cha Fu mentioned. Zhu Shen, I will leave it to you. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen wasn't his cousin. If he was, he wouldn't have let him attack. As a rich family young master, naturally, he had his own elegance. Unfortunately, his identity as a rich family young master didn't return after the U City incident. Okay. Zhu Shen replied and then flew into the air. It was already shocking for a pig to fly, but what happened next caused everyone's mouths to gape open wide. The pig stomped down with its foot, causing the void to crumble. A gigantic pig hoof appeared and slammed down furiously, landing on a building in the distance. There was a loud explosion. The building in the distance collapsed. It was directly smashed by the pig. As for the Dao Realm expert inside, there was no sound. Who knew whether or not he was dead? But he shouldn't be. Lin Fan opened his hand and a disciple flew over. He stared at him and terrified the disciple. His face turned ashen white. Naturally, it was easy for him to find out where the sect stored their treasures. Lin Fan hummed a tune and leisurely walked into the distance. He then pushed open a door and walked in. Chapter 375. The Ocean Tide Temple sect leader looked on as Lin Fan walked into their treasure hiding hall. He panicked. Damn, what are you doing? If you have balls, then come back and fight. Even if you press me to the ground, you aren't allowed to enter. Old ancestor, quickly reply. He has already entered our treasure hiding hall. To the Ocean Tide Temple sect leader, he was unable to accept everything that had happened. He didn't even dare to believe that he was being suppressed by a kid. Even the sect disciples didn't fight back and were all suppressed. He looked towards the ruins in the distance. He then looked towards the pig in terror. At first, he had thought that the other party was just an ordinary little pig. However, when the pig exploded with astonishing might, he knew that he had thought too little. The other party was not an ordinary pig. The old ancestor didn't move at all after being stepped on. The Ocean Tide Temple's sect leader cried out in his heart. What was going on? He thought that Cha Fu was the strongest, but who knew that it would be that young kid? Shortly after, he was slapped in the face. This little pig that didn't even have fur was actually so strong. The world had changed. Zhu Shen's cultivation was still there, but naturally, that leg didn't crush him to death. But the Ocean Tide Temple old ancestor was really cunning. With just one move, he knew that there was a huge gap between them. There was a huge gap between the two of them that he couldn't cross. If he got up and fought him head-on, with his strength, he would probably be beaten up badly. Moreover, there were so many disciples looking on. Was it really okay for him to be beaten up by these disciples? This was why acting dead was the best choice. There are many things here, but none of them are good enough. The house was filled with riches. However, all of these were just ordinary items. For powerful beings, they weren't of much use. However, for a powerful being like Lin Fan, they were still rather useful. His final goal hadn't changed, which was to wipe out the alliance and then return to his life as a rich young master. Father left without a single cent and Yu City was occupied by the alliance, so the things inside were definitely gone. This was why he had to accumulate his own wealth to plan for the future. He couldn't just rely on strength to earn a living, so he had to spend money. He directly stored all the wealth in the room into his dimension. Under normal circumstances, there must be a secret hiding place. Lin Fan continued to search. This felt really good. Anyway, he wasn't in a rush and he would find it eventually. If he really couldn't find it, then he would capture the Ocean Tide Temple sect leader and ask him where all the good stuff went. Outside. Seeing that Lin Fan still hadn't come out, the Ocean Tide Temple sect leader was getting even more nervous. If it was an ordinary item that had been taken away, it would have been fine. However, if some important things were taken away, it would make people vomit blood. After a long time, a figure appeared. Ocean Tide Temple's sect leader opened his eyes wide. When he saw the smiling Lin Fan, his heart skipped a beat. He had been discovered. Had he been discovered? Lin Fan slowly walked back and stepped over the Ocean Tide Temple sect leader's back. This was already the second time. This was too much, really too much. Not bad. Your sect's ability to hide things is pretty good. You wasted quite a bit of my time. Unfortunately, I found it. I will remember this place. After a period of time, I will return. Lin Fan looked at the Ocean Tide Temple sect leader. He then looked at the disciples around. All of you open your eyes and look at me. Remember my face and I hope that we have a chance to meet again. Arrogant. Even Zhu Shen felt that young Master Lin was a little arrogant. This kind of behavior was equivalent to extortion. No, perhaps extortion couldn't even be described as extortion. It should be open and above board. Moreover, it was in front of them, under their gazes, and taking away all their things. All of them could only stare at him. Let's go, there is nothing worth staying here for. Lin Fan's words were really casual and he didn't feel like he had done anything wrong at all. Also, the gazes of those disciples were really overbearing. Unwillingness, rage, helplessness, terror, etc., were all perfectly expressed and provided him with rage points. Su Farong and Zhen Xiaobao were both shocked. This was too domineering. After doing such a thing, he actually left just like that. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. It was extremely frightening. Senior brother, he is my idol. Zhen Xiaobao said. Su Farong was really envious but he definitely wouldn't admit that he really wanted such a life. Lin Fan brought Zhu Shen and the others and left. When Cha Fu left, he moved his lips towards the Ocean Tide Temple sect leader like he was telling him not to blame him and that it had nothing to do with him. Just don't hate him. After Lin Fan left Ocean Tide Temple, the invisible pressure disappeared. The domain that caused one's vision to turn gray also disappeared. Who is he? The Ocean Tide Temple sect leader felt the pressure on his body disappear. He got up in terror and was really unwilling to accept it. Shortly after, he thought about something. He ran towards the ruins right away. Old ancestor, he called out. He couldn't let anything happen to the old ancestor, otherwise, Ocean Tide Temple would be finished. The old ancestor was a Dao Realm expert and the only Dao Realm expert in Ocean Tide Temple. To be a mid-tier sect, one had to have a Dao Realm expert. Ocean Tide Temple could be said to be the weakest mid-tier sect. If the old ancestor was trampled to death, then, Ocean Tide Temple would really be finished. Along with him calling out, he didn't hear any reply from the old ancestor. This caused his heart to turn cold. Was he really dead? Those disciples who were squashed stood on the spot and didn't move at all. They looked towards the ruins in the distance. The old ancestor was inside. The sect leader called out to the old ancestor but he didn't reply. He had a bad feeling about this. Damn, as an Ocean Tide Temple disciple, I actually let others come to Ocean Tide Temple to humiliate us. I am ashamed of myself. When the people around heard this, they all agreed with it. But shortly after, what did he mean by ashamed of himself? They didn't understand what he was saying. But it was tough for them to calm down. They were all victims and to be bullied like that, how could they take it? The sect leader, who was in despair, was mentally prepared to see a corpse in the ruins. But who knew that the old ancestor would just sit there with his eyes closed like he was cultivating? The sect leader didn't understand what was going on. What was going on? Who? The old ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that scene to give me some enlightenment. I can only choose to break through here. The sect leader looked at the old ancestor with his mouth agape. Enlightenment? Breakthrough? He blinked his eyes in disbelief. Old ancestor, how is that possible? The sect leader asked. Right, it was easy to understand that he was beaten up, but to say that he broke through here was a little fake. It felt like he was treating him like a fool. The old ancestor really wanted to smack this sect leader to death. What did he mean by that? He didn't have any knowledge at all and he could still be the sect leader. It seemed like he was blind in the past. But he couldn't say that. He acted really calm. Nothing is impossible. The mysteries of the Dao realm aren't something you can understand. Unfortunately, I was in a rush to break through and didn't kill these people. The old ancestor said. Everyone had the ability to lie through their teeth. It wasn't that the old ancestor didn't want to admit that he was weak, but the disciples were all looking. If he said that he was beaten up so badly that he didn't dare to make a sound, then he would lose all his dignity. The sect leader didn't say anything. He felt like the old ancestor treated him like a fool. But to those disciples, they treated it as the truth. In their eyes, the old ancestor was a celestial being who possessed the ability to see through the heavens and earth. How could he lose? Now, there was a reason. It wasn't that the old ancestor didn't want to kill them but that he comprehended something and broke through on the spot. How overbearing and shocking was that? Suddenly, the sect leader thought about the treasure hiding place and left in a panic. How would he dare to stay? Not long later, a heart-wrenching cry spread out from the distance. The sect leader nearly fainted. Bandits, they were just bandits. The originally dazzling room was now very empty. Even the secret passage had been discovered. Was this still a human? The old ancestor acted like he was really calm and wasn't affected at all. But when he saw the situation inside, his eyelids jumped. A ferocious beast roared in the depths of his heart. What the fuck? Was this even something a human would do? Old ancestor, they haven't gone far. Let's chase and snatch the item back. The sect leader roared. He really couldn't take such a blow. The old ancestor raised his hand and said, "We can't chase them. They are Dao realm experts and can easily travel through space. They are probably 1,000 miles away now." The sect leader was really unwilling. "Then, what should we do now?" "Let's go, move the sect away from here and find a new place," the old ancestor said. He took his words to heart and said that he would come back to Oceantide Temple when he had time. Oh my God, didn't he think that those words were a little too much? If they came again, what could Oceantide Temple use to fight them? Would they use their heads to fight them? The sect leader found it weird and didn't expect the old ancestor to actually say that he wanted to move the sect. Now that they occupied the 3 cities and were the masters, if they left this place, they would be giving up on everything. That was just not worth it. I know that you have questions in your heart, but you must understand that the 3 cities have no value. Our Oceantide Temple has suffered heavy losses and we can only find a new city to occupy. There is no need to say any more, just move. The old ancestor didn't know why he was speaking so much nonsense to the sect leader. Maybe it was because he felt guilty, which was why he wanted to explain so much. But now, there was no need at all. He was the old ancestor, the person with the highest status in Oceantide Temple. So what if he was the sect leader? The old ancestor didn't need to explain to anyone. He just needed to do as he was told and there was no need to ask anything else. Yes, the sect leader replied. The old ancestor was in deep thought. Who was that young man? Also, what kind of beast was that pig? It actually had such a terrifying aura. It was unstoppable. At that moment, in the old ancestor's words, the group of people who were 1,000 miles away had just reached the foot of the mountain. Chapter 376. At the foot of the mountain. Lin Fan was satisfied. His gains were decent. Young Master Lin, don't be so rash next time. If you meet an expert, the outcome will be catastrophic, Zhu Shen said. Oceantide Temple's peak strength was indeed a little weak, but that didn't mean that all sects were so weak. Some sects were sick in the head. They had peak strength but didn't show it and acted like they were weak. Of course, there were few such sects, but there were definitely some. Lin Fan said, "Don't worry, I know what I am doing. When I saw their disciples, I was 100% sure that this sect is weak. Their disciples don't have any aura and they randomly picked them. So, a sect that doesn't put in much effort to pick disciples isn't a big deal." Zhu Shen was speechless and didn't know what to say. How the fuck could he tell? Zhu Shen really wanted to have a good chat with Master Lin. "Master Lin, this is just too dangerous. Young Master Lin is a little fierce and I can't handle it." Cha Fu had seen Lin Fan and Zhu Shen's strength and they were really amazing. At the same time, he looked towards Nine Demon. This thing didn't look simple and he didn't know how strong it was. Nine Demon noticed that Cha Fu was looking at him and gave out a smile that he thought was very human but was actually really vicious. It was like he was asking what the silly old man was looking at. Cha Fu blinked and was thinking about something. What should he do next? Now that he followed Lin Fan around, he felt like he was walking towards the source of danger. Lin Fan was a little fierce and normal people wouldn't be able to handle it. Even he was the same. "Young Master Lin, where are we going next?" Cha Fu asked. He was someone who wanted stability and when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He brought his disciple away from Qianji Mountain because he didn't want to enter this whirlpool. Now that the whirlpool was beneath their feet, the chances of them walking out of it were really low. "Let's take it step by step and also ask about the situation outside," Lin Fan said. He didn't know what the Alliance's strategy was, but if he charged around recklessly, it would definitely cause quite a bit of trouble. Why had those evil top sects waited until now? Wasn't it all for the sake of occupying land and becoming kings? If the Alliance didn't allow them to do so, they would definitely start a war with the Alliance. With the strength of the top sects, when he thought about this, he wanted to scold them. These bastards wanted the imperial dynasty to be wiped out and then no one would restrict them. What a bunch of dogs. He had already said that he would never let the top sects off. White Lotus, St. Purity Mountain and Guisien Island were two top sects that he had to wipe out. It was just that with his current strength, he was definitely not a match for these two sections. But it didn't matter, he wasn't anxious at all. He still had a lot of time, and as long as his strength increased, he would teach these two sects a lesson. Cha Fu looked at young Master Lin and felt a little helpless. Moving without a goal was the most fatal. Su Changsen, you went around but in the end, none of the top sects were willing to help. In the end, the defense line collapsed. Didn't you say that you have friends all over the world and everyone would give you face? How did this happen? Zhao family old ancestor was taken away by Su Changsen. The destruction of the imperial dynasty wasn't something the two of them could stop. The top sects of the world were all waiting for the imperial dynasty to be wiped out. Moreover, they didn't even need to attack, so why not? Su Changsen sighed. He felt really helpless after hearing what old ancestor Zhao said. That was the reality. He used to think that he had a lot of friends, but at this time, these so-called friends were simply unreliable. They were either nowhere to be seen, or they were in a difficult position. The sect's orders did not allow them to leave the mountain. He was really sorry. Brother Zhao, what's the point of saying all this now? Su Changsen shook his head and sighed. Although his personal strength was very strong. But compared to the general trend, the gap was too big. Old ancestor Zhao said, "It is indeed useless, but it is good that the imperial dynasty is still here. One day it will make a comeback and return to its former glory." Su Changsen frowned. From old ancestor Zhao's words, he could hear that something was wrong. You mean, what do you mean? It's not that interesting. It's not the right time yet. I have to make more preparations. Old ancestor Zhao didn't want to say much more and said, "Look after your Su family. Don't think that just because the imperial dynasty isn't here, you have other thoughts. You know how your Su family rose up. You don't have to worry about that. Su family's children are much better than your Zhao family." Oh right, the imperial dynasty agreed to marry a princess to Lin Wani's son. You have to do this well. Lin Wani sacrificed everything for the imperial dynasty. Don't think that just because he isn't here, you can turn on him. Su Changsen said. Lin Wani, I haven't found trouble with him. His son stole our purple gold dragon essence pill. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Old ancestor Zhao didn't want to talk about it anymore. Just thinking about it was really infuriating. Why did he steal the Zhao family's purple gold dragon essence pill? Why did he have to arrange a good wife for him? But Lin Wani was a person and would do what he said. The imperial dynasty was the same. Kiki, being robbed only means that your Zhao family descendant is weak. You can't blame anyone else. Right, is King Wudong really rebelling? If that is the case, then I have to personally kill him. Su Changsen asked. Old ancestor Zhao looked at Su Changsen, to think that you are the imperial dynasty grand teacher. Use your brain. Su Changsen wanted to scold him but old ancestor Zhao left right away. He shook his head and thought about it for a moment before he understood the situation. To leave a bit of hope for the imperial dynasty. He really dared to gamble. I hope that nothing will change. The scary thing about humans is that they are good at changing. He was really loyal to the imperial dynasty. Just like old ancestor Zhao, he was willing to give up his life for the imperial dynasty. This was the belief of the older generation and it was something that the younger generation couldn't understand. In a certain cave, a giant piece of fat moved. This fat was different from other people's fat. Looking closely, one could see that it was made up of bugs. Gulu gulu. A terrifying aura spread about in the cave. At that moment, the fat exploded and turned into many pieces of meat. But these pieces of meat seemed like they were alive as they moved on the ground. Behind this huge lump of fat was a pool of blood. The blood in the pool was so red that it was almost black. There were countless hair-like black lines embedded in the skin. Undying body, undying body. Monster Emperor hollered in rage. The aura around his body became more and more terrifying. The entire cave was shaking like it could collapse at any moment. But now, the pieces of fat moved and slowly merged with his body. I want to get rid of this fat. Monster Emperor lowered his head and decided to remove the fat. But right as he was prepared to do so, he thought back to the conversation in the past. He kept silent for a long while. Maybe this is not bad. Monster Emperor seemed to have understood. He hollered and the area shook. Lightning streaked across the sky and formed a net. The phenomenons were shocking and it was obvious that something huge was about to happen. A long while later, the phenomenons disappeared and the area slowly calmed down. Tao Realm Stage 6 Undying Body, I finally succeeded. Monster Emperor thought about how tough it was to break through to this realm. He used the Sword Palace head to get rid of the hidden injuries in his body. He worked with the Alliance to get what he needed and also swallowed the corpses of numerous experts. He finally succeeded perfectly. Ta-ta! Congratulations Monster Emperor for improving. I am the Alliance Envoy and represent the Alliance headquarters to discuss a trade with Monster Emperor. At that moment, a sharp voice spread from outside the cave. Monster Emperor raised his head and a weird glow flashed in his eyes. He got up and walked outside. The Alliance Envoy outside was a little nervous. Before he came, he had investigated Monster Emperor. He was a really terrifying person and if he didn't like him, he would kill him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. But he was the Alliance Envoy, so even if he was afraid, he couldn't show it. Very quickly, he noticed a black shadow pressing down and the ground started to shake. The Alliance Envoy swallowed his saliva. It was so terrifying. He raised his head and looked out. The first thought he had was that this person was so fat, he was even a little too fat. Suddenly, Pata! Monster Emperor opened his hands and grabbed his head. He lifted it up and squinted his eyes. I can see shock and uneasiness in your eyes. Are you afraid of me? Sir Monster Emperor, I am representing the Alliance headquarters to discuss something with you. I don't have any other thoughts. The Alliance Envoy panicked. Although he was strong, in front of Monster Emperor, he was still too weak. But in front of Monster Emperor, he was too weak as a piece of paper. What is it? Monster Emperor said. The Alliance Envoy said anxiously, Sir Monster Emperor, the Alliance has broken through the 8 defense lines and the Alliance army has entered. The headquarters hopes that we can work with you and hope that you can help us when we fight the top sections. Kiki, Monster Emperor laughed. He laughed for a long while and then said, work together. I don't want to work with you. It is so boring to play with you. You only know how to work together. Do you think I can be bought so easily? What does the Alliance treat me as? The Alliance Envoy was shocked. Monster Emperor, the Alliance definitely doesn't. Pang. Monster Emperor clenched his fingers and smashed the head of the Alliance Envoy. He waved his hand and tossed away the dirty thing. He raised his head and laughed out loud. Insect Valley, I am here. Pang! When Monster Emperor flew into the air, the entire forest collapsed and turned into ruins. Not bad, I have accumulated over 200,000 rage points. Lin Fan looked at the rage points and was quite satisfied. The main thing was that there were too few Ocean Tide Temple disciples and they were a little weak. The rage points they provided weren't much. If he didn't use quantity to replace it, it would be so embarrassing. Of course, the most important thing was that there were some cultivation techniques. What he needed the most now were Tao Realm techniques. Ocean Tide Temple had Tao Realm experts. They definitely had Tao Realm techniques. Chapter 377. Zhu Shen was thinking about what was going to happen next. He was under huge pressure because young Master Lin was by his side. He couldn't let anything happen to young Master Lin. Now that he had turned into a pig, it was good that he didn't attract attention. He quietly waited by young Master Lin's side, and when he was caught off guard, he would be able to be of great use. Lin Fan didn't hide anything. He opened the dimension and took out the secret manual that he had harvested. After choosing, there were only 2 Tao Realm techniques. Thinking about how Ocean Tide Temple only had 2 Tao Realm techniques, it wasn't embarrassing. Zhu Shen, you are at Tao Realm, so can you tell me your Tao Realm techniques? Lin Fan asked. Zhu Shen looked at young Master Lin and felt really confused. Young Master Lin, why do you need Tao Realm techniques? If it's cultivation, I don't recommend you to cultivate mine. My secret technique doesn't suit young Master Lin. Can't bear to? Lin Fan asked. Zhu Shen was stunned. He didn't expect young Master Lin to be so direct. All of a sudden, Zhu Shen didn't know how to reply. Shortly after, Zhu Shen reacted and said anxiously, "How is that possible? I definitely won't be unwilling." I swore an oath, really. Zhu Shen thought that young Master Lin didn't believe him, so he said solemnly. Lin Fan said, "That's good. Tell me which Tao Realm technique you are cultivating. If I don't even have a Tao Realm technique, then it won't make sense. Ocean Tide Temple only has 2 Tao Realm techniques. That is just so embarrassing." Zhu Shen was totally stunned by young Master Lin's words. Young Master Lin, actually it is not bad that Ocean Tide Temple has 2 Tao Realm techniques. Zhu Shen said. Is that so? Lin Fan didn't know much about secret manuals. Zhu Shen was helpless. He could only say that this rich family young master didn't understand the importance of secret techniques. Actually, when Lin Fan went to Rong City to buy techniques with Feng Poliu, he could tell that Grandmaster techniques were expensive, much less Tao Realm techniques. No matter how bad a Tao Realm technique was, it was a priceless treasure. As a mid-tier sect, Ocean Tide Temple was lucky to have 2 Tao Realm techniques. As for secret techniques and whatnot, that depended entirely on luck. Anyway, Ocean Tide Temple didn't have any secret techniques. In other people's words, secret techniques were almost like the Tao, they could not be encountered by chance, nor could they be sought. It was just that Lin Fan didn't know the importance of secret techniques. He was already extremely lucky to be able to obtain the Blood Demon Reversal technique previously. Zhu Shen walked beside Lin Fan and said softly. He isolated the area like he was really wary of others. Cha Fu glanced sideways and looked at Zhu Shen in disdain. Who was he guarding against? It was so obvious. Wasn't he guarding against him? Wasn't it just a Tao Realm technique? What was there to defend against? Even if you wanted to tell me, I wouldn't be willing to listen. But, it smells so good. Cha Fu looked like he didn't care, but he tried his best to listen in. But Zhu Shen was much more skilled. After all, his realm was much higher than his, so he was able to hear it. After trying to eavesdrop for a long time and failing to hear anything, Cha Fu stopped listening. As expected, he was really stingy. Come here and massage Master's shoulders. Su Farong nudged his junior with his elbow. Hurry up, Master is calling for you to massage his shoulders. It's your chance to shine. Why don't you go? Zhen Xiaobao asked. I am the senior brother, so I will definitely leave such a good thing to you. Su Farong said, hurry up, don't make Master wait too long. Zhu Shen said all the Tao Realm techniques that he cultivated. Seeing that Zhu Shen didn't say anything, Lin Fan asked, that's all? No, just 3. But young Master Lin, don't underestimate these 3 Tao Realm techniques. They aren't simple, and if you want to cultivate them to a high realm, you will have to pay a huge price. Zhu Shen said. If other people asked Zhu Shen for Tao Realm techniques, they would probably be beaten to death. But since it was Lin Fan, he had no choice but to give it to him. Lin Fan felt that it was too little. Just 5 Tao Realm techniques was just too pitiful. Slaughtering Red Lotus. This Tao Realm technique was cultivated by Zhu Shen, and it was a dual cultivation technique. Zhu Shen might have looked like he was just using a machete, but his hands and legs were actually really strong. Increased stats. Consumed 10,000 rage points. Slaughtering Red Lotus, basics, instantly. A mysterious aura spread out from Lin Fan. Zhu Shen wanted to say something, but suddenly, his eyes were stunned like he had seen a ghost. He had never expected that someone would be able to successfully cultivate a technique after obtaining it. That was because such a person didn't exist. But what was going on in front of him? A burning red lotus appeared around young Master Lin, and shortly after, a pagoda floated above his head. Light shot out from the pagoda and covered young Master Lin. Lin Fan sensed the mysterious power. It was really strong and really overbearing. It made him have more and more thoughts about the next realm. Increased stats. Consumed 20,000 rage points. Slaughtering Red Lotus, advanced level. The burning red lotus originally only had one petal, but now there were two. The pagoda had 2 floors. Quang Dang. Zhu Shen laid on the ground and his eyes were about to pop out. Damn it. He had just seen a ghost. It was just too terrifying. He didn't even dare to believe what he was seeing. That was a little too high profile. Lin Fan cultivated so openly. Actually, it didn't matter to him. Wasn't it just cultivation? It wasn't a big deal at all. But he closed his eyes and sensed the situation around. He realized that Zhu Shen was totally subdued. He laid on the ground like he couldn't take it anymore. Forget it. It was better to be low profile in case he scared him silly. Instantly, the red lotus and the 2-story pagoda were kept into his body. Improve. Improve. Slaughtering Red Lotus, returning to true, he directly raised this Tao realm technique to the highest realm. At the same time, he transformed it into Tao patterns. At that moment, the surrounding environment changed. The slightly dark forest in the distance seemed to be covered by a red light. Zhu Shen looked at young Master Lin with his mouth agape. What was going on? Master Lin, you never said that young Master Lin was so overpowered. He became stronger again. The number of Tao patterns had increased by 1, increasing from 73 to 74. But the consumption was also shocking. He directly consumed 210,000 rage points. Remaining rage points, 30355. At that moment, Lin Fan opened his eyes. In his left eye, there was a 6-petal red lotus burning. In his right eye, there was a 6-story pagoda. Young Master Lin, did you cultivate the slaughtering red lotus to the highest realm? Zhu Shen was stunned. Although he didn't dare to believe it, the aura just now was just too shocking. Lin Fan smiled, no, I am not so overpowered. Zhu Shen looked at Lin Fan. He originally believed him, but for some reason, in the depths of his heart, he chose not to believe him, otherwise, he would suffer a huge blow. Only when he used it did he realize that he didn't have enough rage points. In the future, he couldn't waste rage points anymore. He had to cherish it and accumulate it well. His cultivation was only at Tao Realm Stage 1 Tao Pattern Realm, and there was a long way to go to Tao Realm Stage 2. But with his current strength, he could easily crush someone at Tao Realm Stage 2. Haze. His own strength was just too overpowered, so it was a little scary. Cha Fu was speechless. As they got to know each other, he realized that young Master Lin was just too overpowered. He had just imparted techniques and he was able to cultivate so much. How overpowered could he be? The next day, Lin Fan and the others continued to head out aimlessly. At the same time, things happened all around. King Wudong became the new emperor of the imperial dynasty. He worshipped his ancestors and ascended to the throne. The cities around the imperial dynasty were all in King Wudong's hands. But he knew that this was an emperor with no real power. Of course, that was only to him. Other people didn't sense it at all. He recruited experts in the world, and as long as they were loyal to him, he would give them huge rewards. Thus, many experts came to serve him. Some of them were from mid-tier sects and some were shady ones who killed many people. If this was in the past, for the safety of the imperial dynasty, these people would definitely die. But it was different now. As long as one was strong, one could get what they wanted. To the commoners, it didn't matter if the emperor changed. Anyway, he was the brother of the previous emperor and it didn't matter if he was one of them. As such, they didn't cause much of a commotion. Unfortunately, this only applied to the cities near the imperial dynasty. Those cities that were far away were split up by the top sections. It wasn't that King Wudong didn't want to reclaim the cities but that the imperial dynasty had no foundations and was just an empty shell. Those top aristocratic families had left long ago. Zhao family, Su family, etc., had all left. But it was better for the cities to be in the hands of the top sects than in the hands of the alliance. The alliance broke through the 8 defense lines and occupied Yu City. Jiang City stretched out in a horizontal line. There were a total of 28 cities. Many Jiang City commoners fled but some didn't. They were suppressed by the alliance and all of them became laborers. Even the rich and powerful families were the same. No one was spared. Of course, the alliance headquarters wanted to kill them all. But those who wanted peace were really problematic. They protested and caused the alliance headquarters plan to fail. They could only make these people the most lowly slaves and do the most tiring work. The alliance cheered loudly for occupying so many cities. After all, the alliance had won and occupied so many cities, so they could develop the alliance. These 28 cities had also become places for business development. Many alliance citizens wanted to spend large sums of money to come to these places to see how the natives lived. At the same time, many giant-like machines were transported over and embedded in the ground. They worked day and night to produce resources, allowing the alliance to have a breather and replenish their resources. The cooperation between the alliance and the imperial dynasty naturally didn't escape the eyes of the top sections. They knew that the alliance's goal was to take all the land and they wouldn't let the top sects occupy it. So, some of the top sects worked together to form a giant network. White Lotus St. Purity Mountain roped in many top sects to form the Buddha Alliance. Guixian Island formed the Celestial Alliance. Yin-Yang sect formed the Monster Alliance. Xiedao sect which came from Yin-Yang sect formed the Evil Alliance. Now, the 4 alliances grabbed onto large areas of land. The top sects didn't interfere with one another but if the alliance attacked, they would gather together to fight back. This was something that the alliance didn't expect. After all, even the alliance didn't expect the top sects to work together so quickly. Even the top sects that worked with them fell out. Chapter 378. Cha Fu, where are we now? Lin Fan asked. This place was really foreign and he had never been so far away. Cha Fu looked at the surroundings and said, "This is Mount Wei. There are no cities or sects nearby. It is considered the wilderness. However, if we walk forward for another 700 miles, we will pass by Sea City. The Imperial Dynasty's territory is really huge." Lin Fan left Yu City at his fastest speed and flew for 15 days. He didn't dare to say anything else as he knew that they were at least a few 100,000 miles away. Even then, they were still within the territory of the Imperial Dynasty. With King Wudong as the leader, it was basically impossible for the Imperial Dynasty to control such a huge territory. Wait! Suddenly, Lin Fan raised his hand as he sensed that there was a sound from the side. "Listen, do you guys hear a lot of noise? It seems like they are fighting and the situation is really intense. There are so many of them." Lin Fan's ears perked up and he listened carefully. "You can even hear that?" Su Furong was really suspicious of what Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen said, "Young Master Lin, I think it is best if we don't join in. After all, it has nothing to do with us." To Zhu Shen, he just wanted to take good care of young Master Lin. He didn't think too much about other things. As for fighting, he would let others fight. It was best if they didn't join in the fun. Zhu Shen's words make sense. Cha Fu agreed with what Zhu Shen said. It had nothing to do with them anyway. Okay, let's not talk about all this. Why are all of you so cowardly? Are all of you so cowardly now that you are old? Lin Fan wouldn't miss this chance. He said that from now onwards, he wouldn't waste any chance to gain rage points. Now that there was movement, if he acted like he didn't see anything, wouldn't his heart hurt? Zhu Shen said, "Young Master Lin, everything is for our safety." The situation was really complicated. The top sects were really active and so was the alliance. Truthfully, to Zhu Shen, he felt that the chances of bumping into a top sect had increased by a lot. Safe? We have always been really safe. Didn't you notice that we have thought everything through? Furthermore, when we head over later on, we won't come out immediately. We'll just watch from the side. As long as there aren't any powerful beings, we'll strike immediately. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen didn't understand something. Why was young Master Lin so tirelessly provoking him? There were no benefits at all. If it was some treasure, it would be understandable. But now, it was very boring. If he had the energy, he might as well cultivate and raise his cultivation. That would be the most important thing. Lin Fan definitely couldn't tell Zhu Shen that he didn't offend him for any treasures. If there were two choices. One of the options was to have all sorts of heavenly treasures, while the other was to have many enemies gathered together. If there was a choice. Of course, he wanted all of them, but if he could only choose one, he would choose the enemy without hesitation. Stop wasting time. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer. He didn't really want to see what was going on, but he felt that as time went on, more people would die. These were all rage points and he couldn't waste them like that. Looking at young Master Lin charge forwards, Zhu Shen was really helpless. He sighed and had no choice but to follow behind. Master, I feel like our days aren't going to be peaceful. Su Furong said softly. He felt that Lin Fan was just too arrogant and lawless. It was as if he wasn't afraid of anything. One had to say that. It was indeed very pleasing to the eye. Su Furong was so jealous that he was about to turn into lemon juice. Look more and speak less. Cha Fu said. His two disciples were just so worrisome. From top to bottom, from head to toe, it was hard to see any good points from them. If one looked at them from the inside, then the only good point was that they were obedient. In the distance, the sounds of fighting were really intense. Both sides slashed and blocked. Both sides fought back and forth and it was really intense. There doesn't seem to be any strong experts. Lin Fan looked at the people fighting in the air. Although the energy fluctuations were really strong, they were still a huge distance away from the so-called experts in Lin Fan's heart. That's weird, why are there two sects fighting here? Cha Fu was really confused. He knew that there weren't any sects around, so where did these people come from? From hundreds of miles away? That didn't seem possible. If they really came from hundreds of miles away, then they must have had problems with their brains. Why did they have to come here to fight? What is so weird about that? They are so engrossed in the battle that they can run and fight at the same time or choose a good place to bury their bones. Lin Fan said. Both sides had about the same number of people, a total of 70 to 80. But the difference in strength was a little terrifying. The strong ones flew into the sky and the weak ones rolled on the ground to hide. When Lin Fan saw a disciple being slashed to death, he couldn't bear to see it happen. It was such a waste and it wasn't worth it. That fellow who just died could provide him with a lot of rage points. He couldn't fight anymore. If he did, then all of them would die. Stop. Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense and hollered. He had to make these people stop. If they continued to fight, then there wouldn't be any benefits. Zhu Shen scoffed out of habit and a look of despair appeared on his face. Master Lin, please come out. I am begging you. I really can't take care of your son. He is just too fierce and rash. He is totally lawless and doesn't care about others at all. He didn't even look at how many people there were and just stood out to tell them to stop. What if there were experts? Su Furong opened his mouth. This is getting worse and worse. It is like we are in deep mud. Handsome, amazing. Jin Xiaobao was filled with respect. He respected such experts. In the past, he respected senior brother, but now he changed the direction of respect to Lin Fan. The people on both sides didn't care about Lin Fan at all. Maybe he was too young and didn't receive the respect he deserved. That is a little too much. Lin Fan frowned and was really unhappy. He came out to stop them but they actually ignored him. That was just too much. Forget it. Sometimes, he had to do things himself. Although Zhu Shen was strong, his comprehension was weak and he couldn't compare to his cousin at all. Just now, if he said those words and they didn't listen, his cousin would definitely attack right away. He would tell them that his cousin was talking to them and that they were all deaf. Lin Fan opened his arms and the space around shook. The clouds in the sky surged. Such scenes didn't attract anyone's attention. Shortly after, Lin Fan flipped his arms around. With a swoosh, countless sword wills filled the entire sky. Every single one of these sword wills gave off a cold gleam. A terrifying aura covered the area. The two sides that didn't stop instantly stopped. They all raised their heads and looked at the sky in terror. Damn! What was going on? How did this happen? The experts who were fighting in the air landed. Their faces were ashen white. Other people might not have sensed how terrifying the sword intent was, but they were more sensitive than anyone else. They felt that the sword intent just needed a bit to kill them. Now you know to stop. Lin Fan's voice spread out. To him, maybe only when he exploded out would he be able to threaten these people. When the people on both sides heard that voice, they were shocked and they all turned around. Lin Fan was really young, so young that it was a little too much. Some people heard Lin Fan when he said to stop, but because of his age, they underestimated him. They felt like this kid who didn't even grow up actually came to stop their battle and didn't care at all. At that moment, an expert who landed from the sky wanted to speak but Lin Fan stopped him. All of you don't speak. That is because to me, you are all trash. Lin Fan didn't want them to speak as there was no need. His goal here was to gain rage points and he had no other goal. Party A. Party B. Our side. Zhu Shen's eyes opened wide. He thought that young Master Lin was going to do something, but when young Master Lin said those words, he was stunned like he had seen a ghost. Young Master Lin, what were you thinking? You came here and stopped them just to say such things to them. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, rage points plus 111. Naturally, those people were infuriated by Lin Fan's words. They really didn't expect someone to be so arrogant. But they had no choice. Lin Fan had the ability to be so arrogant. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. Did any of them feel fear? It was just too terrifying. The sword intent was like many mountains pressing down on their bodies such that they didn't dare to say anything. Is no one going to jump for me to see? Are all of you cowards? Lin Fan asked. He had no choice. He could only continue to mock them and hope that they would become even more furious. Friend, shut up. Lin Fan flicked his finger and the air was compressed. With a xiao, the person who spoke felt like his chest was struck and he flew backward, smashing into the ground not far away. Is no one going to jump out? Lin Fan's move shocked everyone. Rage points plus 999. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the surrounding people only had one thought in their minds. Damn! Someone jumped out but was suppressed by one finger. What did this fellow want? As a pig, Zhu Shen revealed a human-like expression. But at such a time, no one would pay attention to a pig. To Zhu Shen, he felt that young Master Lin's ability to cause trouble was really strong. He provoked him for no reason at all. At least he had a goal. They were all thinking about the same thing. Who was this fellow? We didn't offend him, right? Chapter 379. Zhu Shen communicated with young Master Lin softly. Young Master Lin, why are you doing this? Or are there any benefits? That was the only thing Zhu Shen could think of. If there were no benefits at all, young Master Lin didn't need to do that. You don't understand. Lin Fan replied. Zhu Shen blinked. Such a reply filled him with despair. Just one "you don't understand" was enough to stop him at the door. He really didn't understand. If he did, he wouldn't have asked. To Zhen Xiaobao, no matter whether or not he understood, he felt that Senior Lin was really overbearing and he wanted to become someone like him. In the eyes of these people, Lin Fan was like a huge mountain that was pressing down on them. It was so heavy that they could barely breathe. Rage points increased. Lin Fan was really satisfied with such a process. Wasn't this the reason why he came here? Look at how vicious all of you look, like you want to swallow me up. Come, I will stand here. Swallow me up and I promise that I won't fight back. Lin Fan said. The sword intent that was floating in the air sank a little. Damn! To those people, they felt that there was something wrong with this person's head. They nearly believed him. If he promised that he wouldn't attack, then why did the sword intent sink? Did he think that they were fools? At that moment, no one dared to move as they were all stunned. They were having a good battle and such a person popped out to insult them. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was strong? Actually, he really could do whatever he wanted. Looking at the sword intent in the air, it was just so terrifying. Apart from Lin Fan, who knew what he wanted, Cha Fu and Zhu Shen couldn't imagine what he wanted. A long while later, the rage points slowly disappeared. He took a look. 80,000 rage points. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount. It was actually quite decent, but there were some weak people mixed in. He could only harvest so much at once. Moreover, these were all unexpected gains. If they knew that this was the truth, they would definitely spit out blood. They were treated like sheep for no reason, so naturally, they were annoyed. But what could they do? Zhu Shen, let's go. Lin Fan patted his bum and prepared to leave. At the same time, he looked at these people and let out a creepy smile. Zhu Shen looked at Lin Fan in confusion. He insulted him for a period of time and then left. Why did he do so much? There had to be a reason, right? Cha Fu frowned. Although he was with Lin Fan and the others, he had not completely integrated with them. He was not used to their style of doing things. Leaving just like that? He thought that young Master Lin would suppress all of them. After all, he had already offended him, and keeping him around would only bring him more trouble. Naturally, he had to eliminate the root of the problem. But how could he understand Lin Fan's intentions? Killing was a very bad thing. Unless he was especially annoyed, he would not do it. It would be better to keep it. To be able to continuously provide rage points, wave after wave, wasn't that something unimaginable? Zhu Shen followed behind Lin Fan. Since that was the case, it was good that they left in case anything happened. Please wait. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. It was a woman's voice. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. He was really curious. He had not expected that there would be a woman in this group of people. He had observed them earlier on, and there were no women in the battle. He turned his head and looked out. The person that Lin Fan thought was a woman walked out. She was wearing male clothes and her hair was tied up. There was a black veil over her face, and if one looked closely, one would notice that her eyes were really bright. Also, that body. Thinking about it, it was not bad. What? Lin Fan asked, don't tell me that you want me to save all of you. Mu Gang was thinking about this. They were chased all the way here and had nowhere else to go. She thought that they were going to die here, but Lin Fan appeared and that gave her hope. Right as she was about to say something, Lin Fan's words stopped her. What he said was exactly what she wanted to say. Looking at you, it seems like I was right. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't expect him to be right. But thinking about it, wasn't this a normal scenario? Apart from saving their lives, what else could it be? Mu Gang was stunned for a moment and then said right away, "Senior, please save us. We are Sky Moon Mountain disciples, Mu Gang. We weren't willing to be swallowed, so they chased us all the way here. We definitely weren't chased for some treasure and we aren't trying to use you." Lin Fan was really calm. Although her voice was really nice, his heart didn't waver at all. "I am not interested. That is your problem and it has nothing to do with me," Lin Fan said. He wasn't interested in girls at the moment. If he helped just because you asked him, then he would lose so much face. Zhu Shen heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like young Master Lin finally understood that it was best not to be a busybody. Mu Gang was a little anxious. If they missed such a chance, everyone here would die. "Senior, as long as you save us, I am willing to be your slave and servant to repay you." Servant? Lin Fan thought about it. Without Go Zi by his side, there was no one to serve him. Zhu Shen had turned into a pig. Not to mention having Zhu Shen serve him, it was already a good thing that he didn't have to take care of him. "Young master, sure." Zhu Shen saw that young master was hesitating and felt like having a maid to take care of him was a good choice. The people chasing Sky Moon Mountain realized that the people who were about to leave were tempted by Mu Gang's words. They were a little nervous. They really wanted to talk to him. But deep down, they were afraid. He was too strong and who knew whether or not he was willing to talk. If he wasn't, he might just slap them to death. Lin Fan was in deep thought as he looked at him. Mu Gang was a little nervous. The people beside her pulled her slightly and hoped that she wouldn't be rash. But Mu Gang shook her head like she had already made her decision. As the daughter of the Sky Moon Mountain sect leader, she had always been protected by the disciples. Now that danger was here, it was time for her to protect the disciples. "Do you know how to cook?" Lin Fan asked. Mu Gang nodded, yes. She felt like as long as he was willing to talk to her, then there was still hope. "Do you know how to massage?" Lin Fan asked. Mu Gang was stunned and then said, "I haven't tried it before but I am willing to." "Will you be obedient?" Lin Fan asked. "Yes." "If I tell you to go west, will you go north?" "No." "No." "Yes." These questions were really asking him to find a servant. The people from Sky Moon Mountain were unwilling but they had no choice. "Ah." Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. The initial questions were okay and if he developed her well, he would be able to develop a decent maid. "Remove the black veil on your face and let me see what you look like." Now was the interview and if she didn't pass, then there was no need to talk anymore. Although he wasn't interested in women, her flower-like looks were really attractive. Even if he was at Dao Realm, he might not be able to handle it. Mu Gang removed the black veil. Her features were really exquisite and her face was small and soft. When put together, she was really beautiful. So beautiful. Zhen Xiaobao opened his eyes wide and didn't even blink. "She is like a fairy." Su Furong was stunned. Lin Fan nodded, "Not bad." Zhu Shen said, "Young master, she is already beautiful. There is no need to have such high expectations." He was really helpless. To those people who were chasing Sky Moon Mountain, they felt terrified and uneasy. No matter how they looked at it, they felt like the negotiation was about to succeed. But they were about to face a tragedy. "Do you know how to do a split? Try cheating on me," Lin Fan said. "Schwa." Zhu Shen and the others looked at Lin Fan and were stunned. What kind of weird request was that? They had never heard of it before. Mu Gang didn't know what a split meant. Lin Fan explained it, and then Mu Gang's face flushed red as she did that. Perfect. Okay, you shall be my maid and serve me. Lin Fan was satisfied. As a rich family young master, was it too much to have a maid by his side? It wasn't at all. Looking at the lives of other rich families' young masters, they didn't need many maids and he only had one go-z. That made him seem really poor. This was why when Mu Gang said that she wanted to be his maid, he had a new idea. He had already predicted the outcome of the future. He would definitely crush the alliance and become a rich family young master once more. When that happened, he would start to enjoy life. So, he didn't mind getting some high-quality maids along the way. Whether or not they were beautiful was another matter. He had to be multi-talented. This one was decent. When he was free, he would let her do a split in front of him. How perfect would that be? Follow me then. Lin Fan said before walking forward. Mu Gang was stunned. Things weren't like that, those people, but she realized that Lin Fan had no intention of stopping, so she chased after him. The people chasing Sky Moon Mountain heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Lin Fan was only taking Mu Gang away. They smiled. It seemed like he wasn't a fool. How would he go against them for a woman? Kill. Seeing that Lin Fan was walking further away, they hollered and headed towards the people from Sky Moon Mountain. They swore that they wouldn't stop until they chopped them to death. The people from Sky Moon Mountain had solemn expressions on their faces. They gritted their teeth and could only fight head-on. At the same time, they felt fortunate that Mu Gang had left. Suddenly, an energy wave struck from the distance. It was really quick, and in the blink of an eye, all of them were sliced into half. A bunch of retards. They didn't even complete the deal and still dared to attack. Lin Fan frowned and was really annoyed. Truthfully, he just wanted to find a reason to wipe them out. He didn't have any other intentions. At the same time, they cooperated well and did their best. He was really satisfied. Mu Gang was really worried, but when she saw those scenes, she heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you. Lin Fan smiled and didn't say anything. But he didn't expect those people from Sky Moon Mountain to chase over. He waved his sleeves. A deep moat was sliced open in the ground, stunning everyone. Why did you follow me? I took her as my maid and I have no interest in all of you. Leave. Lin Fan waved his hands. He felt like these people actually wanted to suck up to him. How could anyone suck up to such a strong person? Chapter 380. Elder, are we just going to let junior sister leave with him? The Sky Moon Mountain disciple asked with a stunned expression. The elder who escaped with the disciples looked at the enemies who were sliced in half and felt really tired. He sighed heavily and spat out a mouthful of grievance. Maybe to Mu Gang, this is the best outcome. From today onwards, Sky Moon Mountain will no longer exist. Don't think about taking revenge and just disband. In the future, when you have the ability, you can return to your former glory. The elder said. Since the outcome was already decided, so what if they didn't let her go? Look at how many corpses there were. Lin Fan was just too strong. They didn't even know how to attack and all of them were killed. Everyone kept silent and the atmosphere was a little sad. They didn't want it to end just like that. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. In the end, it was because they weren't strong enough. If they were strong enough, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Lin Fan was delighted to have a maid who was good in all aspects and he felt really good. Remember to call me young master in the future. Yes, young master. Mu Gang had already accepted the current situation. Moreover, this was her choice and there was nothing to regret. She had just started to notice the people around young master. The others were normal and the only ones who weren't normal were a tender pig and a 9-headed bug. Zhu Shen and Lin Fan's conversation stunned Mu Gang. She had never seen a pig that could talk and it was just so magical. Lin Fan saw that Mu Gang was a little stunned. Although she was pretty and had a good body, if she didn't have a warm smile, she was nothing. Was she worried about something? Maybe she was thinking too much and thinking that he would do something to her. Don't worry, I am not perverted. If I was, then it would be useless. Maintain a smile and remember your job. Lin Fan said. Mu Gang was thinking about Sky Moon Mountain, and when young master said that, she actually became nervous. Although she had become a maid, she wasn't prepared to lose her chastity. She heard people say that a maid had to take care of everything. For example, that thing that would give her a few seconds of pleasure. But what he said next made her heave a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. Understood, young master. Mu Gang lowered her head and peeked at Lin Fan. She realized that this person who was going to be her young master wasn't that scary. In the end, young people were still too young. Perhaps it was because Lin Fan was too friendly and rarely bullied others, giving others the feeling that he was very kind. Zhu Shen looked at Mu Gang and thought about something. If something really happened between young Master Lin and this maid, that would be a good choice. Maybe it would make Master Lin happier. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about these things? I should pay more attention to my surroundings. He felt that with young Master Lin's personality, it was normal for him to cause trouble. Just by opening his mouth, he could attract a bunch of enemies. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Imperial Dynasty. King Wudong was on thin ice and there was no one he could trust around him. Maybe the shadow hiding in the dark was one, but what he had to face now wasn't as simple as he imagined. On the table was a map that recorded all the cities of the Imperial Dynasty. More than half of them were circled in red, and many of them were marked with red crosses. The top sects occupied more cities than expected. At the same time, they found out about the situation of the four alliances. Those sects were really bold and totally disregarded the Imperial Dynasty. They occupied land and also supported many dynasties to claim titles. Great Wei, Great Gan, etc. What a joke. They had no foundation, no culture, no history, and yet they dared to call themselves dynasties. Even if they were so angry, it was useless. The Imperial Dynasty had no way to reclaim these lost lands. Brother, what should I do? King Wudong felt like he was floating on the surface of the ocean and no one could help him. The people around him were all people with bad intentions and they couldn't be relied on at all. Sometimes, he wanted to smash his head into a pillar and die. The pressure was too huge and even in his dreams, he was afraid that he would shout, "I don't want to rebel." The torture day and night had left him exhausted. But each time he thought about how his brother used his life to protect him, he would be pumped up. He definitely couldn't let his brother die for nothing. The Imperial Dynasty had to be passed down. You bunch of dogs, you are forcing me. I will let you know the outcome of betraying the Imperial Dynasty. King Wudong made a huge wish to kill these people around him. I have to think of a way to kill one tomorrow. Those who had rebelled with him had all been rewarded. Allowing them to live comfortably was a humiliation to him. The person he wanted to kill the most was Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian was cunning and could take it. He didn't have a chance. Lu Xian was a strategist and was old friends with Lin Wani, so he wasn't stupid. Since King Wudong ascended to the throne, he would definitely think of a way to kill him. Based on his thoughts, they could suffer together but they definitely wouldn't share the riches. The safest way was to resign and leave. But Lu Xian didn't want to let go of the power in his hands, so he could only bear with it and not let King Wudong have anything to use against him. Moreover, Lu Xian had already contacted the alliance. It was obvious that he wanted to sit on both sides and benefit from both sides. If Lin Fan knew about the situation on King Wudong's side, he would definitely grumble. All of them were cultivating to break through while all of them were scheming against each other. A sealed space was ripped apart by a terrifying power. The surrounding space shattered like a mirror, revealing a pitch-black mountain range. These black mountains gave off a chilling aura. At the same time, many strange tentacles soared into the sky from a certain mountain range before falling down, kicking up a cloud of dust and bursting out with a series of rumbling sounds. Insect Valley appeared. Insect Valley, I am back. A fat body descended from the sky and landed in a mountain range. At that moment, weird screeches spread out from all the mountain ranges. At the same time, many terrifying auras exploded out from Insect Valley. Each aura locked down the mountain range where Monster Emperor landed. Monster Emperor is back. Preposterous thing, he actually dared to return. Numerous voices rang out and it was obvious that they were furious at Monster Emperor's return. Monster Emperor landed on the ground and looked at the familiar yet foreign environment. He hadn't returned in many years. Kiki. Monster Emperor's lips curled up and his smile was really vicious. A terrifying aura spread out from his body and the quiet surroundings started to become restless. Coming to Insect Valley made Monster Emperor feel like a fish in water. That feeling felt really good. It even made him feel like no one could defeat him. The ground shook like there was an earthquake. Kacha! The ground cracked and numerous tentacles spread out from the cracks. At the same time, all sorts of weird bugs started to move around. Numerous bugs gathered together. A bug ocean formed, forming a 1,000-foot bug wall that started to swallow everything in front of it. As expected, only Insect Valley can make my body feel really happy. Monster Emperor smiled. He felt like he was a god here, an omnipotent god. Numerous bugs listened to his commands and swallowed everything. Pah! Suddenly, a thin and crisp sound spread out like the space around was about to shatter. Wave-like patterns spread out circle after circle. Monster Emperor, why did you come back? A mysterious power blocked the bug ocean. Then, the bug ocean dissipated and everything returned to normal. Monster Emperor laughed, if I want to come back, then so be it. Don't all of you want to welcome me? Very quickly. Many people floated in the air. They were the older generation experts of Insect Valley and were people that normal disciples couldn't even see. Some disciples in Insect Valley raised their heads and looked at Monster Emperor. They didn't recognize Monster Emperor and didn't know who he was. He was actually so bold to cause trouble in Insect Valley. Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death? The older generation experts of Insect Valley frowned. Monster Emperor didn't change and the only thing that changed was that he became stronger. Right, I haven't returned in a long time. Have you all heard the sound of waves or seen what they look like? Come, take a good look. All of you helped me choose all of these. But all of you aren't able to discover such beauty and need others to. I really feel that all of you are a bunch of fools. Monster Emperor laughed out loud and patted his stomach. His fat shook and at the same time, a low sound spread out. Listen, do you hear that? Every day, every moment, I listen to it. I hated you in the past but not now. I even thank all of you. If not for all of you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Monster Emperor laughed. He laughed in a maniacal manner and it was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. To the older generation experts of Insect Valley, Monster Emperor was like a lunatic and they didn't know what he was thinking about. Monster Emperor, Insect Valley doesn't welcome you. Leave now and we can act like we didn't see you. The one who spoke was Insect Valley's technique teaching hall elder Zhualai. Zhualai was old and was said to be 130 years old. His dry face had a centipede-like scar and as time went on, it looked really vicious. Oh, Zhualai, your words make me unhappy. In the past, you welcomed me and were used to testing those weird techniques on me. Half of my body is because of you. But I really have to thank you. If not for your experiments, it would have been tough for me to walk another path. Monster Emperor said. Zhualai's expression changed and then he hollered, "Nonsense, Monster Emperor, what do you want?" Monster Emperor looked at everyone from Insect Valley and smacked his lips. He thought about it and said, "Forget it, since all of you don't welcome me, then I won't talk so much to all of you. Hand the 9-demon mother to me and I will leave right away. If not, none of you will be able to live in peace." Zhualai frowned, "Monster Emperor, you are dreaming. I think you should scram from Insect Valley. Otherwise, even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. Monster Emperor was helpless. Then, I will give it a try. Maybe only Monster Emperor dared to come to Insect Valley alone. Chapter 381. So, Disciple is leaving this place. Zhuo Lai hollered and then said to the others, let's take him down. If we leave him alive, he will be a problem. He shouldn't have existed a long time ago. His kindness created this thing. The surrounding disciples were shocked and they felt like things weren't right. They were all disciples of Insect Valley and they knew that normal sects couldn't compare to them. Now that a stranger had returned and the few older generation experts from Insect Valley came out to stop him, everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. But they didn't hesitate and fled the area. What a joke. Although they didn't know how strong this person was, for the Insect Valley experts to pay so much attention to him, he definitely wasn't a joke. The ripples from the battle would be really terrifying. They were so close and they might not even know how they died. Zhuo Lai waved his hands and a wave-like barrier appeared, blocking this place from the outside world in case the ripples were too terrifying and destroyed Insect Valley. He didn't underestimate Monster Emperor. Although this person was sick in the head, he couldn't be underestimated. He wasn't stupid and without absolute strength, he wouldn't return to Insect Valley. Now that he returned, it meant that he thought that he had the strength to fight Insect Valley. Looking at all of you makes me think back to that dark room. The ground was wet and I ate rotten bugs every day. There were too many. Thinking about it, I really miss those days. Monster Emperor laughed and then his smile turned dark and sunken. My goal here is to get the 9 Demon Mother. No matter whether you want to give it to me or not, I have never been unable to get what I want. At that moment, a shocking aura exploded from Monster Emperor's body. The ground below cracked and numerous bugs floated into the air behind Monster Emperor. Monster Emperor reached out and clenched his fingers. The bugs gathered together and formed a giant black hand that grabbed forwards. Zhuo Lai was furious. He came to Insect Valley's territory and actually used their resources to fight them. He didn't hold Insect Valley in any regard at all. Monster Emperor's bug control ability was just too strong. The disciples in the distance had their mouths agape like they had seen a ghost. As Insect Valley disciples, naturally, they knew how rare Insect Valley's bug controlling technique was. Moreover, they felt that the path of cultivation was just too tough. Now, Monster Emperor had taught them a lesson. He let them understand that their bug control skills were just pitifully weak. Rumble. The giant insect hand slammed into the light barrier, almost tearing it apart. Zhuo Lai frowned. Was he that strong? Monster Emperor's improvement was just too huge. At the same time, he could see the shadow of the bug controlling technique, but it was different from the bug controlling technique. Zhuo Lai, remember my words. I only want the mother. Monster Emperor hollered. His arm exploded and turned into numerous spikes. They spread out like they were piercing through space and covered Zhuo Lai and the others. Rumble. Deafening explosions rang out as the battle began. The terrifying aura condensed into a storm that enveloped everything in its surroundings. As the battle progressed, Zhuo Lai's expression turned gloomy. I didn't expect you to actually reach Dao Realm Stage 6 Undying Body. Zhuo Lai didn't expect Monster Emperor's talent to be so terrifying. He cultivated to such a level in just a few decades. He was probably not much weaker than Lin Wani, who was the most overpowered. Monster Emperor didn't say anything. He just guided the bugs that were nurtured in Insect Valley to attack them. When other people came to Insect Valley, not only did they have to face experts, but they also had to face the numerous bugs. But to Monster Emperor, nothing made him feel better than fighting in Insect Valley. Monster Emperor's injuries continued to deepen. But he was really well behaved. Those injuries instantly healed up. What is going on? Zhuo Lai frowned in disbelief. Undying Body was just a saying and it didn't mean that he wouldn't die. Suddenly, he thought of a terrible thing. Monster Emperor, you succeeded? Zhuo Lai asked. Bug controlling technique was a secret technique of Insect Valley. Although it was said that the first Valley head created it, that was just a rumor. As the higher-ups of Insect Valley, naturally, they knew that it was the first Valley head who obtained it, which was how he built Insect Valley. Monster Emperor smiled. Right, I changed the bug controlling technique and found my own path. Didn't you say that it was impossible? Do you see it now? If I say that I will do it, then I will do it. No one can stop me, not even all of you. At that moment, Monster Emperor hollered in rage. His voice turned into sound waves that ignored the light barrier and spread outwards. The sound waves stimulated the disciples so much that their ears felt like they were about to explode. At the same time, they realized that the bugs they brought with them started to get restless and they didn't listen to their commands at all. Instantly, the bugs that Insect Valley raised started to riot. Monster Emperor, you! Zhuo Lai calmed them down, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't listen to him at all. That filled him with disbelief and terror. Numerous tentacles spread out from the cracks in the ground. These were all bugs that Insect Valley raised. They were originally hiding deep underground, but who knew that they would all come out? If they started to riot, the outcome would be catastrophic. Hong Long! Screams spread out. Those tentacles turned into long whips that smashed down, ripping apart buildings and causing many people to be injured. Monster Emperor's understanding of the bug controlling technique exceeded everyone's imagination. He even changed the bug controlling technique. Enough! Just at that moment, a hoarse voice spread out. Those restless bugs all calmed down. Monster Emperor looked into the distance. Did I force you out? Monster Emperor, leave the modified bug controlling technique behind. If you agree, the mother is yours. That voice spread out once more. Kiki, trade? Sure, I am not as complicated as you. I also like to trade, so there is no problem. Monster Emperor raised his hand and many words and bug pictures appeared. They merged together and he slapped. The words and pictures swept forwards. Instantly, they flew into the distance. Not long later, someone exclaimed. Monster! Although it felt like he was scolding him, he wanted to say that Monster Emperor was just too sick in the head. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. You should give me the mother. Monster Emperor said. The voice spread out. Zhuo Lai, bring him to get the mother. Zhuo Lai was really unwilling. He was really annoyed with Monster Emperor, but he had no choice. Things had developed to such a stage, so what if he was unwilling? Follow me. Zhuo Lai looked at Monster Emperor and said. The battle ended. Those disciples looked at Monster Emperor in terror. Those who had spent a long time in Insect Valley remembered who he was. It had been decades, and if they didn't try to recall, they might not have been able to. Monster Emperor looked at the scenery around and there were many familiar buildings. He thought back to a long time ago. At that time, he was really young, but he faced terror that others couldn't imagine. Zhuo Lai, Insect Valley seems decent, but I want to wipe this place out. Monster Emperor said with a dark and sunken expression. Zhuo Lai stopped and killing intent spread out from his body. Monster Emperor, don't think that you can bully Insect Valley. Kiki. Monster Emperor smiled. How amusing. In the past, all of you didn't care about the bug controlling technique that I modified, but now you want to use the body to exchange with me. Of course, there are people who can understand, but unfortunately, he isn't here anymore. I forgot to tell him that the technique wasn't complete, and it was easy for things to happen. Zhuo Lai's face became darker and darker. Monster Emperor, mind your words. The higher-ups knew that Feng Poliu didn't kill his master, but some things couldn't be told to disciples and couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, Insect Valley's pride would be wiped out. Monster Emperor smiled and didn't care much about Zhuo Lai's threat. Zhuo Lai hated his fat body. It was the same as before and there was no difference at all. The world has become fun. The appearance of the alliance has caused all the sects to become active. Insect Valley has been in secluded meditation for so long, so it is time for you to head out. Monster Emperor said. Zhuo didn't bother about Monster Emperor as he knew that he couldn't trust him. Whoever believed Monster Emperor's words wouldn't even know how they died. Very quickly, under Zhuo lead, they came to a cave. This cave was really normal and unassuming, but Monster Emperor sensed that there were people guarding it. Zhuo was wary of Monster Emperor. Although he had stopped and came to an agreement with Monster Emperor, he wouldn't trust him. Monster Emperor was really relaxed and wasn't as nervous as Zhuo. Not long later, a giant corpse appeared in front of him. At the same time, there were iron chains on it. I really don't know why you want this corpse, Zhuo said. When the mother was alive, it was really terrifying, but now that it was dead, it was such a waste. Monster Emperor smiled and joy flashed in his eyes. He opened his hands and a mysterious aura spread out from his palm and wrapped up the mother. Not long later, a blood orb the size of a pancake floated out of the mother's body. Zhuo looked at it and was shocked. Monster Emperor, what is this? For some reason, Zhuo felt like Monster Emperor had snatched something. Nothing, it is just the mother's blood. Monster Emperor didn't hide anything. He looked at Zhuo and swallowed the ball of blood into his body. Zhuo frowned and felt like Monster Emperor had an ulterior motive for coming to Insect Valley. Looking at Monster Emperor's expression, he felt like the blood was really important. If not, why would Monster Emperor give the modified bug controlling technique to Insect Valley so easily? What a bunch of fools. They actually don't know about such a precious thing. Kakik. Monster Emperor laughed and wasn't afraid that anyone would stop him. Okay, this mother body is useless to me. It is time to leave. Monster Emperor walked towards the outside. For some reason, Zhuo felt like Insect Valley was letting a terrifying beast go. Chapter 382. Monster Emperor left Insect Valley without anyone stopping him. Zhuo really wanted to stop him, but after hesitating for a long while, when he raised his head, there was no one at all. Suddenly, he realized that the mother body had shriveled up and turned into a dry corpse. He was stunned. How did this happen? When the mother died, the people from Insect Valley took away all the important things. They felt like the mother body had no more use for it, so they left it here. Moreover, Monster Emperor could just give it to him, so they didn't care much about it. No, I feel like I have suffered a huge loss. Zhuo immediately went to report the situation. The person who didn't appear to talk to Monster Emperor was the Insect Valley Grand Elder. At this moment, the bug controlling technique that Monster Emperor had given him was floating in front of him. I didn't expect Monster Emperor to have such shocking talent. We shouldn't have let him go that year. Thinking back, a long time ago, Monster Emperor was a baby that the valley had brought back from the outside and took him in as a disciple. They didn't find anything wrong with it, but when he was 4, they realized that he was really attracted to bugs. At the same time, he had a really strong connection with them. This was inconceivable, and it felt too mystical. Thus, they thought about a possibility and started to study Monster Emperor. Just like that, after many years of research, they gained something. Monster Emperor slowly changed. He became fatter and fatter, but his connection with bugs slowly weakened. When he was 20, he told everyone that he could modify the bug controlling technique to make it stronger. But no one believed him. But one person did. That was Phone Poliu's master. What happened next was really simple. That happened many years after Monster Emperor left Insect Valley. Phone Poliu's master cultivated the bug controlling technique that Monster Emperor left behind and had problems. To Insect Valley, they definitely couldn't allow such a thing to be leaked out. He cultivated the bug controlling technique that a disciple changed, and in the end, there were problems. Did he have to give up all his face? Zhuo came. The old man kept the things that Monster Emperor left behind. Enter. Zhuo told him everything that Monster Emperor did to the mother. That fist-sized blood ball was definitely not an ordinary item. Monster Emperor had a goal for coming to Insect Valley. As expected. After Zhuo said these words, the old man's expression became ugly. Anything that Monster Emperor paid attention to was definitely a good thing. But all the important things in the mother's body had been taken away by them. How could there be anything else important? All he wanted was that fist-sized blood bead. He didn't even want the corpse anymore. It seemed like he had missed out on something important. Your technique is a little rusty. Mu Gang knelt on the ground and gently pressed on Lin Fan's temples. Lin Fan was really comfortable as he laid on the ground and rested his head on Mu Gang's legs. He looked really relaxed. Young master, I will do my best. Mu Gang's face turned red. This action was just too intimate and she had never thought that such a thing would happen. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Mu Gang's disappointed expression. He could only see Mu Gang's chest. Damn, why did she have to block his sight? Yes, you do need to work hard. Your standard is too far away from my Go-Z. If we were to rank you, you can only be considered below average. You still have a long way to go. Lin Fan said. Yes. Mu Gang replied. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. It seemed like she would have to do such things in the future. Su Furong looked at this scene enviously. How he wished that the head lying on the snow-white thighs was his head. Unfortunately, this was all just a dream. He could only look on. Also, were those words even spoken by a human? That was just too much. Such a beautiful girl was massaging for him. Even if she was rusty, he had to praise her. Cha Fu looked at the envious gazes his two disciples had towards young Master Lin and shook his head. What was the point of being envious? He told them to cultivate but none of them listened. So, all they could do now was be envious. Young master, where should we go next? Zhu Shen asked. He was quite satisfied with the current situation. Although there were some conflicts, luckily, they didn't face any danger. If they could wait for Master Lin to return, that would be for the best. I don't know where to go, so let's just take a look. Lin Fan closed his eyes and said. At the same time, he gave Mu Gang pointers. He, who had been to many foot massage cities, had some experience with massaging. They were all legit and he didn't need to think too much. Zhu Shen really wanted to slap himself a few times. What was the difference between asking and not asking at all? If young Master Lin knew where to go, then why would he waste time here? Suddenly, Lin Fan's expression changed. It wasn't because of what happened around but because the darkness god domain in his body had a shocking change. A while ago, the darkness god domain was still the same. At most, half of the palace was restored and the others were wrapped in grey mist. But now, the situation was different. He took a look. The palace in the darkness god domain was restored and a dark and sinister palace stood in the god domain. His consciousness seemed to have been pulled into the god domain and he realized that he was standing outside the palace. In front of him were two ancient stone doors. There was a picture on the stone door. It was a male holding a staff. He was really majestic and overbearing, giving one a godly aura. Not bad, it is starting to change. This is a good start. The moment Lin Fan pushed open the stone door, a strong gust of air burst forth from within the palace. Then, everything went silent. The dark and gloomy palace gave off a creepy vibe. Lin Fan was petrified by this dark and creepy palace as well. But shortly after, he wanted to smack his stupid head. The god domain was already in his body, so how could it kill him? He was just thinking too much. He walked into the palace. Pata! The interior of the palace lit up. The two tall statues on both sides frightened Lin Fan like he had seen a ghost. These statues were really huge, at least 8 meters tall. Lin Fan, who was walking in the middle, was surrounded by these statues and seemed a little weak. He had been thinking about what the god domain was. It didn't seem like something that belonged to this place. Thinking back to the legend when he obtained it, he felt like it was something from the heavens. He really didn't understand. He walked forwards and many steps appeared. The steps were really high. He walked step by step and in just a short while, he reached the top. In front of him was a stone throne, and beside the throne's armrest was a scepter. Beside the scepter was a crown. Lin Fan looked at it and thought about it for a moment. Many scenes appeared in his mind. These weren't scenes from the god domain but scenes from movies and animations that he had seen in the past. Pick up the scepter, wear the crown, and become a god? That was a little deep but he could try. Lin Fan stood in front of the stone throne and placed the crown on his head. He then held the scepter and sat on the throne. The moment he sat down, a shocking change occurred. Hong Long. With Lin Fan at the center, a terrifying aura exploded out and swept the entire god domain. At the same time, lightning wrapped around the sky. Lin Fan felt a will that he had never felt before charge at him. There wasn't any danger and it seemed like he was receiving a legacy. Darkness, Chief God. Lin Fan closed his eyes and entered a calm state. He was sensing the benefits that the Darkness God domain brought him. At the same time, he was sure that this thing didn't come from the world he was in and it should have come from somewhere else. Chief God? It sounds like it is of a high level but this god domain is just so weak. The legacy that Lin Fan had received was just a simple legacy of a master god. There was no boost of power, nor were there any benefits. It was the equivalent of a manual, and there was nothing else to be gained. After activating the Darkness God domain, everything became different. Although the Darkness God domain was empty, there was a bit more of a god aura around it. He sensed and realized that there were some threads that landed from above and connected to the palace. If his guesses were correct, this was faith. Oh my god. Now that this cultivation wasn't over, he opened up a new cultivation system. Why didn't he just die? Did he really think that he was a cultivation maniac? He was someone who didn't like to cultivate. Despair, helplessness. Also, damn you. After leaving the Darkness God domain, he opened his eyes and noticed that everyone was far away from him. What is going on with all of you? Lin Fan noticed that Zhu Shen was looking at him warily and he was a little stunned. He just became a god in the Darkness God domain, so why did all of them have such a huge reaction? Young Master Lin, just now you. Zhu Shen stuttered. What happened just now? Lin Fan didn't understand what he meant as he didn't do anything. Zhu Shen sucked in a deep breath. Young Master Lin, just now a terrifying and dark aura exploded from your body. No, it wasn't a normal aura. It gave me a terrifying feeling. Although it disappeared in the blink of an eye, it really existed. I didn't dare to get close to you and thought that something had happened to you. It is okay, I was just cultivating. There was nothing weird about it. Lin Fan said. But in his heart, he was thinking. It seemed like he had totally inherited the title of Chief God of the Darkness God domain and activated the little treasure. Not bad at all. Zhu Shen was helpless. He knew that young Master Lin wasn't telling the truth. What kind of cultivation could cause such a huge commotion? He wasn't bragging. To think that he, a stage 3 Dao realm powerhouse like Zhu Shen, was almost suffocated by that aura just now. Just what kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique did he have to cultivate to have such might? Maybe he was just bragging. Lin Fan looked to the side. Mu Gang, who was massaging him, retreated into the distance. But the moment he looked, he couldn't shift his gaze away. He saw that there was a thin gray thread on her body that was connected to the Darkness God domain. He thought about it and instantly understood. He was Mu Gang's master and she was his maid. It seemed like this was faith. Mu Gang realized that young master's gaze was really invasive. She panicked. What was he doing? Was he going to attack her? She was so afraid. If Lin Fan knew what she was thinking, he would definitely roar. In the past, that might have been possible. But now that he was a chief god and had such a high status, how could he be so casual? Chapter 383. Lin Fan realized that the strength of the god domain was still really weak. It was obvious that he needed to collect faith to strengthen it. But it was a little problematic. How was he going to collect faith? With his ability to cause trouble, he didn't have any believers. "Young master, is there something wrong with me?" Mu Gang asked nervously. Young Master Lin's gaze was a little off and it made one terrified. Lin Fan shook his head and didn't say anything more. He realized that the darkness god domain could accept servants and the lowest requirement was that they had to believe in him. Mu Gang met that requirement. "Mu Gang, I can see the unwillingness in your eyes. You want to take revenge for Sky Moon Mountain but you are too weak. As long as you believe in me, I can lend my strength to you," Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen's eyes opened wide and his mouth was agape. He was totally stunned by young Master Lin's words. What was he saying? He didn't understand at all. Not only did Zhu Shen not understand, but even Cha Fu and the others were stunned. He was originally fine, but he suddenly said something that made people confused. Could it be that he was stimulated by something just now? Mu Gang looked at Lin Fan and was stunned for a long while. She was indeed filled with rage and unwillingness. She wasn't willing to forget about Sky Moon Mountain. "I am willing to believe in young master." Although she was really confused, she wanted to give it a try. Instantly, a mysterious power spread out from the god domain and wrapped around Mu Gang. At the same time, it formed a connection. Mu Gang became his servant and at the same time, he could lend his strength to her. But Mu Gang's faith level was just too low. Mu Gang was originally only at Martial Path grade 12, but at that moment, her cultivation bottleneck loosened and her cultivation rose to peak master realm. She directly crossed a huge realm. Zhu Shen was shocked and filled with disbelief. He was filled with shock. Mu Gang's cultivation wasn't much to him, but at that moment, he realized that her cultivation had increased for no reason at all. That was just impossible. According to the standards of cultivation, it was completely impossible. He looked towards young Master Lin like he wanted an answer. Even with his Dao realm cultivation, it was tough for him to understand what was going on. So, that was the case. The Sovereign's legacy contained many strange abilities. Now, this was more like a contract. Moreover, he knew that some people would receive the blessing of a certain main god if they believed in it. However, many people did not receive the blessing of the main god even if they believed in it. Clearly, they needed to consume their own power. It was to transmit one's own power, which was equivalent to weakening one's own divine power and lending it to others. Just now, he clearly felt that some of his strength had been borrowed. But because of the small support system, he didn't feel that way. He just wanted to say it. From the start till now, Mu Gang's expression was the same. She was shocked and even she didn't expect this to happen. Lin Fan looked at Mu Gang's expression and shook his head. "Your faith in me isn't high enough, so I can only raise it by so much." How much the other party could improve had a lot to do with how much they believed in him. Mu Gang could only be considered average. A true believer was one who only recognized his faith and did not recognize anyone else. So, Mu Gang was still far from it. "I can become stronger?" Mu Gang asked in shock. Lin Fan smiled. "Yes, you can become stronger, but it all depends on you." There was no point in saying that. Even if Mu Gang said that she believed in him and that she would do whatever he told her to do, it was useless. The faith power that spread out from her body said it all. This was a change in her heart and it was similar to brainwashing. Lin Fan felt really good. Based on this situation, if he got more believers, he would be able to form a believer battle team. Moreover, he had an endless supply of power. No matter how much he lent, it didn't affect him at all. "Young Master Lin, what is going on? How did you do it?" Zhu Shen couldn't take it anymore. He had lived for so many years and had never seen such a thing. It was just too magical. Lin Fan said, "Zhu Shen, this is just a secret technique. It isn't much." Would Zhu Shen believe Lin Fan's words? Of course not. Young Master Lin was really unpredictable. In the past, he would definitely believe him, but since he got to know young Master Lin, he saw through young Master Lin's personality. When he asked important questions, he definitely wouldn't tell the truth. Zhu Shen didn't continue to ask. Anyway, it was pointless, so what was there to ask? "Senior, can I do it?" Jin Xiaobao walked in front of Lin Fan and asked softly. He was trash and didn't have much talent in cultivation. He just wanted to take a shortcut. Now that the shortcut was right in front of him, he wanted to try what it felt like to be an expert. Lin Fan looked at Jin Xiaobao. "You can't, your faith isn't enough." Jin Xiaobao was regretful. Till now, he still didn't understand what this so-called faith was. Su Furong looked at Mu Gang in envy. This woman was just too lucky to be able to improve so quickly. Also, he wanted to increase his strength but he wouldn't say anything. "I have never heard of it. It is just too magical. I have seen many weird things but I have never seen such a thing." Cha Fu exclaimed. He was totally shocked by Lin Fan's actions. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have believed anyone who told him such words. Did they treat him as a fool? Lin Fan said calmly, "It isn't a rare ability and it isn't useful at all." Cha Fu smacked his lips. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat Lin Fan, he would have scolded him in rage. If this was a useless ability, then what else was useful? People nowadays just knew how to act cool. It was a little difficult to develop believers. Even if he increased Mu Gang's strength, her faith didn't show any signs of increasing. Forget it, he would just use the small support system to increase his own strength. As for faith, he would just take it one step at a time. If he had a chance in the future, he would develop it. The Darkness Chief God's legacy wasn't a timely help and it was just the icing on the cake. But the icing on the cake wasn't bad either. If he could get more believers who believed in him and borrow his strength, then in the future, there would be people who would do the work of beating people up. Mu Gang, don't just stand there. Continue the massage and we will set off soon. Lin Fan instructed. Mu Gang's strength increased and she was really happy. "Yes, young master." Lin Fan closed his eyes and was attracted by the two purple lines of faith. This purple line of faith connected to the depths of space and spread into the distance. Who was it that was worshipping him? It should be cousin and Go Z. My poor cousin left me, so he definitely wouldn't be able to find his way home. After all, I moved the mountain away, so it would be a miracle if he could find his way home. The outside world was a little dangerous and cousin was still weak, so he could only pass the power of the outside world to cousin. As for the divine attendant recruitment ceremony, it was just a formality to make people feel more realistic. Power was transmitted along the purple line of faith. It was endless and he could borrow a lot. As expected, it had a lot to do with the depth of faith. Maybe cousin's faith had reached the highest level. Not long later, Lin Fan and the others continued their journey. Although they didn't have a goal, Lin Fan's goal was to find the alliance and the top sections. What a thick stench of blood. Young Master Lin, we need to be careful. This place isn't safe. Zhu Shen's nose twitched and he sniffed around. The smell of blood surged towards his face and made him want to puke. It is best if we avoid this place. Zhu Shen thought about it and suggested for Lin Fan not to continue forwards. There was a city in front of them but the sky above was covered in a thick blood mist. Many crows circled above, forming a really weird and terrifying scene. What are you afraid of? Didn't we come out to find the alliance? Since something happened, then it definitely has something to do with someone. Lin Fan said. The stench of blood was really thick and he also saw the phenomenon above the city. Although the alliance was annoying, they shouldn't have been so cruel, right? Let's go. Lin Fan walked towards the city and wanted to see what was going on. Cha Fu wanted to say something but he stopped. Although he wasn't strong, he didn't want to take the risk. But he had no choice. They were on the same boat and since they were together, naturally, they had to help one another. Su Furong asked softly, "Master, do you think we will die for no reason one day? Why would you have such a thought?" Cha Fu looked at his disciple and really wanted to pry open his head to see what was going on in it. Did it have anything to do with death? Su Furong scratched his head. "I am just a little worried. Look, since we followed them, the things we faced weren't good and they were all filled with danger. Look more and speak less. Who knows what you are thinking about?" Cha Fu scolded. Su Furong was helpless. He was just reminding them to be careful and pay attention to safety. He didn't mean anything else. City Gate. Biting City. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the name carved on the tower. The city gate was tightly shut and one couldn't see what was going on inside. But the blood on the gate meant that the situation inside wasn't that friendly. "Kachi!" Lin Fan pushed open the gate. Instantly, a thick corpse stench surged into his face. It was really sour and refreshing. Who is so vicious? He couldn't take it anymore. Even before entering the city, they could see dozens of corpses just by standing at the city gate and looking in. Lin Fan placed his finger on his nose. The smell was tough to resist and he couldn't take it. These people have been dead for a period of time. Zhu Shen said. So smelly, so smelly. Su Furong waved his hands. His face was ashen white and he was terrified by the scenes in front of him. He had never seen so many people die. Shut up. Cha Fu stared. It was just the smell of corpses, so why couldn't he take it? Although that was what he thought. He couldn't take it either. Chapter 384. Biting City. Lin Fan was speechless. He felt that he was cruel to his enemies but he wasn't as vicious as these people. They really didn't leave even the chickens and dogs alive. Don't think that he was just exaggerating. Not far away, there was a chicken. A wooden stick was shoved into its mouth and then came out from its butt. It was okay if they were roasting it, but what was this? What cruel methods! Zhu Shen, you are really knowledgeable. Why don't you take a look at who did this? Lin Fan asked. Zhu Shen walked in front of a corpse and looked at it carefully. He searched for injuries and also checked if he missed anything. Not long later, Zhu Shen returned to Lin Fan's side. "Young Master Lin, I looked at a few corpses and realized that they didn't have any obvious injuries but their bones were all shattered. An expert must have come here and used his aura to crush these commoners to death. But who would be so vicious? They are obviously experts, so why would they attack commoners?" Zhu Shen felt that such actions were shameless. Experts had their own pride and definitely wouldn't kill innocent commoners. Apart from perverts, who else could it be? Let's head in and see if there are any clues left. Since we are free, let's do some justice. Lin Fan said. Along the way, he had nothing to do and he only had 110,000 rage points. It was just too little and he couldn't even raise a single Dao realm technique. He only had 74 Dao patterns and that was just too little. If other people found out, they would definitely smash Lin Fan's head. If 74 wasn't enough, then how many would it be? Dao Realm was the final path of the martial path and those who could become Dao Realm experts weren't ordinary people. To break from Domain Realm to Dao Realm, one needed at least 10 Dao patterns. When Lin Fan and the others were searching for clues in Biting City, Go Zi and Zhou Zhongmao's situation was different. Go Zi missed young master but there was nothing he could do. His cultivation was too weak and he could only stay on Martial Path Mountain to take care of Feng Poliu and his disciple, as well as Yuan Tianchu and Zhang Tianshan. In the kitchen, Go Zi held a kitchen knife and was about to chop the chicken into pieces to make soup. He raised the kitchen knife high up and heavily chopped down on the body of the chicken. Apart from the low chopping sound, there was nothing else. But just like that, when Go Z's cleaver slashed down once more, it was different. A loud explosion rang out. The chopping board shattered into pieces, the floor cracked, and then the entire kitchen exploded, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Fong Poliu and the others heard the commotion and rushed over. When they saw the scenes, they were stunned. At the same time, he was wary of his surroundings. Could it be that someone had attacked them? But that was impossible. There was no movement around at all. Moreover, Zhang Tianshan laid out a formation, so he definitely wouldn't let people in so easily. In the ruins, Go Zi was so frightened that he fell to the ground. His throat moved and his forehead was covered in sweat. He was totally stunned as he looked at the cleaver in his hand and then at everything in front of him. "Doggy, are you still alive?" Zhang Tianshan asked. If Go Zi died, they would all starve. He was the best cook on Marshall Path Mountain, so they definitely wouldn't be used to eating other people's dishes. "Alive," Go Zi stuttered. He was frightened. He was just chopping a chicken. Why did it suddenly explode? Zhang Tianshan asked, "What is going on? Why did it explode out of nowhere? No experts came to our side." "I don't know. I was killing the chicken in the kitchen and was prepared to make chicken soup for all of you. It was fine at the start, but when I slashed it..." Go Zi swallowed his saliva and panicked. He raised his hand and was prepared to show them what happened. But instantly, all of them were stunned. Go Zi waved his hand casually and a blade light surged into the sky, directly slicing another mountain in the middle. Hong Long Long. Looking at the scenes in front of him, Go Zi was stunned. He was about to cry, "I really didn't do anything, I just, don't move." Fong Poliu said right away. He couldn't chop anymore, if he continued, he would die. He walked forwards and stopped the cleaver in Go Zi's hand. He looked at the cleaver and there was nothing wrong with it. It was just a normal cleaver, so the problem was with Go Zi. Damn it. That blade light was too terrifying, even he was nearly frightened to death. How did Go Zi, who didn't know how to cultivate, suddenly become so strong? That was totally impossible. Go Zi, tell the truth. Did you eat anything or meet anyone recently? Fong Poliu asked. Go Zi shook his head, "No, nothing at all." Fong Poliu frowned. That was weird, that shouldn't be the case. He didn't eat anything and suddenly had such terrifying strength. Did Go Zi have an amazing body? Or was he acting like a pig to eat a tiger? Did he show off today just to make them laugh? Yuan Tianchu hadn't made wild guesses in a long time. But when he saw Go Zi's blade, he was stunned. His brain started to think about random things. I understand, I finally understand. He realized that he had been played by Lin Fan. Go Zi, who he didn't care about in the past, was actually so terrifying. What did that mean? It meant that he was honest and didn't join in, otherwise, his head would have been separated from his body. Zhang Tianshan directly ignored Yuan Tianchu, this kid was trash. Haze. Fong Poliu touched Go Zi's body. He didn't dare to probe. Go Zi's body was boiling with power, and if he tried, he might die. It is hard to say if it is a blessing or a curse. But you have such strength, but you don't know how to control it. That is a problem. I will teach you how to control it. Fong Poliu said. Go Zi wanted to cry, "I don't want to become like this. I just want to cook. Can you let me return to normal? I am afraid." Fong Poliu was stunned as he looked at Go Zi. His expression was a little complicated, and he even wanted to die. He actually didn't want the power that other people wanted. Damn! Was the gap between people really that big? Go Zi, you can't recover, you can only accept this power. Don't you want to protect your young master? You can do it now. Feng Poliu said. As expected. When he heard that he could protect young master, Go Zi was energized. His fear was totally gone. Right, I can serve young master and protect him. That is great. Go Zi clenched his fists and felt really energized. With a crack, patterns appeared in the space like it was about to shatter. Stop! Feng Poliu hollered. Go Zi was so frightened that he released his hands. Damn! Feng Poliu wanted to know what Go Zi got. How did he become so terrifying? Just clenching his fists could shatter space. That was just so surreal. For Lin Fan to be able to use the faith of the darkness god domain to raise Go Zi's cultivation was really overpowered. Even chief gods couldn't bear to do that. After all, he was borrowing his own strength. If he lent it to others, it would mean that he would become weaker. But to Lin Fan, all of that didn't matter. Anyway, nothing changed. At this moment, Go Zi didn't dare to move anymore. Martial Path Mountain's future meals could only be left to Zhang Tianshan. With Go Zi's current situation, how could he cook? One blade and Martial Path Mountain might be wiped out. Within Biding City, Lin Fan and the others stood at the center of the city. Do you guys feel that something is wrong? Lin Fan asked. Zhu Shen nodded. I do feel that way. Both of their cultivations reached Dao realm and they were really sensitive to certain things. Cha Fu hadn't reached Dao realm, so naturally, he wasn't as sensitive as them. But he could still sense something. It just made him feel a little uncomfortable. Young Master Lin, be careful. I feel like there is some hidden danger here. No one would kill a city for no reason unless they are really bored. Zhu Shen had been through so many things but he had never seen anyone do that. Even the cruel ones like Monster Emperor had never massacred an entire city. Normally, he occupied land and made the commoners his servants. Suddenly, Zhu Shen realized that the situation wasn't right. In the hidden area, there was actually a lot of fresh blood that gathered together and flowed towards a certain place. Young Master Lin, look at this. I think I have found the problem. Zhu Shen said. Lin Fan walked forwards to take a look. He came to the center and punched the ground. With a kacha, the ground cracked and a deep hole appeared. Come out. Stop hiding there and acting mysterious. The hole was really dark and one couldn't see what was inside. Cha Fu retreated with the disciples and so did Mu Gang. If there was really an enemy below, then it would be really terrifying. At that moment, a dark and terrifying voice spread out from the deep hole. More people are here to die. Hong Long. A blood light surged into the sky and covered the entire deep hole. In the blink of an eye, the blood light dissipated. A red-robed male floated in the air. There was a bright red mark on his forehead and he looked really devilish. If one didn't look closely, one would have thought that he was a girl who liked to wear red. Lin Fan felt really uncomfortable when he saw such a person. So what if he was a guy? He was neither a man nor a woman and he even had black eyeliner. Damn, it made him want to vomit. Oi, I am talking about you. You are neither a man nor a woman. You killed everyone here, right? I was wondering how someone could be so cruel. So, you are just so disgusting. I understand, now I understand. Lin Fan's gaze was filled with disdain. Kakik, you can say whatever you want. Anyway, you are going to die, so what is there to be angry about? The red-robed male used his fingers to cover his lips and laughed. He actually looked a little charming. Damn. Zhu Shen frowned and felt that this person was familiar. But as he had lived in Yu City for so long, he couldn't recall who it was. But he was sure that he had seen this person before. Who was he? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Zhu Shen's mind and he said, Hua Jianhai, how did you become like this? Chapter 385. The red-robed male was Hua Jianhai. He was stunned and a little stunned. This little wild boar that could only be eaten could actually speak. He could even call out his name. Who are you? With my status, how can I know an animal like you? Hua Jianhai frowned and was confused. He looked closely at the pig and still didn't recognize who he was. Zhu Shen was so infuriated by Hua Jianhai's words that he nearly exploded on the spot. Who are you calling an animal? Zhu Shen was furious. Since he turned into a pig, no one called him an animal. This fellow was the first. Hua Jianhai smiled, of course, I am talking about you. A pig that can speak is really magical and can even recognize me. I want to know what breed you are. Did you come from Insect Valley? Impossible, even Insect Valley doesn't have that ability. Lin Fan stopped the furious Zhu Shen and asked, you know him? I do, he is from Shidao sect. In the past, he wasn't like this and was normal. Who knew that he would actually turn into a monster that is neither a man nor a woman? Who knows what happened during these decades for him to actually become like this? Zhu Shen said. Hua Jianhai had been thinking about who he was. But he couldn't think of anything. Who the hell are you, you beast? You sound like you are familiar with me. Most of the people I know are dead, so I don't think so. Hua Jianhai said. Zhu Shen didn't want to tell Hua Jianhai who he was, but the moment he had such a thought, young Master Lin sold him out mercilessly. Zhu Shen, tell him who you are. Let's see whether or not he remembers you. Lin Fan said. There was no need to ask at all. His words told him that he was Zhu Shen. Now, did he know? Hua Jianhai was stunned and then said in disbelief, you are Zhu Shen. He was stunned. How did a person turn into a pig for no reason? Hua Jianhai's constricted pupils opened up and then he laughed. I didn't expect Zhu Shen to really turn into a pig. I was wondering who it was, so it was you. I heard that you were beaten up by Lin Wani and thought that you would disappear. So, you came here and turned into such a person. Who is going to laugh at you? Pig? Very compatible, really very compatible. Hua Jianhai's laughter didn't infuriate Zhu Shen. His rage was just temporary. Yes, they are indeed a good match. But no matter how compatible they are not a good match for you. You used to be a male chauvinist, but now you have become like this. You are even wearing a red robe. You look so feminine and disgusting. Zhu Shen was filled with disdain and didn't reply at all. He also wanted to know how he became like this. He and Hua Jianhai were considered half-teammates in the past and they did some shady things together. But in the end, they split up due to a small conflict. To put it bluntly, it was a conflict of interest. Zhu Shen wasn't as crazy as Hua Jianhai and he just stopped one thing. Okay, what good does insulting me do for you? You are just a pig now. Whether or not you can leave this place alive is a problem. Hua Jianhai wanted to leave Zhu Shen here. Zhu Shen looked at Hua Jianhai, we were teammates in the past, so why are you so heartless? Kiki. Hua Jianhai smiled, in the past, you were still a human and I could give you face. Now, you are just a pig and I want to eat pork. Don't worry, I will pull out your lungs and liver and fry them all. How could Lin Fan allow them to continue talking here? This fellow's words are so nasty and you can even talk to him. Quick, kill him. He didn't have any thoughts about doing anything at all. Young Master Lin, what if? Zhu Shen knew Hua Jianhai's strength, especially since he had turned into a pig. His strength was affected and he might not be able to beat him, so he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Lin Fan interrupted him. Don't worry, if you can't beat him, I will help you. Lin Fan said calmly. Zhu Shen looked at Lin Fan. That wasn't what he wanted to say. He wanted to say that if he couldn't beat him, then he would flee. Lin Fan saw that Zhu Shen was stunned and said, don't worry, nothing will happen. Zhu Shen was helpless. Young Master Lin couldn't understand what he meant. He raised his head and looked at Hua Jianhai. So many years have passed. Let me see how strong you are now. When a pig exploded, it was always so surprising. Zhu Shen and Hua Jianhai instantly clashed with one another. Looking at Hua Jianhai's situation, he should be from Shidao sect's Blood Demon faction. Lin Fan had already faced many from the Blood Demon faction. Along with the two from before, this was the third. But compared to Zhu Shen, the first two were a little weaker. Zhu Shen's form wasn't that of a human and he was restricted in some aspects. But to experts, even if they weren't in human form, they would still be able to overcome difficulties. I really didn't expect that I would fight a pig. But not bad, I didn't expect you to reach Dao Realm Stage 3. Hua Jianhai temporarily suppressed Zhu Shen. The battle between the man and the pig was really intense. Biting City was shaking and many houses collapsed. The ripples weren't something that normal people could block. Cha Fu and the others were filled with despair towards such a battle. It wasn't something they could block at all. Too strong. Cha Fu was already old and he always felt that he was quite strong. But since he met Lin Fan and the others, he felt like his view of the world had collapsed and changed. The people he faced were either Dao Realm experts or sick in the head. Who could take that? At that moment, Zhu Shen was about to explode from his body. Damn, it was just so inconvenient. Just 4 pig trotters were enough for him. Moreover, his body was really small and his hooves were shorter. That was just so awkward. If he was in human form and held a machete, he would definitely chop this bastard to death. Zhu Shen, forget it. Don't you realize how stupid you look now? Hua Jianhai smiled and didn't care about Zhu Shen at all. Suddenly, Hua Jianhai sensed something behind him. He turned around and didn't expect that kid to actually appear behind him. Lin Fan punched. It was a sneak attack but unfortunately, it didn't succeed. He retreated right away. Zhu Shen, slice him up. Hua Jianhai was furious and wanted to slice Lin Fan to death. But the moment he had such a thought, Zhu Shen struck. The man and pig clashed once more. Rage points plus 999. Decent numbers. Although Lin Fan was just one person and the numbers were limited, he wouldn't waste any at all. Thinking back to when he was accumulating rage points from dozens of rage points. Hua Jianhai's vital energy rumbled and half the sky was covered in a blood ocean. Zhu Shen, die. Hua Jianhai pressed down with his palms. The yin-yang 5-element reverse light shot forwards. Xiao! Hua Jianhai felt a sharp sword intent strike him from behind. He slapped with one palm and smashed the sword intent. Damn! Who sneak attacked him? You kid! Hua Jianhai didn't expect this kid to sneak attack him and that infuriated him. But just as he wanted to kill Lin Fan once more, Zhu Shen broke through the reversed yin-yang 5 elements and stepped down with one hoof. Rage points plus 999. Lin Fan loved such battles. He would occasionally attack and earn some rage points. Zhu Shen, kill him. He didn't like to fight. Zhu Shen was quite strong. Even if he turned into a pig and was restricted, he could still fight with Hua Jianhai. That was enough to show that if he hadn't turned into a pig, with Zhu Shen's strength, he could have chopped Hua Jianhai into a fool. The battle continued. Lin Fan watched with great interest as well. Shidao sect was really amazing. He heard that Shidao sect was created by a disciple of Yin Yang sect and now it could become a top sect. How strong was this disciple? At the same time, how strong was Yin Yang sect? He really didn't dare to imagine. But it was hard to say. Maybe that disciple was really talented and strong. He felt that it was a waste of his talent to stay in Yin Yang sect, which was why he decided to create his own sect. There was a high possibility. Hua Jianhai wasn't weak. He was at Dao Realm Stage 3 and his position in Shidao sect definitely wasn't low. No matter where one was, Dao Realm cultivation was really shocking. To a mid-tier sect, such cultivation was enough for him to be a sect leader. As the battle continued to explode, Zhu Shen found it tough. Hua Jianhai was really strong. If he hadn't turned into a pig, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But now, he really couldn't take it anymore. Pang! Hua Jianhai hollered and a terrifying power exploded, causing the space around to sink. Zhu Shen suffered a heavy blow and was smashed to the ground. Zhu Shen, how are you going to fight me now? With your current size? Stop dreaming. Hua Jianhai said in disdain. Zhu Shen came out from the deep hole and looked at Hua Jianhai. If my body hadn't changed, I would have killed you long ago. Kiki, who doesn't know how to brag? I want to say that if I didn't become like this, would you even have the chance to become a pig? Hua Jianhai was the winner, so naturally, he was really overbearing. When he spoke, he straightened his back. Suddenly, Hua Jianhai sensed the fierce intent behind him and his expression became really ugly. He turned his head. Kid, I have tolerated you until now and you still want to. Before he finished, Hua Jianhai was stunned. Hua Jianhai was stunned. The situation wasn't right. Lin Fan's aura was at its peak as his eyes shone with a ferocious gleam. That fist of his contained an unbelievable amount of power. Pang! The fist landed. The space shook. A shocking explosion reverberated throughout the area. There was a loud explosion. Hua Jianhai smashed into the ground, causing it to crack and dust to rise up. Lin Fan blew on his fist and extinguished it. Why did I ask you to bear with it? I was just playing and you treated it so seriously. Oi, Zhu Shen, what is going on with you? You don't even have confidence in such a person. Zhu Shen felt really awkward. Young Master Lin, your words were just too much. You said that he was such a person. But if I can't even beat him, then what kind of person should I be? Chapter 386. What is going on? Hua Jianhai, who was smashed into the deep hole, was stunned. Till now, he still hadn't reacted. The kid that he ignored was actually so strong. He was too careless, he was really too careless. Damn! Rage appeared on Hua Jianhai's face. He held onto the ground with one hand and raised his head. He stared at Lin Fan in rage and a thick vengeful energy surged out. Kid, you are asking to die. He was furious. Zhu Shen was suppressed by him and he felt really good. But shortly after, the kid punched him. He wanted to finish him off but who knew that the fist would be so strong. He couldn't block it at all and was smashed to the ground. But to think that he could defeat him like that was just wishful thinking. Young Master Lin, be careful. Zhu Shen reminded. He was really annoyed. Hua Jianhai was actually able to suppress him. That was an insult. Although he had turned into a pig, was that a reason for him to lose? Lin Fan said, Zhu Shen, just watch from the side. I will deal with this fellow. You have some ability and even Zhu Shen can't do anything to you. Interesting. Zhu Shen felt that young Master Lin was saying that he was a little weak. If he hadn't turned into a pig and his body wasn't affected, Hua Jianhai wouldn't have jumped around. He would have killed him with one blade. Kiki, kid, I was just careless. What do you think you can do to me? Hua Jianhai said in disdain but his heart was really solemn. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fan at all. Just the strength of that fist alone couldn't be underestimated. Where did this fellow come from? But he didn't care so much anymore. The blood energy around Hua Jianhai boiled and a red blood light covered the sky. One could see a corpse demon giving off a ferocious aura within the blood light. I won't do anything to all of you but I will beat you up so badly that you cry. Lin Fan smiled. At that moment, Lin Fan raised his hand and the sword merged. In the blink of an eye, a giant sword that gave off a bright light appeared. Dao patterns wrapped around it and it slashed towards Hua Jianhai. Damn! Hua Jianhai was stunned and felt that Lin Fan's strategy was a little off. He hollered and the corpse demon in the blood ocean roared. A pair of giant hands struck towards Lin Fan. Bang! When the sword struck the corpse demon's body, a dazzling radiance burst out. At the same time, a dull and extremely impactful ripple spread out. Lin Fan's sword Dao was known for its magnificence. In the past, it was naturally filled with sword wills that filled the skies. With a single push of his palm, 10,000 swords would fly out and destroy the entire world. But now, perhaps this was what it meant to return to simplicity. The great Dao was the simplest. The sword will condensed together and formed a long sword. Driven by force, it directly killed all the people in front of it. Kill! Lin Fan burst forth with his strongest power. Waving the long sword in his hand, he pierced through the heaven and earth and slashed out. Rumble! The demonic corpse was slashed into pieces, and the long sword that Lin Fan had condensed was also shattered. Damn, how is this fellow so strong? Hua Jianhai was stunned. If he hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed it. At this moment, his sword shattered, giving Hua Jianhai a chance to breathe. But shortly after, the situation changed. Just as he was about to rage, another shocking aura struck down from above his head. Lin Fan felt like one wasn't enough, so he formed two swords, one in each hand. He slashed at Hua Jianhai. Hua Jianhai panicked and wanted to curse. But now wasn't the time for him to think about all that. A light screen appeared above his head, directly blocking Lin Fan's attack. Pang! The explosion shook the heavens and earth. The sword intent surged forwards and tore the space apart. Hua Jianhai felt a terrifying and unstoppable power pressing down on his body. With a pang, he knelt to the ground. The sword intent pressed down on Hua Jianhai's body and then pierced through the ground, tearing it apart. Poochie! Hua Jianhai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Many cracks appeared on his body. How is that possible? He looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. How was his strength so terrifying? I will die. No, I have to go. Hua Jianhai realized that he would definitely die if he stayed. This kid was just too strong. Wait and see, I will come back for you. The moment he said this, Hua Jianhai tore open the space and was prepared to enter the dimension to escape. Lin Fan frowned. He was only at Dao Realm Stage 1 and was annoyed by techniques that only Stage 2 people could use. But shortly after, he knew that there were no problems. Zhu Shen hollered. His pig legs landed and he stepped on the dimension that Hua Jianhai opened up. Young Master Lin told you to stay, so don't think about leaving. Zhu Shen said. Damn! Hua Jianhai's gaze towards Zhu Shen was filled with rage. What a dog! He had already turned into a pig and he still wanted to cause trouble. Suddenly, Hua Jianhai felt that things weren't right and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The aura that spread from behind him was a little terrifying. Stop looking. To you, I am the most terrifying one. Lin Fan appeared in front of Hua Jianhai and punched. He didn't give him a chance to react at all. Wait, there was a low explosion. To Hua Jianhai, it was like he had suffered a heavy blow. All the bones in his body were about to explode. There was a pang. Hua Jianhai was smashed deep into the ground by Lin Fan's fist. Cha Fu looked at the scenes in front of him and was shocked. A battle of such a level wasn't something that he could fight. If he was the one fighting, maybe he would have been killed in the first round. Zhu Shen was amazing, but he realized that young Master Lin was even more terrifying. Mu Gang was shocked too. She had never seen someone like young Master Lin. He was so young but so terrifyingly strong. She thought back to what her father told her. It was already heaven-defying for someone in the younger generation to reach Grandmaster realm. But now, she really wanted to ask, what did it mean to cultivate to such a realm? Lin Fan realized that after he activated the Darkness God domain, each time he attacked, he would bring along the aura of a chief god. Although it was really weak, it did exist. Biting City, which was originally perfectly fine, was destroyed in this battle. It was torn apart and many houses collapsed. But there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Fan and Hua Jianhai's battle belonged to a battle between Dao realm experts. The ripples that leaked out weren't something that a city could handle. "Oi, are you dead?" Lin Fan shouted towards the deep hole. It was so quiet that there was no sound at all. But there was a familiar aura that exploded out from the deep hole. This seems like the aura of the Blood Demon Reversal Technique. Lin Fan had already raised the Blood Demon Reversal Technique to the highest realm, which was the Dao Wheel. But Hua Jianhai's aura was still a little weak and wasn't as strong as he was. Kiki. Instantly, a cold laugh spread out from the deep hole. Hua Jianhai, who was wearing a red robe, floated out from the hole. His body was covered in fresh blood which dyed his robe red. He was badly injured and was on the verge of death from Lin Fan's beating. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. To me, your attacks are useless." Hua Jianhai knew that he couldn't escape. Zhu Shen was staring aggressively from the side and it was impossible for him to leave through the dimension tunnel. So, there was one other way. He would use his own strength to suppress Lin Fan. "Is that so? You are so confident?" Lin Fan smiled. Hua Jianhai looked at Lin Fan. "I am someone that you can't kill. Now, I will let you see how I recover. As long as I injure you, you will die." Instantly, a mysterious power exploded from Hua Jianhai's body and his injuries instantly healed. To Hua Jianhai, his heart hurt. This was something that he had accumulated for a long time. Now that he used it here, he felt really sad. Zhu Shen frowned. Hua Jianhai, who was badly injured, recovered right away. All his injuries disappeared. "This skill, ha ha ha," Hua Jianhai laughed out loud. "Do you see this? This is my ability. You beat me up so badly, but to me, it doesn't matter. That is because I can recover anytime." "Master, he was so badly injured, so how did he recover so quickly?" Su Furong asked in shock. What kind of monster was this person? Was he really unkillable? Cha Fu's expression was solemn. He didn't understand how he did it. But it was impossible for him to be unkillable. This should be some sort of secret technique. He could only guess like that. If not, he really couldn't think of how he did it. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed. When he saw Hua Jianhai say such arrogant words, he couldn't help but laugh. Damn. Did people nowadays like to act cool? Moreover, he even treated him like a retard. What are you laughing at? Hua Jianhai chided in rage. His gaze was dark and cold. What am I laughing at? I am laughing at how you really know how to act. Okay, since you like to act so much, then I will act with you. Lin Fan raised his hand and gathered sword intent. Under Hua Jianhai's confused gaze, he stabbed the sword intent into his chest. Ha! When Hua Jianhai saw this, he was stunned. His mind was in a mess and he didn't understand what was going on. Was Lin Fan sick in the head? Why was he hurting himself? Young Master Lin! Zhu Shen exclaimed. He was stunned and didn't know what young Master Lin was doing. Why was he stabbing himself? Lin Fan pulled out the sword intent and fresh blood flowed out. Are you dumb? Hua Jianhai rarely cursed as it didn't match his aura. But now, he really couldn't take it. He had never seen such a dumb person. But suddenly, Hua Jianhai's expression froze. His pupils constricted like he had seen a ghost. The kid's wound actually healed. You! Hua Jianhai pointed at Lin Fan and retreated. His face was filled with disbelief. It was like he had thought about something really terrifying. Lin Fan said in disdain, What? Isn't it just the blood demon reversal technique? You make it sound like it's something. I heard that you can't die, right? I will cripple you and then you can do it again. Come on. Hua Jianhai wanted to run. Where did this person come from? He actually knew the secret technique of Shidao sect's blood demon faction.